A billionaire told me a secret that changed my life forever. And in this video, I'm going to share with you 5 days of an amazing challenge that I did to help you upgrade into this new level of thinking. It took me 2 years of working directly with three trainers to finally get what this billionaire had said to me. He said, Chris, self-help, personal development, and therapy is what's causing you and your business to stay stuck. If I give you this investment, I know that it's just going to disappear. Your structure is causing you to not make the money, have the impact, and the freedom that you truly desire. He said you need to stop trying to fix or heal or improve yourself and you need to access your superconscious. So on this video, I've put together a 5-day challenge. This challenge I used to charge hundreds of dollars for, and I'm just putting it here for free for you. It's 5 days. It's about an hour and a half per day, but you can get it all in this video. It's actionable, specific knowledge. You're going to need to save this video and come back to it. It's for you if you want to understand how to train your superconscious to let go of your limitations, to step into your intuition, to recode what's stopping you attracting and keeping more money and having the potential you know you have. If you're up for a superconscious upgrade, it's here for free. So let's dive right in to day one, session one. And I'm so excited for you. Leave a comment below with your favorite points for day number one. Enjoy the 5 days. Bye.
Hello, everybody. It's very exciting to be here with you all. I think it's about time that we kick off this 5-day challenge. Anyone else think that might be a good idea? I'm so thrilled and grateful to be here, to be sharing this with everyone, this amazing work. And we're going to have a really special week. Let's take a moment to kind of acknowledge that, just how special this week's going to be and what it is we're going to cover. We're really going to dive deep. So I want to ask who's up for an amazing transformative 5 days? Give me a yes in the chat box if you are. Who's seen maybe a video of mine on YouTube, or maybe you've done a recode and you really just want to dive headfirst into this and create a life you love? Because if that's you, you're definitely in the right place. So I'm absolutely thrilled that you're here. So many amazing people, so many amazing friends, and it's just exciting. It's so exciting to be sharing this work with you. You know, if you had told me a few years ago that I'd be leading a movement of millions of people to connect to their superconscious, if you had told me that this work was responsible for multiple people who were legally blind to be able to see again, if you had told me that someone would email me in and say that they had a tumor that with x-ray proof that it disappeared and they think it's because of this work, you know, you told me people were walking again, reconnecting their families, making a huge more money. If you'd shared this with me, I probably would have said, yeah, that would be a dream come true. And so it really is, you know. It's just absolutely exciting to be able to see the truth and people receiving their truth, that they're powerful. And so I want to start off today and the whole 5 days, and I want to let you know you are not broken. You're not broken. You do not need to heal. You do not need to fix. You do not need to improve. You do not need any of that. You are not broken. No matter what anyone has ever tried to tell you, that you can't have what it is that you want to have in life the way that you are. You just need to learn how to connect to the truth of you. You're powerful, and don't you ever let anyone take that power from you. No pharmaceuticals, no doctors, no theories, no healers, no gurus. No one, nothing is more powerful than your creative source and your creative spirit. And this week, we're going to show you how to connect to that power, because you're not broken at all. You don't need fixing. There's no mistake. You can have everything that you want in life just the way you are, just the way you are. In fact, it's more about dropping layers and connecting to your truth than it is about fixing or adding anything. It's about allowing yourself to live from a different place, a place that you live sometimes, a place that you lived in childhood, a place that is present, a place that is source, and allowing you to live from that more than living from your self-conscious, egoic, polarity-based, limited worldview that believes in life and death and black and white and hot and cold and rich and poor, that believes in all of that, and learning to come up to the infinite where everything is already created, and for you to connect to that, choose it, and bring it down to the physical form. It's for you to actually live your fullest expression, to live your fullest expression as the energetic source code that you are. That's what this week's about. That's what this week's about. And so don't you ever let anyone tell you again that you need to go to this thing or heal this, or you don't need to fix anything. You must just learn to reorientate to a new structure. Who's excited about that? Who's excited about that, by the way? Let me know in the chat box if you are. Now, I'm thrilled for this week. I'm thrilled for this week. I'm thrilled for this work, and I'm thrilled to share it with all of you, because it's time for the new way. You know, over the past, there's been many teachers that's tried to teach us the truth about us, about what we really are, to know ourselves as a source code, to know ourselves as superconscious, to say, you know, you have this in you. Yet, if we look at the past, 30 or 40 or 50 years of the self-help or personal development world, they did the opposite. They said, no, you're not powerful. You got to have these beliefs. In fact, if you don't think this way, you won't be successful. If you don't get rid of that, if you don't work on that, you can't be successful. And it bred a worldview that if I don't look a certain way, I'm not going to have a great marriage. If I don't think a certain way, then I'm not going to be successful. If I don't have the right house or the right car or if I don't have that, then I'm not able to have it. And it took our power. Who agrees with this? We let our power be taken, and the power was put outside of us. And I did it, and it's very likely that you did it, and it's time for us to change. And so that's what we're here to do. It's time for us to make that shift, to live from the superconscious awareness, to take your power back, and to truly turn your thoughts into things. I'm going to take you on a journey this week. I'm going to take you on a journey to superconscious living, to superconscious awareness, and it's going to be something that you'll remember for the rest of your life. This week's going to be powerful. Who's up for it, by the way? This week is going to be powerful. In fact, let's go over it. Today, we're going to go over some of the basics, the foundations, the fundamentals. We're going to put some of the building blocks in place for your new way of thinking, to understand the superconscious journey, to know about the shift, the transformation, how to orient yourself to a new way of being. That's what we're going to do today. Tomorrow, we will go through your choices, how to actually understand what a true choice is. And tomorrow, we're going to do the recode process. Who's done a recode before? Let me know. Who's done a recode before? We're going to do a recode process live tomorrow. We're going to do that. And that is wild, absolutely wild. We'll do that tomorrow. The next day, we're going to do a different aspect of the superconscious. We're going to tune in and use intuition. We're going to use intuition to find your heart, to find your truth, what you really want. Too long have we been told that we want to have, a piece of plastic this, or a bunch of followers that, or just all these things. We're going to help you tune into what it is that you really love, what you really love. The next day, we're going to remove the biggest resistance in your life, the fear of failure, the fear of going broke, the fear of sickness. The biggest resistance you have in your life, we will do the double bubble exercise on. Has anyone here done the double bubble before? Day 4, if you can make any of the days live, day 4 and 5 are going to be the ones you need to be on. Day 4 is going to be incredible. And day 5, we're going to bring it all together and give you a year plan on exactly what it is you need to do. Now, also on day 5, I'll give you an opportunity to expand into this work even more, because I think all of us understand that, 5 days is going to be great, but you need a tribe, you need a group, and you need to constantly be moving into a new creation, a new orientation. So I will talk about that on day 5 as well. And I'll make sure that we have an amazing 5 days full of huge transformation. And then there'll be some of you that go, I don't want this to stop. This is the work I want to master. So I'll share that as well. So who's in for all 5 days, by the way? Type in a number 5 if you are. If you're like, I'm going to spend 5 days doing this. Now, we're going to go for about 2 hours a day. I'm going to try my best to stick to under 2 hours. Those of you who know me, if I catch a certain topic that needs to be shared with the group, I won't stop. But we're going to try for 2 hours. It'll be at the same time every day live. So if you choose to be on live, that's great. What we've found, however, is that the replays are more powerful than the live sessions. And that is because the field structure, which you'll learn about, has already been created. So when someone watches a replay, they're tapping into a pre-programmed session. And so those of us who are here live, we're going to be, creating the field. We're going to be going through the work, going through the process. And then those of you who watch the replay, you kind of just get to enter the slipstream of what's already there. And some of the biggest transformations that I've seen are people that never were able to get on live. They lived on the other side of the world. And so we believe that a morphogenic field is created in the sessions, which if you want to know more about, check out Sheldrake's work, Rupert Sheldrake, and understand morphogenic fields and resonance and harmonics, because we really do feel, well, we just see the results, eh? And so we try our best to theorize why. But replays work incredibly well. So look, if you can be on live, that's going to be fantastic, and you get to have some energy. You get to be with a bunch of other people. And unfortunately, it's very difficult for me to be able to monitor the chat box. So I've got some team members on here. So where's my team? Because I have some of the team just let themselves know. And you might see them as CEC team or team or whatever. We've got a few team members on here. So let's where's some team members? There you go. So there are some people there available to help you out. I've got multiple streams going right now, and so I want to make sure that we're here, where I'm able to be with you, and I've got others here to help you. Does that make sense? So got others. By the way, if you're here, you've pretty much done what you need to do. So obviously, you found your email, you found your way to this session. So that all feels all good, and we're ready to go. So I'm excited that you're here. So we're going to go for 5 days, and I'm going to give you my best. And I just want to ask for you to give me your best back. Let's have a great 5 days. Let's really make this to be one of those big movements in your life, and we will make sure that you have an amazing time. So with all that being said, I think we should get started and get into this. Don't you guys think it's about time that we start? I hope that you got some of the bonuses and the bonus material. There's a lot of information on my YouTube channel, and then also I put some bonuses that are normally paid just for you guys. So I hope that you did get to those. But let's get into today, and let's talk about everything that we're doing here, because it really is a big deal. So first off, let me just give you a little bit of introduction to myself and how this is all come about. I think it's an important place to start. So this week we're really talking to you how to manifest what it is that you desire and manifest your dreams. So can you guys see my slides? Can someone let me know if you can see my slides? I think so. I think you can. I've got some slides that I just want to go through. Let me just check. Can you see my slides? Yeah, cool. Thank you. Okay, so We're going to go through 5 days, 5 big processes, 5 big insights. You'll experience a recode and you'll get an opportunity to work with us for 12 months. Now, because of the system that I'm going to be sharing with you to connect with your superconscious, the recode, the magnetic mind process, I've been able to do some things that I wasn't able to do before. Our company does over $10 million in revenue, and I'm a first generation millionaire, first one in my family to cross that line and then 10x it. A best-selling author of 2 books and spoken live audiences all around the world, and was in a movie with Tony Robbins and the Dalai Lama. Married the love of my life, live a life of freedom, and I've been able to really create something that I think is very purposeful, which is the magnetic mind method. It's impacted millions, creating huge, huge, huge results, and I'm very, very, very proud of the creations. But for me, it wasn't always this way. So I think it's important for you guys to understand that it doesn't matter where you start. It doesn't matter where your starting point is. We all have different starting points. It matters where you're going. Now, I grew up in New Zealand. Currently, I live in Australia. I grew up, in middle class, a house full of love, following the rules, went to uni, got a good job. But I was always a bit of a rebel. Is anyone here a bit of a rebel, kind of doesn't see it the way that society sees it? Have I got any other black sheeps of the family here? Yeah, I always saw it different. In fact, even though that's the way that I was orienting to the world, I left high school. I didn't finish high school. It didn't make sense to me to follow a bunch of people that weren't happy in life. It didn't make sense. At that time, I wanted to play professional basketball. And that was all I wanted to do. So it didn't make sense to see these people who seemed to be moaning about their day and telling me to learn these things that had no relevance to what it is they needed. So I ended up leaving school. But in the back of my mind, I was like, well, you got to be this way. You got to get a job. You got to do these things. But I really did rebel. I really did rebel, and anyway, this was me. So that was me. Those are real dreadlocks, hey? That was me. And I was out there. I was building businesses. I went to uni, and I was living life against the system. And in 2009, my life changed. So in 2009, my life changed because I snapped my thigh. So I nearly died. I snapped my thigh. This is an X-ray here. I was lying in hospital and I ended up with a pulmonary embolism in my lung, nearly in my heart, actually. And it was very painful, very bad. And I couldn't walk for a very long time, learning how to walk. Just so you know, any health professionals out there know, it's quite difficult to break your femur like that, isn't it? Well, I managed to do it, but it was a life-changing moment. And I realized, I wanted something different. I wanted to create a different life. And so I started down the journey of wanting to change it. So what I realized, and let's just all for a moment acknowledge, how many of you had this realization that if you want to change your life, there's something you need to change about your understanding, your education, your emotions, your habits? Give me a yes or a hand up. Give me a yes if this is true. Is you say, well, I wanted something different, so I got to change something. See, I made that decision as well, and it always felt like I was battling myself. Like I was battling the world, but then also battling myself. And so I realized that there was something I needed to change about me. So this became an obsession. I got certified in neurolinguistic programming twice, once in Australia, once in the United States. Certified hypnotherapist, success strategies, life coaching, Robbins seminars, Money and You, Matrix Energetics, MAP coaching, Alchemy for Success. I've done all of Dispenza's work, Greg Braden's work, Bruce Lipton, sat with Lynn McTaggart. I've read so many books on the subject of success, creation, and manifestation. You name it, I did it. I can sit with you. We can talk about tapping and EFT and everything that you've been a part of. I have as well. And I was able to create results, but it was a war. It was a war. And everywhere I looked, I saw others winning. And it just felt like a war. And I was able to create a bit of success. But it did feel like a war. It felt like I was always fighting something. And I think it's true for most of us. There's one area in life that we're just not able to create in. Let me ask you, type it in the chat box. Which area of life is it for you? Which outcome seems to always slip out of your fingers? Is it money? Is it health? Is it relationship? Is it your spiritual connection? Is it feeling you always feel lost? You're always trying to find your purpose. What is it? You know, for me, I always felt like a victim. Like, well, why can't I have this? Why can't I have it? I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. You see, who's had this? I'm doing everything. I'm doing the meditations. I'm listening to Abraham Hicks. I'm sitting in space doing meditations from Dispenza. I'm reading the books. I'm going to courses. I'm investing myself. I'm taking action. I'm applying myself. Why can't I get there? There must be something wrong with me. Like, why can't I get there? I'm doing the chanting. I'm doing the affirmations. I changed my diet multiple times. I've tried why am I not getting it? Is there anyone else out there that's a maniac on a mission who's frustrated in at least one area of life? Give me a me if that's you. You're like, I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Well, same. I was pissed off. I was broke. I was upset, but failure wasn't an option. I just kept on going. I built a $2 million company, then lost it again. And I literally just couldn't believe this. You know, it felt like I'd been going on this, you know, forward and back pattern. I just never could hold on to the success. And I decided that I was the common denominator. I decided it was me. I decided it was me. Did anyone else make this decision? Well, it must be me. Must be me. There's something that I need to change about me. See, this is the obvious decision that we all make. We all decide, well, it must be me. You see, because we get to a certain point where we go, well, I'm doing everything that these people are saying. So it must be me. Is it true? Did it happen for you? We do, because there's only one logical conclusion. You see all these others doing all these things, and this person tells you this person tells you this, you follow this for a while, and you go, well, I've tried so many people's different plans and paths. Well, it must be me then. I mean, it's the only thing. It's like, well, I'm the only common denominator in all of this. It must be me. And so when I looked, I started to ask, well, why aren't people all successful? You know, why aren't people all successful? I realized that with all the books and all the strategies and all this success, it wasn't just me that wasn't successful. You see, and those of you who are on here live, you'll see in the chat box, everyone saying, well, I must be the common denominator. Well, how is that possible? If there's thousands of people on this session right now, and everyone thinks it's them that's the common denominator, then there must be something else that's common here, hey? I mean, how is it that there are so many smart, successful, amazing people that aren't able to successfully create what it is they want to create? And that's really my definition of success. Is there's something I would like to experience or create or have, and I'm able to create that. You see? Why is that? Why is that? And I kept thinking about this, and I stumbled across some brilliant work by Fritz, and this led me to this real conclusion that the common denominator is not actually the person. It's not actually the person. You're not the common denominator in success or failure. It's not you. It's something else. Let me explain. All of us have a current reality. We want this current reality to move to a desired reality. Maybe you want to have more money. Maybe you want to have more health. Maybe a better relationship. Let's just say those are three things that a lot of people on here will want. So you want to move to this current reality. And this seems right, isn't it? And so what you decide is you decide that this desired reality is better. And by deciding that reality is better, you decide that this reality is worse. Okay, and that's just how it works. You can't decide that something is better if you don't decide that something else is worse. So we say, when I have more money, it'll be better. If I have health, it will be better. If I have a relationship, it will be better. Who agrees with this? This is how we set it up, isn't it? We say, when I have that, it will be better. Now, here's the challenge. By better, what we actually mean is a different feeling. By better, we actually mean a different feeling. So let's take money, for example. If we have more money, we might feel abundance. Or let's take health, okay? It will feel vital. Or relationship, we might feel in love. That's how it's better. That's how it is better. Now, what's interesting is when we think that's better, we think this is worse. So instead of abundance, what we actually have is scarcity. Instead of vitality, we're tired. And instead of love, we feel lonely. Now, this seems right, doesn't it? This seems right. Like this is the way we all get told to set up creation and goals and all these things. Yes, this is how we do it. And this is why success is eluding you, because this feeling actually becomes your identity. This is actually how you are. You've lived for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years in these feelings. And your identity is familiar and used to these feelings. Okay? It's used to it. Your identity does not want to change. It wants to keep everything the same. Why? Because the identity wants to keep you alive. And so it decides that anything that hasn't been experienced is risky compared to things that have been experienced. Your identity says, if I haven't experienced it, or my family hasn't experienced it, then it's not being tested or proven. Therefore, it's risky, so I'm not going to do it. Does that make sense? So what happens? This here is a different identity. And these two identities do not equal. Make sense? So here's what happens. As you move from your current reality to your desired reality, as you move, the identity on some level gets scared that you're about to change everything. So what it does is it's going to throw you off track by pushing up unhappy thoughts and feelings. Who's experienced this? Feelings of overwhelm, feelings of doubt, feelings of I'm not good enough to do that, feelings of guilt, feelings of I don't know what to do, I don't know how, I don't know. Who's felt this? What about fear? Fear of rejection, fear of going broke, fear of abandonment. So it pushes up these feelings. So what do? We see these feelings here and we decide we must fix them. We decide we must fix them. So we're going there and we decide, oh, I need to fix or resolve how I'm feeling uncertain about this. All this fear that's here, all this anger, that I need to sort that out. Oh, I need to go get we need to sort that out. Just give me some feedback. Does this make sense? We go, I need to sort this out. So instead of going for what we want, we move in a different direction to resolve our thoughts and feelings. And here's what happens. We have a current reality. We move towards a desired reality. Up pops some negative thoughts or feelings. So we come down here to resolve them. Resolve the feeling. I'll just write resolve the negative. So we go from unhappy and we go to happy. Now, this might look like changing relationship, procrastination, going to a course, doing some inner work, taking a holiday, whatever it is, we allow it, we go and we try to feel better. And then what happens is we suddenly realize that we feel good, but we still are broke, or we're still not in a relationship, or we're still unhealthy, and we realize that we just felt a bit better for a weekend and got nowhere. Is it true? We just realized, oh, I just read a book and it felt good to read the book, or I just changed businesses, but I'm still broke, or I just got a new relationship, but it's still not the one I want, or I'm getting a different diet. I've got a different diet. Oh, a different diet makes me feel better, but I'm still not there. Is it true? Who's experienced this? And you go on this pattern where you move forward a little bit and then you go. But here's what happens is as you go on this loop, whatever you do to resolve the negative, now your identity gets wrapped up in all of this. And the identity says, I can't have what I desire the way I am. This becomes the identity. I can't have what I desire the way I am. And it becomes a lifelong search to become different to finally have what you want. What if I told you that all of the successful creators who create magic, amazing families, or amazing music like Lady Gaga or Michael Jackson, Kurt Cobain, if you think about amazing leaders like Lincoln or JFK, if you think of people who have created successful outcomes like Mandela or Gandhi, J.K. Rowling, who wrote Harry Potter. If you think about these amazing creators, you know, Steve Jobs. Okay, if you think about them, it's not because they fixed themselves or became different that they were able to create that successful outcome. Is it? It's not because of that. It's because of something different. Successful creators, when you read their biographies, went for what they want as they were, instead of trying to fix, improve, and making it personal. They did something different. They orientated to what they wanted from a different place and stopped buying in to the idea that they're broken. Does this make sense? They went to a different place. All failure and all success, write this down. In all failure and in all success, structure is the common denominator. Structure, not the person. How the person is structured. It's not talent. It's not hard work. It's not any of the things that we've been told. In fact, you can find successful people that work hard that are lazy. that are talented, that are talentless, that are male, that are female, that are black, that are white, that are Asian, that are every different gender, every different type of sexual orientation. There's no right way. However, in the last 50, 60 years, this obsession about needing to become perfect, become a certain way in order to be successful has taken hold of our subconscious and our unified unconscious field. Who agrees with this? The structure is the key. Structure is the key. When you orient and structure to what you really are, you will see that you can easily create what it is that you want. Easily create what you want. It's not innate ability. It's not talent. You can find many talentless or low talent people in the music industry that are far more successful than those who have talent that are down on the corner playing amazing music, but then there's a talented person with all the fans. You can see actors that are not even that good at acting that are far more successful than other actors. It's not talent. It's not hard work. It's something else. It's how they oriented or structured to their outcomes. Success is a completion of an end result that you decided to create. See, there's many people that work less than you that make more money than you. There's many people who are not as positive as you that have more money. There's a different way. There's a different way. And that way is orientating yourself in your true power. And that's what this week is about. Getting you in the right structure so that it can actually move towards what you want. The structure you must be in is that your current reality is here, your desired reality is here. Instead of your identity being caught up in this current reality, your identity has risen up where it is able to understand that it is everything. Write this down. I must be it to see it. The it you must be is the source field, the consciousness that already has everything already created. See, when you rise up to here, you can go down into this desired reality, this random reality, this random reality. It doesn't matter because your identity is not caught up in your limitation. The reason why this structure never resolved itself is because of us buying in to the current reality worse, and then this is how we're living. You must learn to open the magnetic moment. You'll learn this week. Connect to your truth that you have it all now. Once you realize that the now is better than any future you could ever have, that you can access everything you desire now. When you unlock the wizard's gate, step forward into the magnetic moment, and then choose what it is that you want, you can create anything and everything that you desire. And I'm going to show you. I want you to think of something right now that you do not want to happen. I want you to think about something that you resist, something you don't want. I want you to think about something that you don't want. Okay. Now, we have 3 different levels of consciousness. The bottom level is self-conscious. Can you guys type this in? Self-conscious. Others might call this ego, but we call it self-conscious. The consciousness of that I'm an individual, that I'm a self. Self-conscious. The self-conscious lives in polarity. It is limited. It lives in black and white, or in this instance, green and white. Okay. The self-conscious believes in life only because it believes in death. The self-conscious only believes in rich because it believes in poor. Okay. The self-conscious believes in hot because there's cold. Okay. So the self-conscious is when you believe there's something you want and don't want. The self-conscious believes bad and then this is good. Okay. So the self-conscious aspect of you is the aspect of you from back here that is believing bad, that this is bad, and that this is good. Okay, so this is how and why most people do not create a life they want. Now, the self-conscious, it's like it lives in a pendulum swing. And the pendulum swings from good to bad. And when you're in the self-conscious, it always seems to go back and forward and back and forward and back and forward and back and forward. Who's experienced this? I really want to have that. I want to have that. And does it always feel like it pushes back? I want to have this, but it comes back. I want this, but it comes back. See, the self-conscious believes in polarity, in limitation, and I need to have this. It believes in this. Okay? It believes in this. And because it believes in this, and by the way, this is how the world is oriented. Okay? Think about if you have an ice cube, it always wants to come back to melted and be warm. But if you have hot soup, it wants to get cold. You want to have rich, it's different. It wants to go back to poor. You see? So what happens if you try to create and live out of your self-conscious aspect, you will find yourself always fighting the swing. So you must learn to raise up. Now we call the next level unconscious, but you can call it subconscious if you want. I call it unconscious because that's how my teachers taught me. The unconscious, and you can see here, seeks balance. It's where your feelings are. It just wants to stay the same. It seeks balance. And this balance point is whatever unconscious balance point you have. So you'll notice that your unconscious balance point has been set for you, whether that's health or whether that's money. It always feels that if you go past this balance point, that the pendulum wants to swing back to it. With the amount of love you're allowed to experience in life, the amount of fame you're allowed to have, it always wants to come back to this balance point, doesn't it? And that balance point is in your unconscious. Okay, so you have an unconscious. So this is the part of you that wants to stay alive, that wants survival, that doesn't want change. Okay. And so a lot of work tries to work in the unconscious. But imagine trying to work with an aspect of your consciousness that doesn't desire change. Imagine doing that. That's quite a hard aspect to work with. But what we work with is we work with the next level up, which is your superconscious. Your superconscious is infinite information. See, the superconscious is your aspect of source. The superconscious is like the drop in the ocean of all source. Does that make sense? It's the drop in the ocean of all source. So what happens is you have a perspective in the superconscious that when you connect to, you can change the instructions, which brings the balance point down, which is the fulcrum of how you create your life. you can simply move and change your superconscious perspective from there. Does this make sense? You are not the source. You are one perspective of the source code. Does that make sense? The superconscious aspect in you, your higher self, your divinity, it's one aspect of a collaborative, unified field that we all live in. When you go and connect to that part of you, you can shift and change and recode instructions and bring it back down to your unconscious so you can live a different experience. How's that? How are we going today, by the way, guys? How's that? So what I realized is the reason why people are not able to create what they want is they're down here in the wrong structure, orienting to the world down here. This is good and this is bad. Instead of realizing there's no such thing as good or bad when you're everything. You see? When you're orienting down here, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that, oh, I'm so... when you rise up and you become the higher perspective, you don't mind whether you're broke or rich or famous or judged. You don't mind about any of that because you realize you're all of it and none of it matters. When you rise up, you simply go, okay, so I'm up here. What instructions do I need to bring down so I can have a different experience? Does that make sense? When you connect there, then everything can change. Everything can change. So let's talk about the journey that we're about to go through. We're going to go on a journey to superconscious living. Who's excited about that? So here is the journey. Here is the journey. We all start out as a pure creative spirit. A pure creative spirit. We then become an individual with a limited perspective. Okay? We start out as a pure creative spirit, and then we become an individual with a limited perspective. Now, over 100 years ago, a scientist named Thomas Young did the double slit experiment. Who has never heard of the double slit experiment? Double slit experiment. It's a groundbreaking experiment. What he did is he shot light at the width of a single photon. So a photon gun shot light out of a gun. What he had was a piece of card with two slits on it. And then what he had was photogenic paper. So as he shot the light at the slits, and then it came out the other side, what was observed was two lines on the photo paper like that. Pretty obvious, hey? He's shooting light. It's kind of like if you held a torch, if you close one slit, it's going to make light there. Close the other, it's going to make light there. That makes sense, hey? That makes sense. Like there's nothing wild about that. What was interesting is when he was not observing it, the way that the light photons behaved changed. So same gun, same setup, however, now there were two dark lines and then many other bands of light like this. That's interesting, isn't it? So it changed. And what became obvious was that it was behaving like a wave. So if you got a hose, a fireman's hose, and you waved it at a fence, as it went through the slits, it would wave through it. And instead of just creating one line, it would create multiple black and white lines. Does this make sense? So it was like a wave. Now, what's interesting about this is he realized that the photons were observer dependent. See, when he had the photogenic paper up there and he was watching it, when he was watching it and measuring it, it behaved like a particle. When he was not watching it, it behaved like a wave. Now, in 1927, they replicated this with photons and electrons, and the same thing happened. And what's been determined is that photons or light are observer dependent. The act of observation from consciousness turned it from a wave to a particle. The act of observation turned it from a wave to a particle. Now, what the heck does this have to do with you? Well, at the base of you, you know that you're made up of atoms. And we've all seen that picture of atoms, you know, and it looks like a solar system type thing with things orbiting the nucleus. Everyone saw that in science class, yeah? Well, see, here's the actual truth of it. It actually looks like a probability cloud of all information, and until we observe it, it turns into this. So what I'm trying to tell you is that at the base of what you are, which is atoms, yes? Does everyone agree that's the basis of what we are? At the basis of what you are a probability cloud that has been observed by consciousness into reality. When you change the observation, you change the coding, which changes the DNA, which changes the proteins created, which changes the way a human being shows up. Do you know there's people with dissociative identity disorder, used to be known as multiple personality disorder, and they have to take separate eyeglasses with them because if they shift identities, another identity can't see. Have you heard that there's studies showing that there's one identity that a person has when they shift to one of their other identities, they no longer have diabetes or freckles change? Have you guys heard these things? Go and research it. It's wild. Through the act of observation, you turn up and express. Look at those people typing in, yes, it's true. I've heard of this. Can everyone type it in if you've experienced that? A lot of you are typing in. They have different allergies. They have different, all sorts of, even they can have different accents and all sorts. So here's why this is important. You did this. You did this. You were once a creative energy source, And through becoming an individual, you created a limited perspective so you could have a human experience. So you could have a human experience. If you tried to live your life from here, you cannot experience anything. You had to become limited to have one viewpoint. Okay, think about it. If I didn't realize that this is where I finish, if I didn't finish, and then this is where this glass started, if I wasn't limited, I couldn't hold the glass because I would be everything. I had to create a limited perspective, and I called it, and I got told that it was called Chris Duncan. Make sense? I had to have that happen. If that didn't happen, how could I have a human experience? See, many people think, well, the ego is the enemy or there's something wrong with it. You can't experience human existence without this. True? So you had to create limitation. However, this fall from grace or this separation was very painful when something was used to being everything, because you suddenly realized that, you didn't always have your mother's love or your dad's attention. You didn't realize. And so you orient to this world through this limitation. But as you became limited, you realize that there was things you must do that are good. Okay. You realize there are things you must do that are good, things that will equal bad. If you be quiet, you're good. If you're loud, you get hit by dad, bad. If you're beautiful, good. If you eat too much food, bad. You see, you got into this wrong. If you do well in school, good, bad. So you oriented to the world through this idea of good and bad. And this became your worldview. The problem is it's only a small part of you. It's only a small part of you. This is why I say you're not broken. You're not broken. Everyone's just simply been orienting and creating out of just this part of them. And then maybe trying to fix this part of them. They're not coming up here and learning to create from their superconscious, their true self, their one focal point in the unified field of everything. They're just not living the truth. So you create your life from this, and it creates oscillation because you push the pendulum one way and it swings back. You push it back the other way, it swings back. Okay. So tomorrow we're going to do this. We're going to help you to live the core 4 choices, help you to connect to your superconscious and make the shift. We help to recode any resistance to the core 4. And let me explain the core 4 right now. These are 4 choices, 4 creations. And we use the word choice because when you say, I choose this, you're acknowledging that you're powerful. Here are the 4 choices. The first choice is I choose to live a life I love. I choose to live a life I love. Feels so good just to say it. I choose it. The second is I choose to live my true nature and purpose. My true nature and purpose. The third is I choose to be healthy and vital. And the fourth is I choose to be the predominant creative force in my life, the predominant creative force in my life. And I'll explain these more tomorrow, and we'll be making the shift to living those now. Because when you live those now, that is when you reclaim your power. When you shift into those, this is when you first start to reclaim your power. And this is part of making the shift into living those core 4. Okay, so this is the big shift. You must live those 4, and you must have no resistance to living those 4. We then use our superconscious to choose what we would love. You're only ready to choose what you love, become superconscious, and live your truth when you already realize you are it. The only way to realize that you are it is to have no resistance to what you have in life right now. To what you have in life. Well, no resistance to anything. You should be able to turn up to success and failure exactly the same. Exactly the same. So let me just check in with everyone. We've been here about an hour together. We've covered a lot. I guess many of you might want to go over some of this because we're not going slow. How is it going? You are so powerful. You are so powerful. You're a creative spirit that's manifested human form. The most important thing in your life is to learn how to live from the superconscious. It takes me about 12 months to have a person learn how to do this. How to learn how to collapse the wave function into what it is they want. But when they do, they let go of blindness or trauma, and they learn to be powerful. In our work, we don't spend time trying to understand where limitation has come from. We're not worried about where it is. We don't need to spend 10 years in therapy talking about it. We do something different. The first thing that we do is we choose end results that we love. That we love. We choose results that we love. So the question I'll be asking you on Wednesday, or actually on Thursday in my time, Wednesday in the States, and on day 3 anyway, is we want you to know what is it that you love, to find your heart, to how to bring your heart into the world. So the first thing that we do is we choose what you would love to create, to experience, to be, to have, with no judgment. With no judgment. The second thing we do is we step into the emotion of the end result and we experience it. By experiencing the emotion of it, you change the balance point of what it is that you want. You change the balance point. Okay. Step number 3 is we create structural tension. Okay. So energy will always flow along the path of least resistance. Okay. So if water is at a top of a hill, and it will flow down the hill with gravity, right? It will always flow along the path of least resistance. If I create tension between these two ends here, both ends want to meet in the middle because tension always wants to resolve itself. You see that? It doesn't just stay out here. There's tension in the rubber band. It wants to resolve itself. You can send electricity across miles and miles and miles because there is less resistance in the wire than there is for it to jump out of the wire. So the electricity just flows down. And now if you put a human being onto that wire, there's even less resistance in you. So it will go into you. So energy always follows the path of least resistance. Does that make sense? It always follows. So if you've got water going down a hill, okay, and you know it's going to go down, it's only going to go down in line with the riverbanks. If you put a boulder in the way, the water goes around the boulder because it's least resistance, or over the boulder. You see, it doesn't try to dig its way through it. Energy always flows in the path of least resistance. So what are you? Your energy. You're a creative energy. You're going to flow in the path of least resistance. This makes sense. Therefore, anything you want in life, as long as it's the least resistance path, you will flow to it with ease. You will flow to it with ease. So to create, we first choose what we love. We grab one point of the creation. The second thing we do is we create structural tension by acknowledging where we are now. Then we are going to do step 4. But we must create this tension. There's many words out there, law of attraction or magnetism, but I believe tension is one of the most underappreciated natural laws in the world. Energy will flow along the path of least resistance. The path of least resistance is created through tension. My arm, if I increase the tension here, will move it this way. You see, a structure will move along the path of least resistance. So anyone that tells you just go into the air, just feel it and it will show up, doesn't understand the natural law of structural tension. So step 3 in our work is we go into the now. We say, this is the end result I would love, and then this is where I am now. This is the shooting comet, and I'm the tail of the comet about to be there. Okay, very important. I'll talk more about that this week. Step number 4 is we recode resistance. Resistance is the opposing force that your identity has created to an end result that it thinks is dangerous. Resistance is the opposing force your identity or self-conscious has created to oppose an end result it thinks is dangerous. Does that make sense? That's what it does. Why would it do that? Why would it put resistance? You say, I want to make money. Why am I scared? That doesn't make sense. Why am I scared of money? I said I wanted it. I don't know. Why would I? Here's why. Because the natural law of path of least resistance says, if I want to stop something going somewhere, I just put a boulder in the way. I don't have to do anything. I'll just put a boulder in the way and it won't be able to flow. And who's felt stuck in their life? Like, oh, why can't I get there? Why can't I get there? It's because your unconscious goes, yeah, I know what to do. It's like walking a dog. It just has a leash, you know, there's just a lead there. So you get to move a little bit and then the lead, can't go any further. True? So what we must do to recode resistance is first set up the structure. This is what I would love to create. I'd love a healthy body or a relationship. Feel it, which encourages the unconscious to acknowledge what we're going for, acknowledge where we are now, and then go, well, let's go. And then as soon as you go, you will push up all of that identity resistance that is in the way. Does that make sense? And so recode, I forgot a C in there, didn't I? Recode. that looks like reode. Lucky I've got my magic whiteboard. Recode. That looks a bit better. Recode resistance. We shift the coding. And you're a set of instructions. You're a coding. You're a coding. Reode. You can reode it if you want. You could banana pancakes it if you want. The word doesn't matter. You recode the instructions. You shift the coding. Okay. You shift the coding. And this is when you shift what's bringing it back down into here. And the last step is action. Life is an action sport. Life is an action sport. You get to experience it. Life is an action sport. And for anyone that tells you, well, just surrender or just this, I mean, It's just not true. So when I think about life and the meaning of life, and what is life about? Okay, obviously we have Abraham Maslow, and he talks about self-actualization, or we have Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning, or the pursuit of happiness, which is a fundamental belief for the United States. Pursuit of happiness, which I love. So it's about happiness, or maybe it's Carl Jung or Joseph Campbell talking about the hero's journey. When I look at it, I ask myself, well, what are humans fascinated by? What are humans fascinated by? And if you ask yourself, what are humans fascinated by? Here's what you won't find. Humans are not fascinated by just everything just turning up and just getting everything that you want without needing to just getting it all. Just acknowledge that if we gave humans everything, if we said, here's all the money you could ever want, here's everything, and it's paradise, here's everything, and we just got given it, how quickly do you think humans will be bored? How quick do you think humans will be bored? Go, well, okay, I've got everything. Well, what do I do now? Who agrees with this? So, how quick will they be bored? As quick as it's already happened, because this is exactly what we got given. We got given everything. We got given paradise. It's all here. And we got bored. When we watch movies, do we watch movies where there's a woman and a man, they love each other, and then they just tell each other that they love each other, and they do, and then they have kids and have a great life? Is that the movie that we watch? When we watch an action movie, does the action movie go, oh, hey, look, I don't really like how you've done this. We can all agree that this isn't right. So, here's the money, away we go. When we watch sports, do we love to watch like the NBA championship team play like a 12-year-old team and just absolutely destroy under 14-year-olds? Do we? No, we don't. We don't love that. What do we love? We love going on an adventure. We love overcoming obstacles, and we love creating. Who agrees? Life is an adventure. Life is an adventure to create what you love. Who agrees with that? Give me a yes if you do. Why would I say that? Because we're fascinated by going on an adventure that is difficult and seeing it through. True. We don't watch romantic movies. We're not obsessed. What are we obsessed about? We're obsessed about people going on an adventure, overcoming obstacles, and creating a life they love. Is it true, or is it true? Hey? Right? So give me a hand up or a yes if you agree. Isn't it just logical? So yes, you can surrender and try to have everything turn up, but here's the key. When tension is created, what is the natural resolution? Both meet in the middle. It's not that you just wait for the thing to come to you. That's not the natural resolution. When you create structure, both things move. Both things move. You must take action. You must take action. You must. So these are the 5 steps of the magnetic mind method and of superconscious creation. This is what we're going to go through this week. This is what we're going to go through this week. You are going to be learning the art of superconscious creation, how to connect to what you are, let go of what is stopping you, take aligned action, and create magic. And create total magic. Because that's what we're here to do. You see, what I realized is that something was missing. Why were people all not where they wanted to be? I realized that success is not personal, it is structural, and energy always takes the path of least resistance. I had to realize that everything I have in my life, I created. Until you can acknowledge that you are the creator of your life, you're not able to change it. Now, bad stuff could have happened to you. You didn't create it. When I tell people you created it, I do not mean every granular thing that's happened in your life was your creation. And that is because we live in a co-created universe. See, if I was creating everything, how does that work? It doesn't make sense. We live in a co-creation. See, what looks like creation to one can look like destruction to another. Take, for example, the lioness who needs to feed her baby cubs, tracks down a zebra and rips that zebra to shreds, takes home the meal and feeds the family. What a hero that lioness is to the lions, but what an absolute murderer she is to the zebras. The zebras and the lions have a different perspective in the same moment. We must all understand we live in a co-created universe. You create everything that you are responsible for. So you can have a bad thing happen to you, terrible. In fact, I work with people who have had absolutely horrendous things happen to them, and it's not okay. However, what's worse is 20 years later, the person's still living out that pain. You do not create everything, but you created where you are in life right now. You did not create everything, but you created right where you are right now. Does this make sense? Does this make sense? When you acknowledge that you had the power to let go or hold on, then you become powerful. If you put the power outside of you, you're in trouble. You are not powerful. You are not being powerful. Bad stuff could have happened to you, hey? And I'm sorry about it. Right now, you must understand you created this. For me, I met a billionaire. And he said to me, Chris, I really love what it is that you're proposing we invest in. And he looks at me and he goes, Chris, I'm not going to invest in you. And it's not because of your idea. I think your business is great. He said, Chris, I'm not going to invest in you because you are too busy trying to fix yourself and you think that you are broken. He says, Chris, I'm not investing in this business because you're obsessed with personal development and how you're not able to have what you want the way you are. He said, I started out with nothing. If I had wasted my time trying to be someone I'm not, I never would have got here. He looked at me and he goes, Chris, you cannot plant seeds of scarcity and grow an abundance forest. You must be it to see it. And he said, you need a coach. Information is great. Insight is better. But implementation, the best investment you ever make is to have someone who is paid to help you live your highest creative potential. I realized everything I was doing was wrong and was reinforcing that I was not it, that I was not super conscious, and that I was out of emotional alignment with what I really wanted. I realized all that stops me is structural, and I had to recreate how I orient to the world. And I was stuck in a sabotage pattern with my desire. My identity would have to die if I was to succeed in creating that reality. We've got a lot to cover this week, but I want to ask you all one big thing. Can I be your coach? Can I be your guide to learning to live super conscious? I'm not trying to say I've got more life experience than you. I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than you. I'm not going to say I've got more degrees than you. All I'm going to ask is, can I be your guide this week to show you what I know? And can you take what you like and leave the rest? Can you just be a willing and open student to acknowledge this? And it's true. You've probably been on the planet longer than me. It's true. You've probably had way more experiences than me. And I know one thing, and that's all I want to show you how to do, is how powerful you are and how you can connect to your superconscious and how you can create change. So if you can type in yes and acknowledge that you're willing and able to give me permission, we're going to have an absolutely wonderful week. In fact, tomorrow we're going to do a recode. Then we're going to step into intuition. Then we're going to do the double bubble. It is going to be an amazing, amazing, amazing week. So can I ask, have we had a good first day? Do we feel like we've covered some ground and there's been some big takeaways? If you're all in for the week, this is just the basics. I told you today was foundational learning. What I'd love you to do is go to the Facebook group or go to my email me in or Facebook me. Let me know, what are your top 3 highlights for today? This is the challenge of day 1. What are the 3 things that will make the biggest difference in your life from today? What do you love? You're powerful. This is just an opportunity to take some things that I love and to be able to turn it into what's true for you. You are so, so, so powerful. And I'm going to take you on this journey this week and over a year. If we end up working for a year, I'm going to take you on this journey. You are going to learn how you can yourself become the superconscious creator of your reality, how you can be one of those success stories, regaining eyesight, leaving behind old programs, letting it all go and stepping into your power. So I truly, truly, truly look forward to that. So I'd love for you, I will read every single one you post in the group. Tag me, email us back in. I'm thrilled to know how this work is touching you and what's exciting. Tomorrow we'll go same time, same place if you can make it live. If you need to do the replay, that's okay. Tomorrow, we are going to be doing a full closed eyes recode experience. We're going to aim for about 2 hours, okay? We're going to try to be under 2 hours every single day so that you guys can be good with your time. But have we had a good day 1? Have we had a good day 1? I love you all so much. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your good energy. Thanks for all your amazing comments. Top 3 things. Post your top 3 things in the group. And I'll be thrilled to read how this work is touching your life. So from me to you, I love you so much. Stay focused, stay magnetic. Let's have a great, 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 great week. Top 3 things that you learned today that are going to make the biggest impact. Top 3 that you love. Either email or post them in the group. See you tomorrow. Have an amazing rest of your day or evening or sleep, and stay magnetic. Bye. Welcome to day 2, everyone. Who's here? Who's here? Lots of people. So who's here and really got a lot out of the first day? Who's that? Can you guys, everyone can hear me okay right now? Can see me, those sort of things? I think that's all good. It's all working. So who had a great day 1? Because I did. I was thrilled with day 1. But let's kind of recap some of the things for day 1, because there was a lot. There was a lot we covered in day 1. We covered the human journey and how the personal development world has actually got us caught thinking that we're broken. How many of you loved that? You're not broken. You don't need to heal or fit. You don't need to do that to create amazing outcomes. In fact, it's so obvious to me when you look at it. There's no one way for anything. There's your way. You know, there's so many options for healing and so many options for health. There's so many options for transforming the way that your body is or creating money. There's no one way. However, when you look at all of the people who do successfully create, there's one thing that's common. And if you look at all the people who successfully fail, which is funny to say, but successfully don't create what you want, there's also a common denominator. And that common denominator is how they structure their reality. And that's a very, very, very deep concept. I think one of the hardest things to do is take big subjects and make them simple. And I believe yesterday we took some very big subjects and made them simple for us to be able to acknowledge and understand. You're not broken. You can create whatever it is that you want by accessing your truth and becoming it. By becoming it, it's not just becoming the one thing that you think you need, it's becoming all things. It's having no resistance to all things, right? When you have no resistance to all things, you're like a superconductor. You're super conductive. You can just move to wherever it is that you need to without resistance. It's like when you have no resistance, it's like being a beach ball. You can just go to wherever you want. And then obviously, if we take that beach ball, we need to make sure we set some boundaries so it flows to where we want. So, hey, yesterday was great. And I loved sharing that information with you. That information changed my life, has changed thousands of our clients' lives, and I hope it's going to impact you, impact your family, to be able to overcome our limited worldview, to rise up, to become super conscious, change the instructions and bring it back down so we can all create what we love. See, I don't believe that there's any problem to be solved. In fact, I believe the opposite. I believe that if you've got a challenge with anxiety, you don't need to focus on the anxiety. You just need to focus on creating confidence. As you create confidence, there is no anxiety anymore. But by focusing on the problem, you just get trapped in it. So, hey, it was a good day, wasn't it? It was a really, really good day. So a couple of housekeeping things. Firstly, you've all been sent a replay, okay? The replay is available in an online learning platform, and you've all been sent logins to it. Now, if you, for some reason, misspelt your email, you wouldn't have got it. Or if it went to spam or junk, or if you put in one email, you can't remember what email you put in, all right? It's not because we didn't send it. Okay, we sent it to whatever email you gave us. Now, it's also true that you might, who got their logins and they can go get it. Yeah. So a lot of you saying, I got it. And some are saying, hey, I didn't. If you didn't, can you please email assist, like a basketball assist, ASSIST, at consciouseducationcompany.com. In fact, do I have some team? Team, can you make yourself known? CEC team, Conscious Education team. Where's Conscious? There's some Conscious Education team. Could you guys type in the email? Would you be able to do that? So if you haven't got it, okay, so if you're on this call or you're watching the replay because we posted it in Facebook, I want you to be responsible for getting your own logins. Does that sound fair enough? So all you need to do is email that email address and say, hey, I'm in the 5 days. So maybe make the subject line 5-day logins or something like that. Does this seem reasonable? And now you've all been told. So if you see anyone in the Facebook group or in the chat worried, could you all help me and just say, hey, I'm not part of the team, but you should just email this email address and someone will be there. Cool, because that will solve a massive, that's a really good creation, hey? So I just want to create that we all can help each other. It's a really simple email address, assist, because you want an assist at consciouseducationcompany.com. That would really help me because there's many people here that oh, Chris, I didn't. It's all good. We don't know why you didn't get it. It wasn't because we didn't send it. So let's just create that you get your logins. That seems like a good plan. Now, second thing, you will have access to the 5-day recordings until Sunday. Okay, so this work is very deep. It's amazing work, but it is part of our high-level programs, and so it is not fair for me to allow you to have access forever when other people are paying for it. Does that seem right? So it's not fair. So what I am going to do is you're allowed it for the 5 days of the challenge. I'll give you 2 extra days to catch up and do the replays. Does that seem fair? So if anyone asks and they say, Chris, I've missed it, I've got a life, I wasn't able to be on, just can you tell them all, you got 2 extra days, and I think that's fair. This is our business. This is what we do. We choose to have a business that teaches people conscious education, that we call Conscious Education Company. And so we're going to give you 5 days and then 2 days to catch up if you want. Every day is going to be extremely valuable. You're going to get tons out of it. And we're choosing to have it that way. So everyone happy with that? So if you see anyone asking, help us out too. Say, hey, you've actually got 2 days to catch up. So you can binge watch Chris all day on a Saturday if you need. Everyone happy with that? So, try to be on live, but if you can't be, you can't be. So let's get into day 2. So welcome to day 2. I'm thrilled to be here with you again and be sharing this knowledge. Today, we are going to use the Superconscious to do a recode. Who's excited about that? We're going to show you how to recode the instructions using your Superconscious. Tomorrow, we're going to use intuition. Tomorrow, you'll learn to find your heart, what it is you really want to do in this world. The 4th day, we'll be going through removing the biggest resistance in your life, the biggest block, and the 5th day, bring it all together in a plan. So it's going to be an amazing few days ahead, and we did the foundational stuff yesterday, and so today we're stepping up to another gear, and we're going to take it to the next level. So I hope you guys are very, very, very excited about that. So hey, thanks for your good energy yesterday. It is such a dream come true, to be able to meet the people that want this information. We put a lot of information out there, and it's beautiful to meet people who want it. And then the people that actually come to day number 2, you guys are the ones going, yeah, this is really important to me to learn. So thank you for taking some time out of your day. I know that you've got many places and many things you could be doing with your time, many people who would like you to invest it with them. And so I really appreciate that you've decided to invest it in yourself and this learning. So let's all choose to get the most out of today, hey? Because time is the most precious thing. It's one thing we never get back. It's one thing we never get back. So do whatever you need to do to get the most out of this, because I'm going to do everything that I can to give you everything that is going to move you forward. So today we're going to talk about resistance. We're going to talk about structure some more, and we're going to talk about using the Superconscious to remove resistance. Okay. So we all know from yesterday that energy flows along the path of least resistance. We also know that what sets up that path is structure, and you have the ability to create and change structure. So let me give you a definition of structure. Structure is 2 or more points that are working together. A structure is 2 or more points that are working together. So an arm is a structure, a body is a structure, okay? A rocking chair is a structure because it's 2 or more points working together. Now, I'm in structure with this pen. If I put the pen down, I'm no longer in a structure with it, okay? So a structure are 2 or more points of information working together. Very important distinction. Tension is the disequilibrium between any of those 2 points. Disequilibrium. Tension is created by a disequilibrium. Now, you might not like the word tension, so you can just change it. Every time you hear me say the word tension, you might just write the word disequilibrium. Another word for tension is a disequilibrium. Another word for tension is pressure. There's pressure between 2. Another word for tension is a void. A void where there's nothingness, or a vacuum. You might have heard the statement, the universe abhors a void. Okay, so tension, tension, pressure, disequilibrium, and a void, they all seek a resolution. Okay, so in every structure, there is a tension. So my body, the way that my body is held up like this is through all sorts of different tension structures between bones and muscles and ligaments, and it's all held up. If anything changes the tension, something moves. Okay. Now, this is the same in your life. This is the same in your life. So when it comes to structures, there are 3 different types of structures. Okay. The first structure is an oscillating structure. This is the pendulum. An oscillating structure, when you put energy into it, moves forward and back, like a rocking chair, like a swing, like a pendulum. The second type of structure is a stuck structure. A stuck structure, doesn't matter how much energy you put into it, it doesn't move. The only way for there to be movement is the structure breaks. For example, a fence post is a stuck structure. Okay, the riverbanks are a stuck structure. In order for the water to flow outside of the riverbanks, it must break the banks. It's stuck. Okay, it doesn't oscillate. And then the other type of structure is a flowing structure. A skateboard is a flowing structure. A basketball is a flowing structure. You can tell what kind of structure you're in based or what sort of structure something has based on when you put energy into it, how it moves. You can tell what sort of structure it is based on when you put energy into it, how it moves. If you put energy into a basketball, it moves. If you put energy into a wheel, it moves. If you put energy into a swing or a pendulum, it moves and then it comes back. If you put energy into a fence post or a building, you push and push and push and nothing moves until you break it. In your life, the way that you're oriented to what you're creating is a structure. So you can have an oscillating structure. An oscillating structure is when your current reality and your desired reality go back and forth like a pendulum. Can I ask those who are here live, who has a result in their life that oscillates? When you put energy into it, it moves and then it comes on back. It moves and then it comes back. They even call this in dieting a yo-yo diet. But who has yo-yo relationships? Who has a yo-yo money? Who has yo-yo connection to their source? We all have and have acknowledged this. You know, some people call it self-sabotage, but we know that it moves and then it comes back. It moves and it comes back, okay? So that's oscillating. Does everyone understand oscillating? The reason why oscillation is created is this identity does not equal this identity. That's how it's created. The identity, as we talked about this yesterday, the identity fights it, true? So it fights it and it brings it back. So that's an oscillating structure. There's momentum, then comes back. Momentum comes back. The next type of structure is when the current reality is stuck. It's stuck. No matter how much you try, it doesn't move. It's like a fence post or a building. You push, who's got this in their life? Doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't move. It doesn't move. It's stuck. It's stuck. There's many reasons why a structure can be stuck. Okay. The first reason is that there's no defined end point. So this is stuck. This is stuck because the current reality doesn't know where it's going. In order to have a structure, you must have 2 points that have a tension between them. Tomorrow, we're going to make sure you get the right desired reality, okay? So the one way it can be stuck is if you have too many desired realities and you're doing this. Oh, what the hell? And you just take no action. The other way it's stuck is you have no desired reality. I don't want to create anything. Well, it is what it is. That's how it can be stuck as well. So the reason why anything is ever stuck is that there's no choice. There's no, this is where I'm going. So, and then there's the flowing structure. Flowing structure is what we all want to have. We want to have a structure that if you put energy into it, it flows. You should be able to say, I want to make more money. You put energy into it and you flow towards making more money. I want to have a healthier body. You put energy into it and it flows towards it. True. That's how life should be. That's how the universe works. You put energy into something, it should move. It should just go there. There shouldn't be any resistance. So how do we do that? Well, the current reality and the desired reality are actually different. There is a disequilibrium or a tension between the two. Void or disequilibrium. Does that make sense? There is a tension, void, or disequilibrium between your current reality and your desired reality, but not with your identity. Your identity feels the same. This is flowing. You have a certain amount of health or certain amount of money, and you'd like to have a different amount, but your identity won't change. Your identity won't change when you get there. You believe it's just as good. There's no difference in how you feel about life. You can turn up to this reality with millions of dollars and feel exactly the same as you feel now with the money in your bank account. You see? There's no, I'll be so much better when. This is how you flow. Because in this instance, you just move to it. You're just creating it, but there's no internal resistance to the creation because you have realized you are it. You are all of it. So this is what we must get to. However, most people live in a oscillating structure. Who agrees with that? Most people live, they make a bit of progress and they come back. They live in an oscillating structure. And I want to explain why and how this happens. Can you just imagine an imaginary woman? And this imaginary woman has low energy. So she has low energy. So she searches online and says, you should go to a naturopath. Goes to a naturopath, and this naturopath does all these sorts of tests and say, here's the foods you need to remove. Here's what you need to do. Do this, and then you'll be fixed. So she does that and gets a bit of energy. Feels great. Awesome. Feels good for a little while. And then there's that no energy thing again. So she goes, well, okay. And so she's talking to her friend, and her friend says, oh, what it is your energy's out of balance. You need to go to an acupuncture. Goes to an acupuncturist who tests the pulse, says this is where the needles need to go, sticks them in. Great. Feels awesome. Does a series of going back and getting acupuncture. Feels good for a little while, but guess what? There comes the no energy again. Oh, this is weird, she thinks. So she thinks, well, maybe it's an exercise routine. Maybe I need to take some time off. Starts taking time off. Starts doing yoga and meditating and balancing things out. Feels good for a little while, but then there it is again. So she goes to an allopathic doctor. Doctor says, oh, it's your thyroid. Take this medication. Takes this medication. Oh, thank you. Feels good for a little while. And then guess what? It comes back. Oh, it's I need to go to a chiropractor, an osteopath. It's my energy. I need to do tapping. And it's a never-ending cycle, and 30 years pass. And 40 years pass. And then all of a sudden, oh, you know what? We misdiagnosed. You've got fibromyalgia and it's autoimmune. There's no cure. You just got to take this for the rest of your life. Who's heard of a story like this? Constantly trying to solve the problem. Now I'll explain this even more. Can you feel the oscillation in this process? How about someone trying to make more money? They're trying to make more money, and there they are, and they think, you know what? Everyone who makes money has property. That's what I'll do. So they go, yep, I'm going to go do property. And then they do property for a while. It feels good. Something doesn't feel right. Someone tells them, oh, you know, I've got these essential oils. Oh, essential oils, right. I just sell those to 10 people who sell it to 10 people who sell it to 10 people. Essential oils are a good thing, must be a good business. They go do that. And they make a bit of money that way for a little while, but nothing really changes. So they increase their job, they get a new job, they get a new salary, then they start this next thing, you see? But then have they really changed the current reality, or are they just oscillating? Can you see this oscillation? Same in relationships, hey? Relationships, they go, oh, you know, sick of being single. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to have someone. I'm going to meet my other half. So they go on dates. They do this, and they go on dates, and they find someone. And for a while, it's great. Then they go start again. Oh, I'm just going to be single for a while. Then they meet someone amazing. They're so amazing. They tell all their friends how different this new person is. When the friends are like, that's exactly like every other person. And then they find the next, and they just keep oscillating. So oscillation by definition is when you put energy into a structure and all it does is moves forward for a while and then comes back. Now you've all heard and seen oscillation, and here's why it happens. It happens because we have been conditioned to look at the world as a problem that needs to be solved. We have been conditioned to put the power outside of us. Look, right now you have the ability to transform any health diagnosis, because put your body in the right conditions, give your body the right things, the right emotions, the right nutrient, you give it the right stuff, your body wants to be healthy. When you look at epigenetics and you look at DNA, you understand how that works, and that DNA controls proteins, which is the building blocks for life. You give the right instructions and you learn that you are the source code creating that, and that you understand this. You step into the reality, you do it. We've had eyesight return, diabetes be released, tumors be released, broken bones healing, all sorts of stuff that apparently, and by the way, the reason why so many people are coming back with eyesight is that the cells in eyes turn over fast. They're recreated fast, but also it's very obvious, you see, because they're always looking out of it. So they go, I can see again. Or, Chris, I was driving the other day and I didn't have my glasses on and now I'm driving. Do you see? So they just notice it more. It's not as noticeable if you no longer have the leaky gut thing, hey? It's not as, so you give your, so that's easy. Relationship, if you learn that you got to love yourself first, no one else can fill yourself up. You see, you can have it now. Money, when you understand that there is no amount of money that can cure a feeling that you're scarcity and can't love the moment. There is no amount of money that can cure that. Because see, we live in a world, where we have more access to more things now that the richest person in the world 80 years ago could ever imagine. Who knows that's true? Doesn't matter what money they had 80 years ago. Doesn't matter. They could not have what we have for basically just an average wage. Yet we're still conditioned that when I have more, when I solve this problem, then I can be happy. Let me know in the chat box if this is true. We're all conditioned that I cannot be happy now. It's only when. I cannot be healthy now until this. See, even when it comes to health, I don't think there's a person that's more than 5% unhealthy. Where's all my health experts? Where's all my health experts? Does every single person on this call have cancer cells coming and going all the time? Is it true? Is there any person that could really be more than 5% unhealthy and still be breathing? Think about it. But the person who gets a diagnosis focuses on that 5%. You see, not focusing on all the other things that are working fine. So here's my point. What creates oscillation is giving the power away and focusing on a problem that something needs to be solved, you see. So the lady in our example says, problem, I need to solve it. What that does is it collapses the possibilities into a problem. So remember we talked yesterday and we talked about how there's the cloud of all possibilities. When a person says, this is the problem, what are they really saying? They're saying, that has more power than me. If the problem is, I don't have enough money. Are you kidding me? For what? I can't be happy without enough money. Yes, you can. How dare you give money that power? I can't enjoy my life unless I cure this diagnosis. How dare you give this tiny little bit of ill health the power to steal from your life? Do you know what I believe? I don't believe we're living longer. I believe people are just dying longer. I don't see people living longer at all. They're not even living to start with. You know, what's the idea of living? It's like, I got to be healthy to live. Well, you're not even fucking living at the moment, you know? What do you love to do now? Are you doing that? No, I can't. I got to go do this and eat this crap food and do all this stuff. And I got to do all these things. To what? To then be able to live. Why don't you just live now? True? Is it true? I just feel like they're dying longer, which means they're not living. Obviously, living is dying, so they're not living. And so they give their power. They give their power away. They give their power away. They say, when I meet someone who's going to fill me up, it's basically saying, I can't fill myself up. So the problem reality is when we give the power away. Is it true? We give the power away and we say, that is controlling what I desire. That. Until I solve that, I can't be happy. When you're saying, until I solve this thing, I can't be happy, you've just observed the problem into reality. And you have just become a victim to that circumstance. You have literally just said that that thing is more powerful than your creative spirit, than your ability to own the moment. And you literally lose the game at this point. Because as soon as you say that that's a problem, remember, you are the observer. You say, that's a problem. And you say, so what I'm going to do is that's a problem. So I'm going to get over here to the solution. But as soon as I go to the solution, I've already said, this is my identity. This is who I am. I'm this problem. So what happens? You create oscillation. By observing a problem that you believe needs to be solved, you create an oscillating structure because you gave it the power. When someone comes to me, they say, hey, Chris, I've got anxiety. Can you help? Say no. Chris, I've got PTSD. Can you help? No. Chris, I've got money blocks. Can you help? No. No. Chris, I keep sabotaging my relationships. Can you help? Can't help. Can't help. Can't help that. What I can do is I can help you create confidence. And as you create confidence, there won't be any anxiety. But I won't relate to this identity.
I can help you create a happy, joyful life, but I won't relate to the identity that's sitting here in the problem. I can help you create a relationship that you love, but I can't solve your problem, because as soon as I engage in you in the problem, we as two observers create that as a reality in the source code. So our lady, she had herself observe her as a problem, the naturopath do it, the acupuncturist do it, her friends do it, the doctor do it. She had minimum 5 people going, you broken and you need this to fix you. That's 5 amazing, creative, powerful people saying, yeah, you're screwed. That's your problem. How could she then escape that identity with all these people holding her to that problem? And don't we see this everywhere? Hey, kid, you're not smart enough. Albert Einstein didn't speak till he was 4. You know, hey, kid, you don't run right. Hey, you're not smart. Hey, you're broken here. You're wrong here. You got to fix. You got to fix. You got to fix. You don't have enough money. You should save more. Oh, you know, your waist is too small. Your butt's too small. It needs to be bigger. It needs to be small. It needs to be this. You broken. You're never going to be successful until you fix yourself. Isn't it everywhere? That's why we all oscillate. This is why we all oscillate. This is why we all oscillate. Until you and I and the whole world accepts that right now we have the ability to experience everything we desire, the world will keep oscillating. It will keep fighting drugs, fighting racism, fighting inequality, fighting themselves, fighting, problem. Until we realize we have the ability to have it all now, access the magnetic moment, step into it and go, I have it all now, we will always stay in oscillation. Can you see? Because we can never escape it. As soon as we say, this is the problem and I'm going to try to escape it, what happens? 10 people all observe the problem. How about 350 people, 350 million people say, we've got a big problem. Let's all try to escape it. What keeps happening? The problem's still there. Instead, drop the problem. This is what we're going to create. And that's the shooting star. And here's where we are now. Let's go. To shift from the problem structure means stepping into a creative structure. A problem-focused structure oscillates. A problem-focused structure oscillates. A creative-focused structure flows. It's all about first intent. Who's enjoying today so far? It's all about first intent. We must stop seeing people as broken and step into creation. What do you want to create? What do I want to create? What would that be like? This is our first question. What do I want to create? Now, once we acknowledge what we want to create, then we must have it now. Anytime you're not experiencing it now, okay, you're giving your power away. I used to be a victim to thinking success would make me happy. Doesn't work that way. If you cannot experience it now, you have not conditioned all 3 aspects of you to be able to accept it. If you think there's something that you can't have now that something else will give you,
You're giving it the power. Does this make sense? You're giving it the power. You're saying that has the power over my life satisfaction. You're a victim to it. In fact, you're owned by it. You're prisoner to the idea that if you had health, you would then enjoy your life. But you can never get the health because your identity believes there's something wrong with you. And so it can never accept a reality that's designed to fix it. See, that's the problem. You spend a life saying, I need to fix this, I need to fix this, and you finally get it, but you can't accept it because you've been so busy trying to fix it. So everyone who creates stops looking at things as problems and goes and creates, you see. And that's very, very, very important to acknowledge. Very important. So whenever you're in the problem structure, you will simply keep on creating the problem. It will keep oscillating. When you're in the creative structure, then it's able to flow. So our steps, step 1 is choose what you'd love to have. Step 2, feel it, and feel it now. By feeling it now, you open the wizard's gate and you step into the magnetic moment, because a magnet will only attract what it is. When you open that gate and you open your awareness, you step in, you become it before it comes to be. You are it, you accept it, it is you, it is your identity now. You then ask, is there anything that stops me flowing towards that? If the answer is yes, then we use the superconscious recode to remove resistance and move towards it. That's how we flow. That's how we flow. Mm. Yeah, that's how it flows. The first step in becoming superconscious is to acknowledge you have the power to have it all now and live it. Acknowledge that you have the power to have it all now and live it. To do that, we use 4 choices. 4 choices. These 4 choices move you into a flowing structure. Okay. And it allows you to become the magnet of what you desire. This workbook is from our, we run a 12-month coaching program, and every quarter, every 90 days, we do this 3-day event. So it's actually day 2 of the event. We cover this even more. But here's the 4 core choices. And if you're on with me live, I'd love you to write them down. The first one is you choose to be the predominant creative force in your life, okay? The predominant creative force. Now, what that means is you're not the only creative force. You still will have kids, and you will still have family and friends and people on the highway, and they are the predominant creative force in their life, okay? You're just the main one. You're not the only one. You know, I have a laugh. You know, my Dalmatian loves to spew on the carpet, and that's really interesting when she does. And so my wife and I know that once she eats, most of the time she feels a need to spew it up again and eat it again. But we know this, and so she just stays outside after she eats. You see. So I'm the predominant creative force. I mean, if I forget and she eats and she's inside, there's spew on my carpet. She was a creative force. And I have to clean up dog spew. So I choose to be the predominant creative force. This is the first acknowledgement. You're not the only creative force. The second choice, these aren't in order, by the way. These aren't in order. I choose to love my life. I choose to love my life. It doesn't matter to me what diagnosis you have or how hard things are. You know, in this experience, we're going to have to face times where someone we love dies, you know, and you can still choose to love your life, but really have a couple sad days. Hey, that's okay. That's okay. So the second thing that we work on is I choose to love my life. This is before we get into your things you want to create. This just gets you into the moment. This just reclaims your power. The next one is I choose health and vitality. I choose it. And I know that if I give the right instructions to my cells and to my DNA, it will create the right proteins and create the right body. I know that. I'm powerful. I also know that if I've made prior, negative choices around this, it will take a while for the body to recreate how I want it to be. But I know that I'm powerful. I know I built this whole body. I know that there's an inner consciousness that built this whole thing. So I choose health and vitality, and I live it, and I feel it. I feel it and live it. And I choose to live my true nature and purpose, which is that I choose to be my fullest expression. Now, these are the four. Did someone type them in for me? I'd really appreciate it if someone could type them in the chat, so I don't need to share my screen or share this screen anymore. Thank you if someone has. Thank you. So maybe someone on the team, or maybe okay, cool. So look, where are we at in the journey? So we're here. Okay, these are the four choices. When you decide to become a creator and live the four choices, it actually takes some work. On this side, you're powerless, self-conscious victim. You're basically saying, until I have this, I can't be happy or I can't be satisfied. These four choices and connecting to your superconscious, this is the first step in becoming powerful. You must acknowledge that until you're able to live those four, what's the point of creating anything else? You see, like until you're loving your life, being the creative force in your life, being healthy and what's the point of having these other things? Hey, and if you think that those other things are going to give you that, you're simply in a powerless structure. You're saying those things have control over me. Has this point been made? Everyone on the, you must live these four. These four are breaking down how you have it now. Until you have these, truly, you're actually in the victim reality. And a victim reality, we don't like to admit this, but a lot of us are victim to, until I have the money, until I have the health, until I have the until I have this, I can't be, I'm not successful or valid. Okay. This is the first step. The first step in becoming super conscious is acknowledging your power to have it all now. Acknowledging your power to have it all now. Also, knowing that you might have 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years of conditioning that says you can't have it now until you have this. Who agrees? It takes a bit. In fact, I tell people minimum you got to work with me is 12 months. Like it takes a while to assimilate and actually live this. Is it true? Like I'm not saying, oh, there you go. Just, now you can have, I'm just letting you know, but it's just the truth. Hey, you are powerful. There's nothing there you can't have right now. There's nothing you can't have right now. If you try to tell me, you want to argue the point, no, Chris, I can't feel healthy and vital. That's the reason why you can't. When you choose, I'm going to choose to feel healthy and vital the best I can right now. And I know that it will build on itself, and I'm going to choose it, and I'm going to choose it, and I'm going to choose it. What will happen is it will build and it will be there. It is. Your body follows the instructions. When you choose to love your life, guess what will show up? Things that will help you love your life more, like a great job, a great business, a great amount of money, when you choose it. But until you say, well, until I have that, you're not in harmony with it, and you'll just oscillate. You'll simply just oscillate. The reason why I'm harping on a little bit about this is people always try to fight their power. They've been so conditioned and brainwashed, all their power has been taken from them their whole life. And basically they say, Chris, but I can't until I've solved, until I fix. So we'll do a little exercise here, okay? Let's do a little bit of exercise. What is something that you do not wish to experience in this reality? What is something you do not wish to experience? Like I do not wish to experience failure. I do not wish to experience being broke. Like, what is something you don't wish? Like something you would prefer to not have. Just what is something? Just type it in or acknowledge it. Some people are writing in fear, being broke, failure, smoking, being overweight, rejection, poor health. Yeah, cool. We all have stuff we would prefer not. You know, this is not a trick question. It's not a trick question. We all have things that we would prefer didn't exist. I would prefer to not be broke. I would prefer to not be rejected. I prefer a lot of things. So I just prefer these things. Okay, so just, you know, letting people down. Yeah. Stress. Yeah, cool. Being stuck. Okay. What I'd like you to do is whatever you've read in there, okay, we'll do a little exercise and it's going to be very valuable. So let's just do it. So what I'd like you to do is close your eyes. Close your eyes. Unless you're driving, close your eyes. And I'd like you just to actively resist that result. I'd like you to resist it. So I don't want that to happen. So close your eyes and actively feel the feeling of I don't want that to happen. Feel the feeling with your close your eyes, experience it. Cool. Stay with your eyes closed. And now, as you're experiencing not wanting it, experience how it feels to go after the solution. Okay? And just notice how it feels. This is what I don't want, and so I'm going to do this. Yeah. Now, just open your eyes and come back. Let me just ask, by resisting or rejecting it, did the problem disappear? Did it disappear? Did it get smaller or bigger? Yeah, that's right. It can't disappear because that's what we were focusing on. True? It can't. We were focused on it. True? But I told you, there's no trick question here. It's obvious why it didn't disappear. So let's do something different. Let's do something different. Let's do something different. So close your eyes. Close your eyes again. Close your eyes again. Now, with your eyes closed, it's going to take a bit of courage, and you need to put on your adult pants for this one. It's going to take a bit of courage. Close your eyes and just choose to get the most out of it. Choose to get the most out of it. That's it. I'd like you to accept that that is a possibility in this universe. I want you to accept that that is a possibility in this universe. Accept that it's possible. So close your eyes and accept that that is possible, just like you must accept a thunderstorm. Accept that it's possible. Accept that that thing that you're resisting is possible. Now, as soon as you accept it, truly accept that it's possible, now please accept every other thing that is possible as well. Accept everything else that is possible. Accept all of it. As you accept all of it, just accept it all to be possible, nothing else. That's all I'm asking. Now that you've accepted all the possibility, decide which one you'll choose to experience. And feel it. When you're ready, open your eyes, let me know. What happens when you accepted its possibility? We waste so much energy focusing on what we don't want. Anytime you're focusing on something that you don't want, you're just giving it the power and you're just literally breathing life into it. You're literally breathing life because life is energy and you're a creative energy. So by focusing on it, you breathe life into it. So it's no wonder that this lady, our made-up lady, it's no wonder that she keeps on finding the problem still exists. You see? So busy focused on the problem. This is what's wrong. This is what's wrong. Instead of creating. Can you see? There's no wonder that in every business, a person finds a way for themselves to still feel broke. Because they're so busy in this structure. They're so busy in this structure. Who's getting it? The common denominator in all unsuccessful manifestation and successful manifestation is structure. Structure always flows along the path of least resistance. Structure is created by you already being it, having no resistance. The correct flowing structure is created by where you put your focus. Didn't I have something else drawn out? Why won't that go across? My magic board. I'm sure I had something else. Structure is created when, I was rubbing it out before, wasn't I? That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. So the structure is created by where your identity is focused. You need your identity to be here, being it, having it all, so it could flow into this, or this random reality, or this random reality, or this desired reality. You need to be it. You need to be like the beach ball that can just flow to wherever you want, and then you choose it to go in one direction and then it flows there. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? That's how it is. So this is what we must do. We must learn how to have no resistance to being it so we can become super conductive and flow towards what we want. So we're going to do the recode, and I'm going to explain how the recode works now. Okay, so we'll do the recode. However, it's going to be a very awesome and intense closed eye session. So I'm going to do a bit of explanation now, and then we'll have a little comfort bathroom break, and then we'll do the session. So if you're sitting there going, I really need to go, just about 10 minutes of explanation, maybe 15, and then we'll do the closed eye exercise. Everyone feeling comfortable. Okay, does that sound good? So the way we're doing it, so that's it. So let's go. Let's go. When you choose to create something, you set tension. You say, I'm going to create this. This is where I am now. When you do this, okay, when you do this, your identity will show itself. It will say, but here's how you can't have that. If I was to say, you should just love your life now, type in a number one, if your identity gives you one reason why you can't just love your life right now. At least one reason. Well, I don't have enough money. I don't, blah, 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 blah. Right? Look at, you should see a bunch of ones in the chat box right now. It gives you these reasons why you can't have it. It's trying to make the case for its limitation. No, you can't have that now. So as soon as we choose it, resistance is forced up. Okay. This resistance, we can then use the superconscious to treat down, because resistance is only created for you to stay safe. Resistance is simply useful information from the past. Resistance is useful information from the past. Okay, that's all it is. It's not bad. It's not good. It's just useful, and it's in the past. It's like, who's heard the story of the elephant that was tied to the small stake in the ground? And when it was a baby elephant, it pulled and pulled and pulled and then gave up. It learned helplessness. It said, well, I can't pull that stake out of the ground. Then this elephant grew up to a big, powerful adult elephant. With a tiny piece of rope and a tiny stake in the ground, that elephant doesn't pull. Why? Because it learned in the past that's just a waste of energy. Well, that's the same as you. You learn things in the past that are not relevant to your adult self. They're not relevant. And these learnings are sleeping in your unconscious. Okay, they're sleeping like dormant memories, ready to pop up when you're to move forward. And what's interesting is you have many memories that are amnesic to you. They're amnesic, meaning you don't remember them because they happened pre-verbal, before you were speaking. Okay, so they're just literally symbols and metaphors and feelings sitting in the unconscious. Now, just to prove that you have many dormant memories, the higher the pain or emotion, or happy emotion or pain, the higher the emotion, the easier it is for the dormant memory to be relevant, and the longer it will stay sitting in your unconscious. So I'm going to ask you a question, but because I haven't asked the question yet, you don't have the answer. Obviously, but as soon as I ask it, a dormant memory is going to pop into your active experience. Okay, where were you September 11, 2001 when you heard the news? Look at that. Do you remember how it felt? Do you remember where you were? Where were you when you first learned someone you loved died? Where were you when you first saw your firstborn child come into this world? Can you remember that moment? Can you remember that moment? Now, as I told you, that memory was already there, hey? Remember your first kiss, your first, and other traumatic memories, they're there, but they were dormant. But it was dormant. Make sense? Dormant. So it wasn't there. Now, where is your mind? Where was that memory? They proved they can take different parts out of the brain. It's not in the brain. We have a mind that is outside this physical body. That's where it is, hey? Where is it? It's out there. And then we bring it in and experience it, okay? So you have an active experience. And this active experience, okay, has a self-conscious or thoughts, and it has an or subconscious, and has feelings. This is your active experience. This is what you're actively experiencing. In the middle here, and this is not in any sort of proportion, you have a main personality, okay? And this main personality is the main you that we get to experience the most. It's what you put out the front. Now, we have other personalities inside your active experience. If I was to ask you, and I'll just put P's for these, if I was to say, all right, you're about to take the rest of the class right now, and if you do, here's a $10,000 check. All of you will have a different personality show up. Go, right. Some say, I'll take it. Some go, well, I don't know what to say. So we have these different personalities, okay? These personalities, just like that memory, can get triggered up into the active experience from outside, or they can be sitting silently in the active experience, playing out underneath what's going on. Does that make sense? So maybe you're having a conversation with your significant other. You get up from the table and you take one step towards the kitchen, and for some reason, a family member or a child has left a really sharp little piece of Legos, like a Lego sitting there, and you hit your foot, and all of a sudden, this anger underlying personality just becomes the main personality. Who left the Legos here? Okay, now, so it's there, right? Maybe a dog spews on the carpet and you just go, ah. So you have some of these that are actually traumatic. And when they come in, they can provide a takeover. Does this make sense? They can provide a takeover. So all of a sudden you're going, yep, main personality says, yes, I want to make a lot of money. You're happily moving towards making a lot of money. Woohoo, let's go make some money. Then as soon as you go, your mentor says, go ask people to pay you the money. And you go, whoa, ho, 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 I just want to receive the money. I don't want to have to actually ask someone to buy something, you know, because something else came in. Or you make a whole bit of money and you feel guilty. Why should I charge them? You see, or you're there, you see a beautiful woman or a beautiful man on the other side of the bar and you think, wow, I should really go talk to them. And then you go, oh, but they might reject me. I'll just sit here with my drink. So what happens is we have other personalities, other aspects of us that have different emotions and thoughts and feelings that can get triggered into the active experience. Does this make sense, everyone? So when we do this work, as we choose the end result, we say, this is the result I want. As we choose it, all of these other personalities that are in the field, in our unconscious, show themselves. As it shows itself, we go, aha, I see you. I see you. I see you coming out here to resist this end result. You see that? So we pop it into our active experience. As soon as we pop it, we say, aha, I see you now. Then we can say, hey, superconscious. Superconscious can be yellow today. Can you guys see yellow? Yep. Superconscious, which is around everything. We say, hey, superconscious, do you see this? Or do you see this? It's causing resistance towards something we want to experience. Can we treat the emotion? Can that treat the emotion? And the superconscious goes, yes, we can treat it. And we go, great, let's treat that down because we're powerful and we created all of these aspects to protect us and to stay safe. Does that make sense, everyone? It's like what you want is at the end of a river. Let's say what you want is like a land of plenty, like everything you want, like just everything you desire is at this land. And this land of plenty is fed by a beautiful stream. Okay. And as the stream goes to the land of plenty, it gives the exact amount of nutrients and water for all the beautiful things you want to create, like the garden of your life. But what your unconscious has done has said, hey, we see that, you know, over there is a lot of money. You've never had a lot of money. Your family's never had a lot of money. So we're going to block that off because we don't know how that is. Oh, there's confidence. There's self-love. There's these things. we don't know how that is. So we're going to block off the things. And so instead of what's growing your truest expression, it's all blocked off like little dams. However, the superconscious created that to create safety. You go, well, we want to experience a good life, and it seems right. So when you connect to the superconscious, it's like pulling all the sticks and stones and boulders and rolling them out the way so that the water can just flow. You get to keep all the information. You just remove the emotional resistance. You don't have to forget what happens. You just don't have to have the emotion flaring up to stop what it is you want to create. Does that make sense? It's like a football field, and at the end of the football field, there's a goal that you want to get to, and little gophers have popped up to block you getting there, blocked up, and the amount of dirt is there. And you just say, hey, superconscious, do you see what's in the way? And superconscious will just remember how it created that and just smooth it all over. So there's a playing field that you can go towards. That's how it works. That's how it works. So what we do is we must understand that all things, how's everyone doing, by the way? We're nearly there. We're going to do the recode. Is everyone good? Everyone good? Everyone enjoying this? So here's what must happen. You must acknowledge that all things that exist in the invisible and in the visible. Everything that's created is always created twice, first in thought, in the invisible, and then in the physical. Think about ice. So about here, I guarantee you that here in my hand, this is ice at a different vibration. It's called water vapor. It's called moisture in air. Make sense? It's just a different vibration of ice. Ice is just slowed down. And what does it do in the middle? Well, it's water. It's water. So we have a physical reality. Or can you guys see yellow? No, yellow's not a good color. Red. Let's go with red. Oh, let's change it up. Let's go this bluey color. Can you guys see that? Yeah, cool. Okay, so this is ice. You want to have a different current reality. Your current reality is kind of like ice. It's kind of in a stuck or fixed position. Does that make sense? It's kind of in a stuck or fixed position. Now, as we know, ice can move up to a cloud. In between that, it's water. So what we must do is when we do this process, you will start out in your body, which is just a lower density of the creation you want. You will raise up and out, as the alchemists say, up and out. I will have you close your eyes and you'll connect to the cloud. When you're a cloud, when you are this consciousness, a cloud can easily change its shape. It can let go of this bit. It can change its shape. And then we can bring it back down through water drops into the fixed reality that you're creating. Does this make sense? So what we do is we come up and out. We stop being self-conscious. We stop being unconscious, and we come up here to superconscious. But are you being something different? No, you're just coming from a different perspective of the same you. Because the cloud is just a different vibration of ice. Does that make sense? So here's how we do the session: is we all close our eyes, and I help you to connect to the superconscious. In fact, You're just going to give me permission to connect to your superconscious, because we're actually all in the same consciousness field. We're all drops in the same ocean. So you're going to give me permission. I will connect to that aspect of you. I will bring up the resistance for the whole group. And then I will give commands to release all of this stuff that was holding you back, so that only what is left is the bit that you want. And then you'll bring that down into reality, because you're powerful. You are the superconscious. You will move from your self-conscious to your unconscious to your superconscious. And as you move yourself up, then I will help and join you, and we'll bring it back down and create a new reality. So, if everyone's ready to do this, we're going to have a quick comfort break so that everyone's ready. So 5-minute break, be fast, 5-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to go through the process together. I'll be sitting down and we'll take 5 minutes right now. So I'll turn off my camera and my audio. So when you hear me speaking again, it means we've started. 5 minutes.
All right. I guess that's been five-ish. Has it? I think so. We'll give everyone a minute or so to come back, eh? So just in the chat box, hey, who's having a great day too? Yeah. Who's still all in for the whole week? Going to be here. Actually, let me ask while we've got a minute. Who's thinking this is something they really must learn? Who wants to be part of this for the whole year? Just let me know if you'd go, you know what, I got to be a part of this. So if you do, Saturday we'll give you an opportunity. It's going to be really an amazing opportunity for a few of you to spend a year getting mentored in this work by us. So good energy, really good energy, really good energy. So we're going to do the recode. The 5 steps to the recode are very clear and very important. So let me just grab those notes up. Just going to find them. Yeah, so these steps, here they are. Can you guys see that? There we go. Can everyone see those steps? The 5 steps to consciously create your desire. Those visible. Is that big enough? Is it big enough? Try to make it bigger. Okay, I'll try to make it a bit bigger if I can. There's a zoom button here. How's that? Is that better? Okay, so these are the 5 steps. The first thing we do is we choose a true goal. Okay, now I'd like you to choose one of the core 4 unless there's something else you really, really want to work on. Okay, then we go into structural tension. Okay, then we get into emotion of the end result. And then we recode any resistance. And then the last step is for yours to take and yours alone, which is you must go take action on it. Life is an action sport. It's an adventure. So we'll go through these steps and we'll have a great session. So to set us up, could everyone choose what they would like to create? Okay, remember, we're not problem solvers here. So you must choose what you're creating. So what would you like to create? Now you can type it in, or you can just type in a number 1 or do the little, whatever you need to do when you've done it. But when you choose, start with one of the core 4 if you like. That would be my advice. Or if there's something else you really, really, I'm already living those core 4, Chris. I've got something that I want to create. Okay. Cool. Awesome. So just let me know when you're done. At least type in number 1. So make sure it's a result you can experience. Like not not something like I want to create clarity or I want motivation. Those aren't end results. So I specifically write it. I choose the end result of, so that I remind myself that the energy is in the end result. So maybe one of my team will type in the core 4 if you need a reminder about them, but I think everyone here has got it. Okay, so the second step is I just want you to acknowledge, compared to that end result, where are you now? Okay, so this is setting up the structure. So step number 2 is I choose this. And what is it like now? And all you're doing right now is setting up 2 points. Because remember, a structure is just 2 points of information. Okay. So what would I like to create and what's it like now? Just type in number 2 to honor, where I am now. So I like just go, well, here I am. This is what I've got in life now. I'd like to
create health and vitality. Right now, I'm still caught up in the problem of this diagnosis. Or I'd like to create a life I love, but right now I feel like I don't have enough money and I'm limited, or and blah, blah, blah. I'd like to create living my true nature and purpose, but I'm so scared of rejection, or, whatever it is. So just a number 2 when you've got it. Okay. All you're doing, it's very simple. It's not emotional at this point. You're just acknowledging 2 points to create a structure, which is good. So just acknowledge it, acknowledge your truth. It's all good. Just acknowledge it. Don't judge it. Just tell the truth. It's just 2 points of information. You're simply just 2 points of information. In fact, time is just 2 points of information working together. But that's another seminar. Time collapsing. One of the meditations we have in the masterclass is called quantum jumping, how to completely shift timelines. But let's stick to the now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put energy into the structure. When we put energy into the structure, what's going to happen is you'll feel it, you'll be able to go into it. You might start already noticing some resistance. Okay. So the way that we do this, I'd like you all to do this with me, whether or not you've typed in or not, it's all good. Wherever you are, I would like you to close your eyes and visualize and experience the end result as though it's completed now. Okay. So close your eyes and choose it. Just close your eyes and follow my instructions. We're still setting up the structure. With your eyes closed, say to yourself, I choose the end result of whatever the end result is you're creating. I choose the end result of. And it feels like, and acknowledge how it feels. I choose the end result of health and vitality, and it feels like energy and fun and joy. It feels like smiles and a holiday. It feels so good. Just allow yourself to go into it. I choose the end result of living my true nature and purpose, and it feels purposeful. It feels fun. How does it feel? It feels motivating, inspired. It feels like Christmas. How does it feel? So I choose the end result of. And how does it feel? Acknowledge how it feels to have that now. How good does it feel? How many ways can you choose it? I choose the end result of a life I love, and I can experience so many, and it feels like this, and it feels like this. That's it. And once you've chosen it and it feels good and you've allowed yourself to witness it, just acknowledge it. I choose that. That's what I'm choosing. And allow all aspects of you, self-conscious, unconscious, and superconscious, to acknowledge the choice. This is what we're choosing. We choose this, and acknowledge your power. I'm choosing this reality. This is what I choose. For no reason, this is what I choose, and this is how it's going to feel. Great. Open your eyes and come back. Open your eyes and come back. So now let's acknowledge what's in the way. Okay, so when you think about that end result and creating it, what's in the way? Okay, what's in the way? What beliefs are in the way of you having that now? What beliefs or thoughts? And open your eyes and you can write them down, you can type them in, or you can just acknowledge them with me. Okay. What do you believe or think about yourself in relation to this end result? What do you believe or think? You might think, well, I need to have money to make that happen. I need to have better skills to make that happen. I'm not smart enough. People always let me down. I think that it's hard. So what do you think? What do you believe about yourself? What do you think and believe about the end result? And just allow it to be true, just acknowledge what you think about it. You're a human, you're allowed to have a self-consciousness. It's fine. We all do. So it's just acknowledging what's in the way of the creation. What do you feel? What do you feel that's in the way? Like I feel anxiety, or I feel frustration, or I feel like it's never going to happen, or I feel fear. What do you feel? Nice. What inner conflicts do you have? Oh, I really would love to have that, but I know I can do it, but what buts do you have? And so as you just acknowledge all of the resistance that you have created, okay, remember you created all this resistance. None of it is necessarily true. It's all just created, okay? As you acknowledge all of this resistance, out of 10, where would you scale? Where would you put this resistance? If 10 out of 10 is like the dam is blocking the whole stream, and 0 out of 10 is, Chris, it's flowing, where would you put your resistance to this? You can't put 20, it's out of 10. Don't be dramatic. You can't put 100, it's out of 10, okay? 10 is completely blocked. 0 is completely flowing. Okay, so acknowledge it, and you created it. You created it. You don't need to know why you created it. You could have been a 2-year-old creating this resistance, but just acknowledge that, obviously you created it, and not everyone in the world has this. And so you're the creator of it. Hey, maybe you inherited it, but just acknowledge you created it. That's all. It's your creation. I created this. Cool. That's all you got to do is just acknowledge it. I created it. It's mine. This is my creation, and it's all good. Once you create it, once you realize I was a creator, you bring it in. Then we can have some fun. So just acknowledge that you're the one. Either you're superconscious, self-conscious, unconscious. You're the one that created this. You're the one that held on. You must acknowledge. Hey, can everyone acknowledge it? It's you. It's you. It's you. Maybe you listen to people or whatever, but it's you. Okay, it's you. That's it. So it's all good. It's your choice. And now you're going to choose something different. So we're going to do the recode. The recode is a closed eye process. So whenever you're ready and you're choosing to let go of that resistance, you close your eyes. So you close your eyes, and we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun being super conscious. So no more typing in the chat box. Acknowledge you created it. Close your eyes if you're doing the process. And for all of those of you on the recording, we're about to create something very powerful for you to tap into. So as you close your eyes, set the intention for yourself to get the most out of this process. Set the intention for everyone in the group to get a lot out of this process and create a beautiful field. That's it. And just connect to yourself. With your eyes closed, just connect to yourself and connect to your heart. That's it. Just choose to connect to your heart. Almost connect to your heart and allow yourself to connect to the field around you as well. Like, every breath in, imagine that the field or the air around you or the universe is breathing out. And as you breathe out, everything around you is breathing in. And just feel connected. Just allow yourself to feel connected. That's it. Allow all the learnings over the past 2 days to just be there. Take a few big breaths. That's it. Now, please, just in your mind and in your heart, just give me permission to connect to your field. Something along the lines of, I give Chris Duncan permission to connect to my field for treatment today, to increase satisfaction and decrease pain. But you can just say, I give permission,
Oh, thank you. And just staying centered, just giving me permission. Wow, there's a lot of you on this call. I'm going to use muscle testing to know what we should work on. I'm going to refer to you and everyone else on this group and the field. I'm using one name, the Superconscious. So let me just get a connection, get a read on this. Superconscious, are you there? Yes, great. Okay, awesome. Superconscious, do you understand the treatment process, the metaphors, and how it works? Do all aspects and parts desire to have this treatment? There's a few people here that have got half their brain on the process and half their brain wanting to work it out. I'd like to say to those people, there's a replay. You can watch this again afterwards. If you choose to just watch with your eyes open, that's your choice. And I would prefer, as your teacher, that you just enjoy the session. I'd like to let you all know you're in control. I'm going to give you some commands. There you go. So Superconscious, can you please ask all aspects and all parts that desire treatment to communicate? Yep, thank you. To communicate with the Superconscious on how treatment works. Great. All right. So just with your eyes closed, I'll let you know when to open them. Expect nothing. Hey, just notice everything. Superconscious, do you see this choice? Please choose it. Do you see what we choose? Do you notice it? Can you see all the created resistance to this choice? Yes. Okay, great. Here we go. Okay, we'll start with the commands. Each command I will give to your Superconscious on what to treat. You may experience something, you may experience nothing. Superconscious, are you there? Can you please treat all fear and worry about unintended consequences? Yes, please treat it and do a massive change history as needed. Thank you. Just let that wash over you. The words massive change history is simply what it is. Superconscious, please treat the bottom chakras, the fear in the stomach, the fear about letting other people down. Please treat that, do a massive change history, and everything is needed. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Superconscious, please treat identity beliefs about this end result. It's hard, I'm not able, I'm not worthy. Please treat these sort of beliefs and replace them with flowing beliefs. Please treat, do a massive change history. Thank you. Just stay with your eyes closed. Just experience what you experience. It's fine. Superconscious, can you please find the original event? The original event that was that created all this resistance. It might be in this timeline or passed down through a family member. Please find the original event. Can you find it? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Please find the original event that once treated will cause all other events to simply reorganize. Superconscious, find that event and please do a full Superconscious recode, massive change history as needed. Thank you. Wow. Just feel into your hearts. You don't need to do anything. Just stay with it. Notice what you notice. Superconscious, please treat the belief I'm not allowed to have what I desire. Please treat the grief
associated to that and do a massive change history as needed. Thank you. Superconscious, please treat body systems, especially the neurological connections in the left hemisphere of the brain. Please treat and do a massive change history as needed. Okay, we're going to let that just settle for a moment or two. Just take a few breaths, let it all settle. We're going to have a little halftime break in the recode. So when you're ready, for those of you who can, I'd love you to open your eyes and let me know in the chat box how you're going. What are you noticing? You can open your eyes and come back if you like. Beautiful. Beautiful comments. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. You're powerful. Okay. If you need to see what other people are writing, many of you are just typing in directly to me. So you might need to change a setting that others can see what you're writing in. It's nice for others to see that others are having great experience too. Okay. So the reason why I have a break is sometimes the first time a person does the recode is they're thinking that Chris is going to do some sort of weird magic. Instead, we're connecting at a different level, a superconscious level, and I'm just assisting you. Okay, I'm just helping you to do it. I'm just giving you instructions. Does this make sense? I'm giving you instructions. I'm here, you're there, and we are non-local energy structures at the highest vibe. If you ever wondered how a live sports game can get telecast across the world, you realize just the insane speed of energy transmutation. We're simply not just local. So what you must do if you want to get the most out of it is understand that you are a powerful creator and you're so much more than your limitation. And so when we go back in again, this won't be for everyone, but for some of you, I'm going to treat the belief that you're not super conscious. Does that make sense? I'm going to treat the lie that you have made up that you're not super conscious, because you are. How else did you create this amazing body? What else is this innate intelligence that turned a sperm and an egg into a human that looks just like your family? How else can you explain that DNA is only got a few different pairs and that there's only 26, 23,000 genes that produce over 100,000 different proteins that can be turned on and off, upregulated and downregulated to create everything from eye color to height to length of arms? Your innate intelligence, you're super conscious, you're above your limited perspective. You can't explain it any other way. True. So we'll treat that belief and then we'll continue and just choose to get the most out of it. No one's got any expectations or anything here. The superconscious isn't some God outside of you. It's you. It's an aspect of you, okay? It's you, and it's me, and it's everyone else. So no more chat box. I won't be looking at it. So close your eyes with me if you choose to get the most out of it. Just choose to get the most out of it. Acknowledge if you've got resistance to the idea that you're superconscious. Superconscious, are you there? Give me permission, please. I need your permission. I need your love. I give Chris permission to connect. And just feel safe. You just do what you like, you know, whatever you want to get out of this. Superconscious, please treat the inner denial of your existence. Do a massive change history and everything is needed. Thank you. There we go. Superconscious, please create a bubble, a big bubble of everything that is causing resistance to the end result for you. It could be definitions of yourself, others, the world, judgments, could be emotions, events, anxieties, fears, worries, doubts, broken promises, family entanglements, could be family history, could be broken promises. Just superconscious, find all resistance to flowing to this end result. Thank you. Please treat all the resistance for every person here live and on the recording. And please treat it in the perfect way, the perfect order to a massive change history as needed. Thank you. Just imagine this big bubble of resistance melting, like a big ice block melting down. And as it melts down, just notice that that water is feeding the end result that you're creating, and step into that end result. I choose to be this. I choose to have this end result. I choose to experience it, a life I love, health and vitality. I choose it and I'm powerful. I choose to be the predominant creative force, or my true nature and purpose, or whatever it is. I choose it. Superconscious, please ground into this memory. Please ground all the memories we have touched back into the matrix of the universe and reconnect this to all things. Notice it growing roots into your superconscious field like neurons. I choose this end result for all of you. I choose for you to have it. I choose for you to be powerful. Take some big breaths. And when you're ready, open your eyes, feeling integrated and back. And when you're here, when you're back, let me know. Let me know out of 10, where's your resistance to that end result now? I should have asked a better question. How about you put your first resistance and then how it changed? So like 10 to 2 or 4 to 1, that's a better. Or if you can't feel it, that's a 0. Thank you, that's better. Look at all of that, wow. If you don't know where it is, that's a 0. What resistance? So, who just had a great experience? Welcome to the world of the superconscious and welcome to your true power. Welcome to your true power. Welcome to your truth. I'm so honored to be someone that is part of your journey of waking up to your true consciousness, all aspects of it. Hey, I love you so much. It's incredible to lead this and lead you through. So thank you for the opportunity. Hey, it's a dream come true. You are super conscious. You are powerful, and there is no aspect of you that's broken. You just got to learn to operate from this part of you and stick with it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful stuff, everybody. So tomorrow we've got an amazing session. Okay, tomorrow we're going to go into your land of plenty and help you to use the superconscious as an intuitive aspect of you to be able to see what is true for you to create in this lifetime.
I'd love for you all to be there. If you're watching the replay, I've got such love for you as well. I know that life is life, hey? Try your best to be here live. Remember, if you've got any questions, please email us at assist@consciouseducationcompany.com. The replay will be available in a couple of hours from now. It takes us a little while to get it, and you will get access to the replay. You'll have access till the last day. Please do one thing. Please do one thing for me. Please go to the Facebook group and let's excite everyone to make sure that they watch these sessions. Would that be okay? There is thousands of people in that. And if you can help me, the only thing I want to get this work to people. And so if you can go tell everyone in the group, hey, it was a really amazing session, make sure you're on. And just so you know, we're just getting started. Welcome to your first session. It's going to be an amazing week. So please make the time. Tell your family you've got an important thing to do this week. It's important. It's just important, you know. It's important. You must be here this week. There's no other way through it. This is a very important week, and I'm here for you at no cost for the whole week to give you my best. And we're just getting started. Each day is going to build on it. So, you know, watch it, obsess about it, because this is your true conscious education. You know, I don't know another company that's teaching it to this depth. So you need this. It's the truth, and I know that you guys feel it. So please get in that Facebook group. If you're not on Facebook, send me an email about what you loved. You know, as a teacher and as someone that enjoys sharing knowledge that he's been so blessed to receive, one of the best things I can receive is great feedback from people saying, oh, Chris, this was awesome. This was great. Remember, take what you love. Take what you love and leave the rest. There's no judgment here. You be you. It's all love. So thank you, thank you, thank you. See you same time, same place tomorrow if you can be live. And please remember that email, hey? Just assist@consciouseducationcompany.com. You take responsibility for getting the replays. Just email us and we'll reset your password, okay? Love you. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Stay magnetic. All right. Hey, everybody. Let me just get myself set up. How are we all? Hope we're all good. There we go. I think that's everyone that I needed to make a panelist. I think that's done. So welcome to day 3. Welcome to day 3 of our amazing challenge that we've got. The challenge to become super conscious, to live super consciously, to turn our thoughts into things, to live from our heart and take our heart into the world. It's a good challenge. It's a good challenge. So we'll wait for everyone else to join us. And while we're waiting, how about we kind of associate ourselves to what we've been going through this week? Does that sound like a good starting point? Fantastic. So day number 1. Day number 1 was foundations, wasn't it? Really introducing you to this work. And day number 1's theme was that you're not broken. That you're not broken and that you're not the common denominator. In fact, no one is the common denominator in success and failure. You can't pinpoint one way of being. There's no one way. And many people choose to fight that. Say, you know, no, I've got to improve myself. No, there's something wrong with me. No. And what happens is as they believe that, they give the power to that they need to fix themselves, and therefore that becomes their life.
Do you see how that happens? It becomes, they give the power to it because it becomes their reason. They become a victim to this idea that they must fix themselves, you see. And so it's not that improving yourself is a negative thing. It's the idea that you must improve yourself to succeed. True? Does that make sense? It's not that, growing or improving or removing obstacles is a bad thing. It's that you build an identity that must be what has to happen in order to succeed. Just having a look at some of the comments that have come in. Well, I said that there was a good New Zealand accent, wasn't it? Comments sometimes just flies in there. So it's very important to understand that structure is the common denominator, isn't it? Structure. And who learned that on day one? You look at any successful person, it's not because they became perfect that they were able to achieve what they were able to achieve. It was that they didn't focus on their ways that they are dysfunctional. They didn't try to fix it. They just stayed and they kind of rose above it and focused in a different way. And we're going to talk more about that. Well, not more about that today. We've got something else to cover today, but it will all be building around this premise. So, today is going to be a great day, but I believe day one was a really awesome day. Who here has seen day one? Type in a number one if you've done day one, if you're up to the challenge. Beautiful. Look at all those ones coming in. Very nice. Very nice. Who's done day two? So day two was a good day yesterday. Was there anyone that was their first ever recode? You've never, ever done a recode before. Was yesterday some people's first recode? I got some great emails and some feedback from people about their very first recode. I don't know about you, but I remember my first one, and I was so full of grief. My best friend had been killed in a motorcycle crash about a month before, and I did a session with my Superconscious, and the anger, the grief, the hurt, the upset, the victimness, it just melted away. And it was the strangest thing after the recode. Like I still remembered that it was painful. I still remembered how I didn't love it, but I didn't have this dread and this energy in my system just sucking me down. So it was like I still remembered the bad thing that happened. It wasn't like I got amnesia to it. It was still there, but it just didn't have the open wound. If someone gets a graze on their arm, and it's an open wound, and you just put a feather across it, that person's going to jump. Hey, they're gonna jump because it's an open wound. But if that wound was healed, and you put that same feather, apart from being like, why are you rubbing a feather across my arm, you strange person? Apart from that, there wouldn't be any pain. Hey, and so the open wound is the pain. Makes sense? The open, and that's why we must realize that it happened. And so if you had a good recode yesterday, or maybe you just had an okay recode, what you'll notice is that you no longer need to carry that pain with you. Look, bad things happen. Is it true? Bad things happen. Hey, bad things can happen. It's part of it. I don't like the idea that we create everything. I don't like that. I don't like the blame it can put on the individual. I believe that we create our response to everything, and we're in a co-created universe. And the reason why I bring that up is imagine you're a mother and you have your baby toddler, and that baby toddler, for a moment just is out of your eyesight and just wanders down the pavement, and someone reversing out the drive doesn't see the toddler and hits them. I mean, you couldn't say the mother created that. There's some teachers out there that want you to, it happened, hey, and it was bad. True. I mean, can you see how that's Can you see how that's a thing? And so I don't believe that we create absolutely everything. I believe that we live in a co-created universe. Does this make sense? And it allows us to know, okay, well, that bad thing happened, and then I get to choose how I create my response to that. And that just makes a lot more sense to me. I once had this teacher and was like, well, Chris, how did you create that? You got angry at this freaking a week ago, and then now this is happening. That was it. And I remember just thinking how absurd this person is, telling me, well, because I got angry at something earlier in the day, that something later in the day reflected that. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It takes the power away from everyone else, and it can't make any sense. Imagine if you try to tell everyone you are the only creator. Well, who's doing the other creating? I see other people in my life. Don't you guys see other people? And aren't they supposed to be creating everything as well? So mathematically, it doesn't work. If you're the 100% creator and I'm the 100% creator, wait a second, like mathematically, I've got a logical brain. You bring that down, it doesn't make sense. So we live in a co-created universe, and creation, we all are powerful. Is it true? Let me know if it's true. We're all powerful. We're all creating, and some people's creation looks like destruction to another person. We're all creating. We live in a co-created universe, and it is co-created. It is co-created, and that's just obvious. We're all 100% creators, and so at times other people's creation is stronger than yours. You see, other people's creation, other people's focus, other people's vibe is stronger than yours. So you fall into their creation. And that's okay, because you can't be the most powerful creator in every moment, hey? In fact, I sometimes love when my wife creates an amazing dinner and I get to just receive it. Does this make sense? I get to receive it. And then also, if I get to just receive it without having to be the focused creator, there's also times when things that I don't want get created. And I'm like, well, I had to experience it. And that's just true. It's just true, isn't it? So I want to acknowledge bad things happen, and that's okay. That's okay. Many teachers that I studied under, they wanted to always have the reason for everything. And they would waste time trying to find the reason for everything. In fact, there was even one teacher who said, Chris, turn all your pain into a profit. You start a business around your pain. Or because of that, you should help others with that thing. And it kind of makes a bit of sense, doesn't it? That makes a bit of sense. But here's the downside of it. Imagine if the only way that you orient to creation is if something bad has to happen. So because of that, I'm going to do this. Imagine if that's what you teach your superconscious. There's something bad has to happen. Let your mess become your message. Basically saying that the only thing you can help or only thing you can do is based on a negative. That's a ridiculous way to create. Imagine if you taught that to your daughters and your sons. That, wait for a bad thing to happen and then that's going to help you create what you want. What a ridiculous way to orient your life. Yet well-intended people are out there telling you that, aren't they? And so, look, yesterday, day two is you return the power to you. And I want to send you love. I'm not more powerful than you. You kidding me? We're all equal. You have the absolute power to create whatever it is that you choose to focus on. Absolutely. I'm just as much of a guru as every single one of you. That's it. We're all powerful. That's it. There's no, we'll sit down when I'm teaching and you're learning. Well, that's great. I'm teaching and you're learning, and I'm sharing some knowledge and you're taking what you love. And then, we go out for a glass of wine and I'm Chris and you're you, and we sit down and have a glass of wine, hang out. You're just as powerful. Hey. And that's very important. Yesterday's session is me helping you to get your power. You see, to find your power, because you're super conscious, I'm super conscious, and we all are. And it's you returning to having that power as well as being able to live self-conscious and have your own human experience, because you want to have your own human experience and I want to have my own human experience. So today's going to be a great day. In life, we have the ability to create. By the way, who's ready for day 3? Who's ready for day 3? Let's do this. You're powerful. Day 3 is going to be great, and look, I believe that my work and our work is the best. And I believe it's the most thorough, most true. And, right now there's a seminar on by probably the most influential guy in the world, and guy in personal development. And he's going to have everyone believe that unless they change their beliefs, they can't have what they want. He's going to have everyone believe that they need to write down all these ridiculous things that will finally make them happy. He's going to make them believe that they can trick themselves into stop believing certain things. He's going to try fuckery. That's a real word. He's going to try, and they try to trick you like, well, we'll say the belief in a different way. Hey, Sheena, we'll rephrase it. We'll trick ourselves. And so just type this in and write it down. Invisible instructions. Invisible instructions. If you have to trick yourself into believing something else, what are you really telling yourself? If you have to trick yourself, you're telling yourself you're a liar. If you have to walk around the room and go, I am powerful, money loves me, I love money, I am powerful, I am this, I am that, but you're not, what are you really adding to all of these? I'm a liar, I lie to myself, and it creates this weird distrust between the different aspects of you. Doesn't it? It's like, well, who's tricking who? See, when you acknowledge that it's okay to have doubts, and it's okay to have that, but you don't live there. When you know that that's okay, you stop giving it the power. You rise up. You go from ice to water to steam. You rise up. You leave what you don't want to give the power to, and you give the power to what you want. And what happens then? Then that grows, because you give the attention to what you want. If you have to keep tricking yourself into what you believe, what are you giving the power to? You're giving the power to your dysfunction. You're giving the power to, I must lie to myself. I must change myself. I must trick myself. I must force myself to do something else. Can you see the disintegrity it builds inside of someone? Can you see the disintegrity if you have to try to, be different? I've had a really beautiful experience of creating a lot of money. And, our businesses do well over $1 million a month. And yet I still see people out there online telling us that we must feel abundant in order to make money. And it's just not true. You just must feel how you want to feel and then go make money. They're not connected. And there's just so much that out there. And that's why I'm doing this. That's why it's free. That's why it's so in depth, because you're not broken, you're powerful. And what you give your focus on will grow. If you give invisible instructions that this aspect of you is more powerful, if you give invisible instructions that you have to trick yourself to be successful, if you give invisible instructions that you're not valid the way you are, that's just what you'll get back. True? Isn't it true? That's just what you'll get back, because you're the creative force. You're the creative force creating it all. So what do we do here? Okay, what do we do in Magnetic Mind is we take you on a journey to regain your power. So it's our 12-month program is the last program you ever need. It's the only one you ever need. Once you do it, that's it. You'll have your power. You'll be able to do it. So we focus on helping you find what you love and take it into the world. Find what you love and take it to the world. Mayans have a great saying that summarized, mother's job is to show you your heart. Father's job is to take you to the highest hill and show you how to take it into the world. Yet most of us come into this world and create a limited perspective of who we are based on our relationship we have with parents or absence of our parents. So we want to help you to find your heart and take it into the world. Yet most people are simply not doing that. Most people are creating goals just to resolve how they feel incomplete. Please write that down. Most people have actually just designed goals that are designed to complete themselves. There are only goals there to resolve how they feel incomplete. And I'm going to explain this. Today is about you finding true choice. What is true? There is a massive difference, like chalk and cheese, between someone who's going for things to resolve how they feel incomplete versus someone who's going for something because they love it. Because they love it. There is a humongous difference between creating a life you love versus creating a life where there is no problems. A life of no problems is numb. You have the just enough life. You have just enough money. You have just enough love in your relationship. You have just enough connection with your children. You have just enough joy. You have just enough, you see? It's all this just enough life. And you meet these people and they're holding their life together. They've got a okay relationship and an okay job and an okay this and an okay that, but they're not really living a life that they love. True? Is it true? They're not living what they love. They're just living to avoid what they don't love. And so we call this a negative vision. And most work that you'll do out there in the world casts a negative vision. So let's go into it. There's a few focus points that if you focus on these, you will, unfortunately, be using these as the springboard for your goals, and they will create a negative vision instead of going for what you love. Okay, so there's 7 points. Let me share my screen. Today is about you finding true choice, finding what you love, finding what you love. Okay, so true choice. A true end result is something you desire to create for no other reason than you'd love to see it created. The first way that we knock ourselves out of true choice is instead of going for what we love, we're trying to resolve a negative belief we have about ourselves. We are trying, so number one, please type it in, is resolving a negative belief. So instead of our goal being what we love, is designed to resolve a negative belief. The first big negative belief that we see out there in the world is someone who believes at their core they're not worthy. I'm not worthy. So instead of going for what they love, their goals are actually designed to prove how worthy they are. To prove how worthy they are. Now, this person sets up a lot of disappointment. Typically, this person unconsciously believes if they help everyone else, and they give and give and give, and they be a good girl or a good boy, they will just get given what they want. So they actually want, a passionate, loving, fulfilled relationship. But instead of going for a passionate, loving, fulfilled relationship, they go for being a good wife or a good husband and supporting and being good. Instead of going for what they want, they go there. What they want is money. They want to be rich, but instead they say, well, I'm going to go start a charity. I'm going to do a business that helps people. They're not honoring their truth. You see, they're actually not going for what they truly want. Their unconscious belief is they're not worthy, and they believe that unless they are worthy, they won't have what they want. Does this make sense, everyone? This person basically in life, early childhood, if they were good, then they got given what they want. So if you were a good girl or a good boy, here you go. Here's that bicycle you wanted. And so they unconsciously believe, well, I didn't get the bicycle for just being me. I got the bicycle by being worthy of the bicycle. I was worthy by being good. So in life, they've set up a worldview where they got to be good. And then what happens is the world doesn't work like that. It doesn't matter how much good you do. Money doesn't care. Money doesn't care about whether you're good or not. Money is a measurement of value. You can start as many. Who knows someone who is really, really, really good, but doesn't have what they want? Does anyone look at that person in the mirror sometimes? But I've been really good to you. Why can't you just behave, children? But I've been really good. Why has he cheated on me? You see, they have this unconscious belief that as long as they're good, they should have what they want. And their unconscious belief is they're not worthy as they are. They're not worthy as they are. Okay, so that's number one, not worthy. The next one I know very well. Okay. And by the way, you might be all of these, some of these, one of these, whatever. This is the beliefs of the identity. Okay. So the next one is not good enough. The next one is not good enough. The first one is a core wound with the feminine. This is a core wound with the masculine. I'm not good enough is this next belief. And so unconsciously, the person believes if they are enough, if they're good enough, this is about proving your ability. The first one is about doing good. This is about proving your ability. This person, instead of just doing good in childhood and getting given something, this person got good grades and focused on activity. They might got a good grade or been good at sport or played the violin well. This person got rewarded for achievement. And they believed that if they achieve, then they get what they want. When they perform, they get what they want. It's not about being good. It's about being a winner, about being an achiever, getting an A+, getting being good at a certain sport or music or art. That's what this one's about. And so this is my core dysfunction. And so I created a life trying to prove that I was good enough. I played basketball for my country. I became a DJ and played music at festivals. The biggest festival I played music at was 20,000 people. I finished university with not even getting a high school education. I started a business at 16 and was earning more money than my father by 18. I made my first $1 million at 23. I wrote 3 books. You see what I'm saying? I had to keep on. So dysfunctional. And I'd have all this outside success, but internally I was always just going for the next thing because none of it meant anything. It's just not enough. Now I have my whole team tease me and my whole team says, Chris, it's not enough. Because I'll go, look, we just did $1 million a month. It's not enough. Let's go. 2 million a month, because this person isn't actually having what they want. Instead, they deny feeling anything, thinking that the next achievement, they'll finally be good enough. So they don't go for what they want. They go for achievement, believing that the achievement will give it to them. Make sense? And if you live from your dysfunction, it ends up hurting. It ends up hurting bad. And that's the identity. And I lived out of it for a very, very long time, just totally exhausted. Didn't matter how I felt, I would just work my butt off. Okay. And that dysfunction is a little bit glorified in today's society, but it isn't a life you love. I promise you, it is not a life you love, living for some next little gold medal. It is not a life you love. Okay, so that's the second one. The third one, okay, is well, let me make sure I'm doing it in the order here. The third one is a belief of being insignificant. I'm insignificant. So this belief, this is when someone believes that they're not seen or not heard. Insignificant. I'm insignificant. Insignificance is typically a second or third child, second child syndrome. They believe that they were always overlooked, that everyone else got attention. They couldn't get attention no matter what they did. And it could be for many reasons. Maybe the parents had a disabled child that needed the attention. Maybe another one of the children were bad. Maybe the parents were going through all sorts of stuff. And whatever happened is this person orientated to the world, believing there's nothing they could do to get anyone's attention, and they feel insignificant. And so how this shows up is in two ways. Either they go for things to become significant. So they say, I want to be famous, or I want to, do something destructive to get attention, or I want to be a best-selling author, they say to me. I want to be a best-selling author. And I always say, okay, why best-selling? I want the world to know about my work. And I'm like, why don't you choose to write a really good book? No, I want to be a best-selling author. Being one that everyone knows is what matters the most. And then they never write the book. Or they write a really crappy fast book and then put it up to get significance, but nothing to it. So they're going for significance. So it shows up one way where they want to be seen, hey? They want to be seen, so they're going for things to make them seen. They might get lots of fancy things. But they're doing it to be seen. They might need, the flashiest car and the right jewelry, and they might even get these things on loans and credit just so that they can be seen and be significant. They also might do opposite. They might be very artistic. Trying to be significant and creating something. So a lot of amazing creators actually have this dysfunction in their early childhood, is they're trying to create significance by creating amazing art. I would probably assume, Lady Gaga and Michael Jackson were trying to be significant, trying to do things, and they found an outlet to get some significance from it at the beginning. So very, very interesting. So they're looking to become significant. They're looking to become significant, but they never feel it. You see, they never can feel it. And this is the interesting thing. All of these, when you live out the dysfunction, you never get to have it. This is why this is so bad. You never get to have it. If you live out of this, you never get to feel significant. You never get to feel good enough. You never get to feel worthy, because your identity opposes it. So you always find the next thing that you must go for to get it, and a never-ending search to try to resolve how you feel incomplete. Anyway, we're halfway through these. The other way insignificance can show up is a person does nothing. They give up. They give up. I'm insignificant. There's nothing I can do to be significant, so why bother? Why bother going for anything? Why bother? You see, why bother? The whole world knows my name, and I still don't feel significant. So that's number 3. Number 4 is I don't belong. I don't belong. I don't belong. So a person who feels like they don't belong is always searching for belonging. They're always searching to be connected to a group or a tribe. They're very quick to reject because they're very scared of being rejected. A lot of times this person was abandoned or moved schools or moved countries and always felt like an outcast or compared to everyone else. They don't belong. I don't belong, they say to themselves. So I need to find belonging. They really don't like being rejected. So they'll reject you first. They'll break up first. Even though they're searching for belonging, they'll always be the first one to break up the relationship. If it even smells like you're going to abandon them, they'll abandon you first. They'll abandon you first. And so as in their goals, it's always about belonging. They always want to find their tribe or have a great relationship. They want to belong somewhere, create a community. And that's what's always there. But they never feel like they belong. It doesn't matter how much they surround themselves. Their belief is they don't belong. And they're in this never-ending search of having it. So what they'll do is they'll create some place to belong, and then they'll destroy it. They'll create a relationship and then destroy it because unconsciously they believe they don't belong. You see? So they'll go for it, and then it will break because they don't belong. They can never actually belong. This is the key, guys. All of these identities, all of these beliefs, they can never be resolved, because if they were resolved, the identity has to die. Does this make sense? So it's like you see a donkey and there's a carrot on a stick in front of it. They always got to chase it. They're never allowed to have it. They're never allowed to have it when they live out this dysfunction, because if they were to have it, the thing that was going for it would have to die. So they always stay in this weird oscillation. So that's a I don't belong. Okay. The next one, number 5, is I don't have the capability. I'm incapable. I don't have the capability. I'm incapable. Would someone put a quick summary in? Not worthy, not good enough, insignificant, don't belong, not capable. There's 5 of the 6 right now. Perfect. Okay, so I'm not capable. Okay, this person believes that inherently there's something that they're not able to do or have. They don't have what it takes to create what they want. So they're always going to create more capability. Okay, meaning they might always say to you, I never have enough time. I never have enough money. This person will likely have a lot of certifications, degrees, because they're always looking to increase their capability. So when I talk to this person, they don't go for what they love. They actually go for trying to become capable to then have what they love. So they say, Chris, I really need to get a master's in business so then I can start a business, and then I can then be capable enough to have time to spend it with my family. They don't believe that they have the ability just to go and make enough money to spend time with their family as they are. They're always searching for capability. They always orient that they don't have enough of something. I don't have enough knowledge to do that, so I need to go get the knowledge first. I don't have enough money to do that, so I need to go to get the money. I don't have enough time to do that. I don't know enough people. You see, so the orientation of I'm not capable, it really shows up in a never-ending search to become capable to finally do it. Instead of just writing the book, this person takes a writing course. Instead of trusting that they can just be an actor or write the book or speak or do the thing, they're off doing the course to be able to do it. And I'm not saying that doing courses is wrong. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this person's only answer is to always try to become capable. They never actually just go and do anything. In fact, they're not even capable enough to, at the worst instances, I've seen people that's so busy in trying to figure out how to be that, they buy a book on how to date, how to raise their kids. In fact, before they had sex, they went and bought a book on how to do that right. And I know it's a joke, but for some people, I don't want to joke about it, because for some people, this is very true for them. So they believe I'm not capable, and I need to become capable. I need to learn how to do this. I need to get this. I need this. And I love you. So apologies for my inappropriate joke there, but it is a big thing. It is a big thing. And so this is, it's a very interesting orientation. It's a very interesting orientation that I need to become capable. Chris, I would love to do that, but I just don't know how. I would love to, but I just don't have the time. And it's not just like some of us, hey, because some of us have this sometimes. True. It's like this is their main orientation. So my main orientation is not that, but I can be there. I can say, oh, I don't know how to do this. I need to learn something. And that's okay. My main orientation is that it's not enough. Let's go. Double it. I need to do more. That's my main orientation. Okay. And so the last one is I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. So the person who orients to the world of not being perfect, they're always trying to perfect themselves. Okay. So at a young age, they realized or looked at themselves and they set an ideal in their mind. And the ideal was how you should be. The perfect person there's a way you should be, there's a way things should be, and they really dislike it being anything else. They're very controlled. Typically, a person who lives from the I'm not perfect has short-sightedness because they're so busy controlling everything. They're controlling. It must be like this. It must be perfect. I have to make it perfect. Okay. I have to make it perfect. So they don't go for what they love. In fact, they go for how the perfect life should be. You see, they don't go for what they love. They tick off the perfect life. It must be perfect like this. It must be this. I must be this. I must go to the gym this many times. I must do this sort of meditation. I must be this way. I must eat this sort of food. I must have this sort of husband. I must have this sort of kids. Perfect. Wear this. Do this. Perfect. They live in a life of trying to have everything perfect, holding it all together. And you see them that they're normally holding it. You can literally feel their energy. It's like tense, holding it. Like, I've got to hold this together. It's got to be perfect. It's got to be perfect. So, can we all acknowledge that we're all some of these? We're all some of these. We can all be these at different times. And this isn't a personality typing idea. Here's what's important about this. One moment, please. We're going to the board. Who's enjoying today, by the way? Having awareness. Who's enjoying having some awareness? So whenever you're creating current reality, desired reality, okay, you're going to have a belief caused by your identity. Okay, so this can be not worthy, not good enough, etc. How you guys have already got them written down. Okay, and so this is how you orient. Now, if your desired reality is, let's say you say, well, what I need to do is my goal is I need to help 1 million people. I don't even know how to spell a million. Does a million have 2 L's? I think so. help 1 million people. You have to ask yourself, do I want to help 1 million people because I love it? Or do I want to help 1 million people because I believe that if I do, it would resolve or disprove this negative view I have of myself? You see that? Because if you think I'll help 1 million people and then finally I'll prove to the world how amazing I am, guess what's going to happen? You've set up a structure where this identity here is in conflict with having it. Because if you believe that if you help those million people, you would be worthy or you would be enough, guess what? Your identity here of not worthy or not enough will never allow you to have that, because then it would have to die. Then it would have to die. Can you see that creating a vision based off how you feel incomplete will never allow yourself to feel a life you love? Give me a yes if you get it. If you create a vision based on how you feel incomplete, you will never be allowed to have a life you love. You'll be in a never-ending search to try to be worthy enough, or to prove your good enoughness, or to finally be perfect, or to finally belong. Yet you'll never be able to touch it. Because if you were to touch it, your core orientation in the world will have to die. This is why I'm doing this work. Because you can go to a seminar and they'll say, that's right, you're not enough until you do this much money, or do this and do this. That you must help a lot of people. Who said you need to help a lot of people, hey? Who said that was what you must do? What if you just want to have a great life, fishing and being down at the beach and having a good time? You must wake up at this time and do this meditation. You must be perfect. You see? And it's all just crap, hey? It's all just crap. You'll never be able to have it. And guess what? The person telling you it, they're telling you their truth. Even they're not able to have it. They're still trying to search for significance, or they're still trying to search for enough, or they're still trying to be worthy, you see? And they're not allowed to have it. They're never actually allowed to have what they would love. So when you live out of this dysfunction, when you create out of this dysfunction, you're never going to be able to create what you love. Instead, what we're going to do today is we're going to need to change the color. We're going to rise up out of this belief and have it all now. And by having it all now with the core 4 choices, when you have it all now, you can ask one question. Now that I have it all, now that I am it all, now that I can't be more enough or less enough. I can't be more worthy or less worthy. I already belong. I can't change. I'm already it. I'm already it. Now that I acknowledge that I'm already it, what would I love to create? What would I love to create? Now that I'm already it, what would I love? What would I love now that I'm already good enough? I'm already it. If you could acknowledge right now that if you lined up 1,000 babies, 1,000, just think of it, 1,000 beautiful babies, you want to just pinch their cheek, 1,000 beautiful babies. Can you acknowledge that every single one of them, no matter what they do in the world, belongs to their family?
belongs to their family DNA. No matter what they do, they belong. Can you acknowledge, no matter what those babies do, in 1,000 years from now, they're all about as significant as each other? Can you acknowledge, no matter what those babies do, they're all creative geniuses? They all have the capability to do what humans need to do. Can you acknowledge they're all good enough? They're all worthy. Can you acknowledge that? You line them all up. And can you acknowledge they're all perfect? Can you? Can you do that? Give me a yes if you can. Because if you can, just self-impose yourself in one of those babies, hey? When you acknowledge that you have it all now, then you can ask a different question. What would I love to create? Instead of what do I need to complete about myself, just what would I love to create? This is what we mean by true choices. What would I love to create? What would I just love? Who's having breakthroughs today? Who's enjoying it? What would I love to create? So, what we do is, I'm just going through some things from the masterclass. Where is it? When we create our true choices, okay, we first, every person that works in the magnetic mind process works these core choices here. Okay, we all, this gets us into having it all now. Once we do that, we break it down into more focused choices that we love. Okay, typically we have about 5 to 7 other choices on top of the first 4. Okay, typically 5 or 7 choices on top of the first 4. Now, people always ask me, Chris, why only 5 or 7? You know, like I got so much more I want to create. And I always respond with, that's actually not true. You don't actually want to try to experience more than that. And the reason is imagine that you tried to experience everything at once. You wouldn't be able to experience anything. If you asked an orchestra warming up to all play at once, how would it sound? You know, you get a whole orchestra, all play at once. You don't want that. You don't want to sit down for a meal and have the chef put every single food that's available on the menu on one plate. You wouldn't be able to taste it. You wouldn't be able to enjoy any of it. And so what you're given in this human experience is the ability to create what you would love. Not to complete yourself. You're already complete. Once you accept that you're powerful and complete and there's nothing to do, you get to choose what you love. So you say, I would like to taste this. I would like this. Out of all the things that I am, out of all the possibilities, I would like this limitation. See this? This is why we must acknowledge our self-conscious is important, because without limitation, we couldn't experience anything. So I would like to taste this. I would like to taste being that. I would like to be this, you see? And this allows us to focus on certain things we would love to experience, which are limited. It is limited to say that you want to be a speaker, or limited that you want to be a coach. That's actually limited. You don't just want to stay in the complete all. You want to actually have choices, okay? So here's the process. What we do, okay, is we get everyone out and open and totally experiencing life as though you have it all already. You are it all, okay? And I'm going to take you on a meditation journey where you'll acknowledge yourself as the all. Once you acknowledge yourself as all, you know, you're the creative force in your life, you're loving your life, then once you're the all, once you have it all now, then I'm going to ask you, what would you love? What would you love to taste?
Oh, Chris, I'd love to taste. I'd love to create. I would love to write a book that changes lives. I would love to have a family. I would love to have an amazing relationship. I would love to have this awesome sports car, or I would love to lead a movement of changing the world. That's what I would love. And we're going to allow that to be there. And then we're going to pick the things that you'll focus on now. And as you create your choices, you end up ticking them off. And I've got so many different of my choices, and they get ticked off and crossed off and whole. Some of them get super dog-eared like this. This is the next version, and then the next version is sitting here on my desk. It's it's glued down. And so you choose, and then you allow it to manifest, and then you tick it off, and then you allow it to manifest. And so I remember writing, one of my first, when I really understood I have it all now. And then I started writing, I was like, I want to have a loving relationship. I want to be married to the woman of my dreams. And then that happened. I want to own a property on the water. I was like, well, and then that happened. I wanted to, I wanted to be a speaker and teach every day. That happened. And you just acknowledge what you want, and then it happens. You focus on it. So the only way to do this is you must come from the place where you already are it all. Okay, so let's just connect ourselves back before we do the. Hey, I see some people typing in, asking about emails and stuff. So let me just acknowledge, and you're sending them to me privately, so I don't think everyone can see them. assist@consciouseducationcompany.com. If you need any help, please go email my support team. Would someone on here who knows that email, maybe one of my team, would someone type that in? Just so you guys know, hey? Thanks. It's pretty easy. Emails can get lost. We've sent it. So here's the assist@consciouseducationcompany.com, and just put in the subject line 5-day, something like that. And we'll do our absolute best to get you your logins and things like that. Remember that you have 5 days with me live, and then we have 2 days to complete the recordings. And there's just thousands of you in here. And so I really appreciate all of your guys' help. If you see someone else needing any help, you can say, hey, I'm not part of the team, but I know the email. I know the email, and so this is the email, okay? And so there, I don't have time for questions in this 5 days. We do questions in our 12 months, but you can all appreciate if I took questions from 1,000 people, even if only 50 people had one question a day, we would just be here for hours, hey? So we don't have space for questions. Is that fair enough? So I just wanted to answer because I do see the chat, just so you guys know. I do see it. It is there. It is there. Cool. Thank you, by the way. Yeah. Hey, thank you, guys. It's really great to be here and to share this with such a receptive audience. So thank you. Okay, so the journey, and thank you for helping others. All you need to do is say, hey, I'm not part of the team, but this is the email, and just you doing that will just help that person just go, great, that's what I need to do. So thank you for your help, by the way. Okay, so here is the journey, right? And yesterday we talked about the core choices, okay, and then the shift. So we discussed that. Now, obviously, we only did one session, and it's going to take a while for you to let go of 30 or 40 years of conditioning. Okay, so we do 6 sessions a week over the year for people. So they really, if they want to come to all 6, they can. But we make sure that each week you're making this shift. The next thing is to use your superconscious insight to make true choices that you love. So this is where we are. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about recoding your biggest resistance to these true choices. Okay. So this is where we are on the journey, and we're doing a little piece at a time. And obviously, we're only here for 5 days, so I'm trying to give you as much as I can. But time is my enemy, and typically we work with people for a year. Okay, so we're going to do a meditation. The meditation is going to open your awareness and take you to a place that my mentor called the land of plenty. And the land of plenty is the best metaphor that I have found for a land where everything that you desire to taste is growing. There is plenty of whatever you want, but we all know we have a certain appetite. There's only a certain amount of hours in the day. So there's only a certain amount of things that you really want to be able to experience now. And then once you've experienced it, you might grow something else. We all start off with a land of plenty that is capable to grow into whatever forest we want it to grow into. Many people, unfortunately, leave this plane with a barren, dusty land of plenty that doesn't have anything that they wanted on it. Others create beautiful things that they desire, they experience it, they enjoy it, and then they let it go, and then they create something else. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our intuition. We're going to use our intuition to go into the land of plenty and acknowledge what is true for you. To do that, I need to help you understand some of the true communication channels you already have in your body. So we're going to do a little exercise. Can everyone think of a time that they made a mistake? They made a mistake. Could you all just think of a time you made a mistake, you didn't get it right? Give me a yes or a thumbs up or a little hand icon. I know some of you are on different phones or different apps, whatever it is. Just give me acknowledgement when you've done that. I'll wait for a few hundred. Okay. Everyone can remember a time they made a mistake. Just one is all that's needed. If you choose to have 10 of them, that's fine too. Okay. So do a little closed eye process here for you to acknowledge one of your communication channels. We have many communication channels, yet most of us live only in our heads. We have a heart communication channel and a gut or stomach communication channel as well. And there's an equivalent amount of messages coming through from these different places. So can everyone find a time where they made a mistake or they got it wrong? Doesn't need to be small, doesn't need to be big, just a time. Just a time. Okay, so I think most of you have got a time. If not, you can borrow one of my mistakes. Okay, so everyone's got a time. So what I'd like you to do is please close your eyes. Please just close your eyes. And just remember that time that you made a mistake and imagine it as though you're there now. As you're imagining it, and notice where your energy is in your body. Where is the emotion and how does it feel? Go into that moment, imagine it, and then feel in your body how it felt as you were making the mistake. Where in your body do you feel it, and how do you describe that feeling? When you feel like you've got to open your eyes and describe the feeling or write it down, try not to use words that are blanket terms like anxious or fear. Try to say, I feel it in my stomach and it feels dull and warm or spreading, or it starts in my stomach and moves here, or I feel hot. So try to describe it the best you can. So try not to use the word sick. Just try, how does it feel? It feels this, it feels that. Yeah. Heaviness, rumbling. Okay, good. And just go back into it. Maybe find another time that you made a mistake and just feel it. Nice. Thank you. This is good. Okay, cool. And just acknowledge that feeling, okay? Great. Okay, so this is how your body tells you when something is a mistake, okay? We're going to use this when we do the process in a second. So now, can everyone remember a time when you got it right? Can you all give me a yes when you got something right? You made correct decision. You got it right. Correct decision. You went to the right place, right person. You got it right. Let me know when you got something that got it right. Oh, that's kind of you. Coming to this 5-day was right. Don't all use that one. Use a different one. Nice. Okay. So cool. So you all got something. You got something right. Okay. So same process. Same process, and we're going to acknowledge how it feels when we get it right, when it's a correct choice. Okay, when you got it correct, when it was correct. So close your eyes and imagine being in that moment of the correct choice. Where in your body do you feel it? Where do you feel it, and how does it feel when it's right, when it's correct? And just acknowledge it, feel it, where is it, and how is it? And when you've got it, write it down. Write it down. Become fluid. When we do the intuition workshop, so we do a mastery course. It's above our 12 months. It's once you've done the basics, you can join our mastery program, and one of them is intuition. So we help not just right and wrong. We help you get all sorts of different intuitive hits from your body and how it works. So that's good. So if you're typing in that you can't find a time that you got it right, you're just ignoring the obvious, and you're creating that I'm not good enough, or it's a dramatic thing. So of course you've got things right, hey. So just know I love you, but of course you've got things right, hey. You're just ignoring it, right? Of course. Okay, good. So did everyone acknowledge that? Now, as a summary, most people feel it when it's right in their heart channels. Their heart feels expansive and big and exciting. And when they get things wrong, typically it's their safety or their gut channels. Typically, okay? But not always. That's why I wanted you to acknowledge yours first. Can I ask one big question, though? Did everyone get something different for each one? Are they different? Let me know. Are they different? Yeah, good. Okay, so what we're going to do, so that you got different, okay, and somebody's saying yes, very different. Okay, great. So we're going to do this meditative process, and we're going to go on a meditation, okay, to your land of plenty. Then what you're going to do is you're going to just ask your superconscious to show you everything that's in your land of plenty. Okay, to show you everything that's in your land of plenty. Now, you might get images, you might get symbols, you might get sounds, you might get nothing. You are the creator after all, so you get to make it up. You might just know what you would love. Don't worry about how it shows up, or that you might just know and you start writing what you'd love, because that's how you channel what's there. I channel through speaking. Okay, so when I get truth from my superconscious, it's through speaking. Sometimes I do these coaching calls and sessions and I've got no notes. It just comes through and I share it. Others by writing. Others just have a knowing. Others get a picture. Others get a sound. Others get a song. Others get blackness, nothing. And then once they start describing it, it's just there. So can everyone acknowledge, I don't mind how you get it. We're going to allow you just to get out what is true for you, what you would love. And then what I'd like you to do is homework, as life work after this session is look at everything that you wrote down and choose the things that give you that feeling of that's correct. Does that make sense? Choose the things. Well, that feels really correct. That feels really correct. And then you'll come down so that you end up with about 7 of these. Does this make sense? So you're able to fill this in. So about 7 of these. And no, we don't have worksheets or paperwork for anyone. It's very easy just to write a choose the end result of, and you're going to get about 7. When you're in our workshops and everything else, obviously you get all of these. However, we made the decision to that's for paid clients to get all the worksheets and everything. But that doesn't limit you, does it? Doesn't limit you doing it, and you're here. True. So we're going to go on a meditation journey. Okay. The meditation journey is going to leave you in a land of plenty. You're going to be asked, what do you love? What do you love? You're going to grab your pen and you're going to write down all sorts of things that you love. I'm going to leave you writing down all the things that you would love to create in this life. Then you'll finish in your own time and you will summarize it using that feeling mechanism I just taught you. Does this make sense? So we're about to do the meditation. Okay, so we're about to do the meditation. I'm not going to have an official ending for today because I'm going to leave you in an open space writing. Does that sound okay? I'm going to leave you in an open space writing. Your task is to write down everything that's in your heart and then summarize it into 5 or 7 specific things that you would love to create. Does this make sense, everyone? And then I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Does this sound good? So we're going to do a meditation, which will leave you in an open place, and you'll just be writing everything that's in your heart. Just let it all go. You're going to let it all come out, however it needs to come out. And then using the body testing I just taught you, you'll then get it to 5 or 7. Everyone happy? I feel like I've explained it well. Everyone happy with this? Okay, cool. So since it's a meditation and some people might need a comfort break, we'll have a 3-minute comfort break. Okay, so 3-minute bathroom bio comfort break, 3 minutes. I'll turn off my mic and camera now. So if you hear me again, it means we've started. Okay, quick comfort break, and then we'll do the meditation. But I want you feeling comfortable, and I want you feeling good. Okay, so 3-minute break. When we come back, we'll be doing the meditation. All right. We'll give a minute or so for everyone to come on back. So we're going to do a meditation that will help you to access your superconscious. Once we do the meditation, you'll be left in a metaphor called your land of plenty, and you will be closing your eyes and tuning into what you would love and writing it down. You may be someone who gets images or sounds, or you may be someone who gets nothing and needs to just know and just knows what they want and needs to write it. Don't be worried about what you dump it. You just write, just let it all be there, what you would love, but make sure it's what you would love. So you just write it. Just write it. Just write it out, let it be there. And then when you go to summarize, we're going to use your intuitive body connection to ensure it's what you would love. Does this make sense? Not something that's just designed to complete you. Everyone understand that? So that's why we did that process, so you can start to understand what is true for you. Now, some people's dysfunction will get in the way. Some people who are not capable, as their dysfunction, will go, I don't know how to do this. Yes, you do. You do know how to be imaginative and make up a life you love. You were doing it as a child. Your orientation is I'm not capable, so you'll make up how you're not capable. Some will say, I don't have anything that I love. No, you do. It's just you're just being insignificant and saying there's nothing. Some of you go, well, Chris, this is what I'd love. I'd just love to have a happy family, this and this and this and this, and just try to make it perfect. You see, some of you will be like, well, it's not enough. I need to do massive things. And you realize, do I really need to impact 100 million billion people? Or is that me just trying to prove? You see? And so you can use the learning today to also assist your innate channels to make sure you choose from your superconscious just what is true. Does this make sense? Just what's true. Obviously, the session is being replayed. You have access to it till the end of the week. And if you're in masterclass, you get replays for these for life. So choose to get the most out of this session. Choose to get the most out of this session, and give me a number one when you're ready to go. Give me a number one when you're ready to go. No, I'm not going to write anything in. You're going to be fine. Trust it. Trust yourself. You're finding what you love. You're finding what you love. Beautiful. Beautiful. Choose to get the most out of it. Choose to be powerful. Choose to be powerful. Choose to do your best. Choose to get the most out of it you can get out of it today. So when you're ready, I'd like you just to close your eyes and we'll start the meditation. There's no need to type anything in unless you're able to type with your eyes closed. So I won't be watching the chat box. So just close your eyes and allow yourself to be present. Allow yourself to be present. Allow all the learnings from today to kind of wash through your consciousness and just allow it to be there and just let them go. Choose to just feel into your heart and just feel the moment and accept your power. Beautiful. We're going to go on a journey to your land of plenty. This is a land where everything that you love grows in abundance, and it feels so good. Choose to receive what you would love to create in life. And now I want you to imagine yourself becoming blue mist. Imagine yourself becoming a blue mist
hovering above the ground. Do your best to imagine. You can imagine yourself as blue mist. You don't need to see anything, just choose it. Choose to imagine yourself as blue mist. Feel the separation in the particles of your body as you choose to be blue mist. That's it. Just choose to imagine. You can imagine yourself being blue mist. And as you do this the best you can, you'll start floating across the ground. Imagine you're floating across the ground and you're blue mist. Imagine the faster you go, the bluer you get. Just imagine this is true. Imagine your blue mist flying across the ground. Feel the openness of being mist, the wind, the freedom. Just become blue mist. And the faster you go, the bluer you get. And the bluer you get, the faster you go, until you're traveling so fast, you're at light speed. You're blue mist flying across the universe. You're blue mist. And as you're flying up ahead of you, there's a tunnel, a beautiful, open, easy, fun tunnel. A tunnel that will take you to your land of plenty. You want to get there and you want to get there fast. You can feel as blue mist. It feels so good to be flying across the ground towards this tunnel. As you get closer to the tunnel, your excitement builds to get to the land of plenty. Your blue mist flying into this tunnel, feeling so good. And it's an open, spacious, air-filled tunnel that feels so good. And you're traveling as fast as light. In fact, you've become so blue, you're see-through. To the other side of the tunnel, you're just going through this tunnel faster and faster, leaving your old self behind. Your blue mist flying through a tunnel, feeling so good, on your way to your land of plenty with positive anticipation. You can see the tunnel starts to slope upwards. As it sloped upwards, you get even faster, if that was even possible. To see the fastness, you get bluer. You're going faster and faster, and there's an opening. The slope is about 45 degrees up, like a ramp, and you are rocketing up this as blue mist. Your blue mist flying through this tunnel, feeling so good, feeling excited to meet your land of plenty. And just imagine it the best you can. As you get closer to the end of the tunnel, you get faster and faster. You get more excited. The more excited you get, the closer you get. As you get closer to this end of this tunnel, you can see the opening, and it's so exciting to get there. As you get closer, the end gets bigger and bigger and bigger until you fly out the other side of the tunnel. And as blue mist, you rain down onto this beautiful land of plenty. And as this blue mist, as you hit the land of plenty, you're met with what you love. It may be a symbol. It may be imagery. It may be what's there. It may be what's obvious. And now you're in your land of plenty. I want you to imagine what is there. I want you to start writing down what you get. What is it that you love? For no other reason than you love. What would you love? What would you love to have? What would you love to be? What would you love to create? Stay in the end result of having everything that you would love to experience, to be. Acknowledge what's there. You may get imagery. You may get sounds.
You may get nothing and you just get to make it up. You are the creative energy. So stay in this end result. Stay in your heart. Grab a pen and start writing down what's there. Type it into your phone if you need to. Get a Word document. Just acknowledge everything you would love to experience in this lifetime. Take a minimum of 5 to 10 minutes of closing your eyes, experiencing what is there, and writing it down again. Once you feel like there's nothing else that is in your land of plenty, then summarize or find the 7 things, 5 to 7 things that feel like the most correct decisions. I love you so much. I'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Day 4 is going to be amazing. Enjoy your land of plenty. Bye for now. Who's excited? Who's having a great week? Yes, me too. I'm loving it. So fill me in. Yesterday, I left you with a little bit of a task to create some choices that you choose to create in this life. I left you after the blue mist exercise in your land of plenty. So who completed the exercise yesterday and got it done? Who got it done? What did you find? Fill me in. Give me some feedback from yesterday while we wait for everyone else to join us. What did you find yesterday? Yeah. Were you able to notice what you love? Were you able to get some clarity, or was it a little bit of a challenge because maybe for the longest time you can remember, you've been denying your heart? True. Many people have been denying their heart for so long that when they get asked to choose what they would love, they go, well, what do you mean? I would just love to have money, wouldn't I? Or I would love to just not be sick, wouldn't I? What else would I love, Chris? What do you mean, what would I love? Am I even allowed to have what I love? So it's such an interesting exercise because one or two things really happen. Either you go, wow, that is what I would love to have, and that's what I would love to create, and you acknowledge it, and you feel the truth of it, and you go, that's it. Or you realize, wow, this was really hard for me. I really have not been allowing my heart to, I haven't been listening to what I love. I haven't been listening to my heart. Isn't that interesting? So either way, I'm sure you had an absolutely great experience of self-awareness. True. Either way, you would have had some very, very good self-awareness. It is a very powerful exercise to acknowledge what it is that you would love and what you'd love to create, because we all know we get to have a limited human experience, and in this limited human experience, you can play out the social paradigm of collecting plastic objects, and maybe that is what you love, and you can build a fortress around yourself so you're safe and nothing can get you, and get all the right things, or you can go for what you love and have a life filled of absolute just absolute love and wonder and joy and passion and creativity and all the things that you really love. And it is the path of the creative warrior. It is a path of the creative warrior, isn't it? So yes, so it's very very, 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 very important. I hope you guys did it. So how many of you enjoyed it? Hey, you enjoyed it. We had a great session yesterday. In fact, we've had a great week. I feel like it's been a very great week, and it's awesome to have all the feedback from you guys, understanding this work and being a part of it. Yesterday was about finding your truth and finding your heart, and we discussed some ways that we stay in a dysfunctional relationship with life. Hey, how many of you got something out of that? You got something out of realizing, those different core beliefs that many of us create in this world. I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, I'm insignificant, I don't belong, I'm not perfect, or I'm incapable. Yeah, it's good. Hey, very good. If you look at all religions, or all teachings, or spiritual development, there's one core of all of it. There's one core of all of it, and that one core is know thyself. Know yourself and know how you are. And a lot of that is in this work. Hey, know the aspects of you. Know when you're in your self-conscious, limited perspective, and know when you're in your superconscious or higher self perspective, and to know yourself. So look, hey, acknowledge that it was your first time to do Blue Mist for a lot of you. Your first time, being intuitive, or asking yourself, what do you love? For a lot of you, wasn't it your first time? And is it okay that some of you go, wow, I really got it, and others go, that really challenged me, Chris. Either way, it's good information, isn't it? Either way, it's good information. If on one hand, you got some things you would love to create, well, fantastic. But on the other hand, if you really struggled to see it, well, that shows this is something you really need to focus on, because if you don't know what's in your heart, then you're really living out of a place that will lead to an interesting end result. Hey, that you might not desire. So hey, really good stuff either way. So look, it's great to be here. It's great to be on day number 4. We've had we've just had such a great week, and it is so much fun to watch all of you guys go through this and learn this information, and send me emails. So thank you for those who've sent emails, and the Facebook messages I try to keep up with. There's a lot. And super appreciate you. So we're going to have a great day today. So I've got some team members on here. So team, could you make yourself known? Say hi, or I'm team. I've got some team members on this call that can help you out if you need anything. So I see some team members are on here. So thanks, team. Thanks for being here to help everyone. Now remember, for whatever reason that you don't have logins, or you don't have something that I said you would get, it's not because we didn't send it to you. Okay, there could be many reasons. Maybe you hit the wrong letter in your email. Maybe your email system put the email straight to junk. Maybe you can't remember which email you use. We don't know. If you haven't got it for some reason, it's not because we didn't send it. Now, instead of typing in the chat box, or trying to go on the Facebook group or whatever, the easiest way is just to email assist@consciouseducationcompany.com. assist@consciouseducationcompany.com. I've just had some of my team, if that's okay, team, would you type that in? Yeah, some have. Thank you. So if you need anything, just go in the subject line, and don't go to Facebook Messenger. Don't go anywhere else. Just if you need something, just send us an email there. Is that okay? So yesterday I had a few people, because I see all your messages as I'm presenting, and some people send private messages to me, and I want to go help. But I also just want to say that all of us can get what we need by using that email. Pretty simple stuff, isn't it? The other question that we're getting a lot of is, how long can I watch the replays? So it's till Sunday midnight. Okay, so you got time to go through it, and then you got to the end of the weekend to go through the replays, and I think that that's fair enough. Does everyone think that's fair enough? Cool. So you have been given a link to where to get the replays and everything else in your emails. So is that good? Everyone happy with that? So you got a place to go out, and you could be responsible to send a message if you need anything. And if you see anyone out there that's lost, you can just say, hey, I'm not team, but I know the email. And here's the email. So just email this, and then it allows us to just have a great session, and I don't have to worry about that. Is that fair enough, everyone? Cool. So we're gonna have a great day. And if you guys could just help me with that, there's thousands of you in this challenge, and the more people just saying, hey, just email here. It's no stress. And you've got till the end of the weekend. That would that would really help us. That would really help us. So thank you for your help. I think this has been an amazing 3 days. We still got 2 more days, today and tomorrow. So let's get the most out of that, and let's choose to get the most out of it. So what is Conscious Education Company? What is this company? Why does this company exist? Why have I created it? Well, our mission is to teach the world, teach humanity to find its power again, to use all aspects of their consciousness, to understand and have a working relationship between their self-conscious, unconscious, and superconscious, with one goal in mind, is we desire to create happy humans. We desire to create happy humans, and we're fully focused on bringing the truth and the real education to the planet, to the masses, and making it available for maybe the first time in history. Many of the teachings from the Hermetic principles, alchemy, some very hidden teachings that I've got from some very difficult places, has not been shared. It has not been shared. For those of you who have seen my video on YouTube about the alchemy of the Christmas story, will understand just how deep some of the metaphorical symbolism goes, and what's really there. There's a lot available for you. And I just wanted to take a moment just to honor all the people that have kept this wisdom alive. You know, I believe the Hermetica and the first principles described by Hermes Trismegistus, nearly 3,000 years old, obviously much wisdom in Buddhist teaching and many of the other religions, and many people have actually had to give their lives for some of this teachings and had to make it hidden. And we are so fortunate in this day and age that we get to share this. You know, I believe that there is a lot of stuff that's not as we would like it in the world. But one thing that is great is right now, for the first time, we have the ability to really share information to everybody. And that is what we choose to do with Conscious Education. We choose to get this message out there and to share it. So I want to just say thank you for being a part of that mission. Who agrees that this isn't my work? This is our work. This is our work. You cannot trademark the truth. You have found your way here for a reason. Would you agree with that? You found your way here for a reason. Let me just ask, how many of you would typically just scroll past a Facebook ad or a YouTube ad? You typically wouldn't even turn up. Right? You know, you probably have clicked on and said you'd go to many different seminars and webinars many times. And I don't think that anything I did was anything special. There's something in you that knows there's something here for you. True. Would you just type in a yes if you'd agree with that? Is there something there? There's something magnetic. There's something really special here for you. You in particular. You know, millions and millions of people see our advertising, see what we do, but only a few thousand actually make their way here. And that's something, you know, you cannot deny that's something. And so out of it, you know, the amount of people seeing what we're doing is massive, millions, literally millions. And then thousands make their way here. But then out of that, only a small percentage make it to day 1, and even a smaller percentage make it to day 4. So what am I saying? You know, this is for you. Hey, this is yours, and you're just remembering some truths. And I'm just so grateful to be able to be a part of that remembering for you. So thank you so much for being here. So what do we do in conscious education? Well, we have multiple programs. Okay, the basis of this program is a masterclass coaching journey. Okay, it is a 12-month journey, minimum 12 months. And people always ask me, Chris, why is it 12 months? And why would I need coaching? First off, it's minimum 12 months because we're not in problem solving. Okay. It's 12 months minimum because only in that time will you face your true resistance. You see, only in that time will you face your true resistance. Does that make sense? In a 2 or 3 day isolated seminar or workshop or event, you're not actually able to face the true resistance of getting out there in the world and creating. Make sense, everyone? You must understand that you don't know what's in the way until you're doing it. And anything else, if you sit there and I've been to courses and seminars that sit there and have you attempt to make up what's in the way, guess. You don't know until you don't know what's truly there until you're really out there creating what you love, and you have to face upset, and you have to face disappointment, and you have to face rejection, and you have to face it. That's when you need the coaching. Is it true? It's not wise to think that hey, and anyone, it's just not wise to think that there's a short-term fix. You need to shift into the creative orientation. Is this true? Does this ring true to you? It's not. This is just true. So our base is 12 months, and why coaching? I think coaching has a very interesting perspective in many people's mind because there's many out there trying to be life coaches, and it's such a arrogant viewpoint that you could coach someone else's life. That's how do you know what's right for them? So we don't do life coaching. What we do is we coach you to live from the creative orientation. We coach you to live from the creative orientation because you have the answers for you. You have the answers. Whenever we're working with someone, I say, what's the obvious action you must take? You have the answers. You do. No one else needs to tell you what to do. When you're living from the creative orientation, you're tuning into your intuitive perspective. You know. Who makes it? You're powerful. How dare someone else says that they know what you should do? No, when you tune in, do you know my biggest teachers? I sit in meditation. I sit in my superconscious and I ask questions. I sit there with masters and I ask questions and I'm there and I learned how to do that. So I'm not reliant on others, on a book, on other things. I just need to make sure I'm in my creative orientation and learn how to get the wisdom that's there. Does this make sense? Yeah. And then let's get into some coaching for today. Yeah, nice. Thanks for everyone who's typing and appreciate you. I believe that the most important thing that you must have in life is to learn how to live from the creative orientation and learn just how powerful you are. I mean, in this course and with this work, you're getting a glimpse at your power. When you live from this place, and when you're surrounded by people who are regaining their eyesight or changing their money situation, and you see it happen in the group, and you're surrounded by people that are living from their power, it's the best thing in the world. It's the best thing in the world. So look, as you go out there and create, as you know, we have a current reality and a desired reality. When you're focused and moving towards this, this here has a creative tension. Now, as you know, you also have an identity. And the identity has its own agenda. And I'm going to call it the egoic agenda. Now, what is the egoic agenda? The egoic agenda is to stay the same, to keep the beliefs the same. So if you've got a creative tension moving this way, but you have a belief that says, I'm not worthy, your egoic agenda wants this to stay the same. It doesn't want it to change. So as you move in your creative tension, as you move this way, it pulls on this. Imagine you have one rubber band that's pulling you towards what you desire, but as soon as you move, you have another rubber band that is getting even tighter towards this egoic agenda. Does that make sense? So the further you move this way, the more you get doubt and guilt and uncertainty and negative thoughts getting pushed up. Can I just ask, who's felt this? The more you move towards what you're going for, the more this gets pushed up. And so what happens is as this tension gets pushed up, you want to resolve it. And you'll focus back down here and you'll end up back in the current reality. This is why you must have a coach. I have a coach, you have a coach, not because they're better than you, not because they have advice for you, but they will call you out when you are letting this tension rule your life. You see, you're not broken, and we're going to do an exercise to return you back to this structure today so that you understand when you're in this structure, you just flow. When you have boulders and blocks being popped in the way and you go down to try to solve those, you're living out of a psychological tension. So this is a creative tension. When you are coming down, this is a psychological tension. Now, all structures have integrity. What that means is that all structures, the energy will flow along the path of least resistance. Okay? Will flow along the path of least resistance. As you understand this premise, you will understand that what you're doing is because of the structure that you're in. The structure that you're in. When you learn to rise up and live from a higher plane, the superconscious structure, you will flow and all your end results will manifest like magic. And I mean it. I mean it. It is so amazing to watch people just transform their body in months, or transform their finances, or transform their relationships, or everything in their life when they stay in the higher structure. And it is so sad to watch people get pulled down here trying to fix a belief about themselves. So I want to share something with all of you about the structure that I lived in. It was very, 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 very painful. So I had a dysfunctional structure where I believed I wasn't good enough and I needed to prove to the world. As I would go to prove to the world that I was good enough, I would also then believe that I couldn't do it on my own.
As I believed that, I would attach myself with a certain individual, and then that individual would give me extra power to get somewhere. And then in the end, that individual and I would either let each other down, or I would say they would let me down. It first happened as a child with my father. I decided I needed to be a basketball star, and we decided it together. And I decided I wasn't good enough. In fact, we even went to medical sports psychologists and sports physios, and we found out that I had underdeveloped leg muscles. And so as a child, 7 and 8, I'm in the weights room building up leg strength. I'm doing running exercises to be better. My dad was always there. Each day before school, I'd put up 1,000 shots to get better, to get better. As soon as I reached the New Zealand basketball team, and I actually got a scholarship to the United States, which is incredibly hard to do from inside the United States, and it wasn't Division I, but it's hard to do from inside the United States. I got it from this tiny country in the bottom of the world. As soon as I got it, I didn't take it. As soon as I got it, I didn't take it. And me and my dad had huge conflict, and we didn't talk for a long time. I then went to university. At university, I realized and decided I needed to start a business. I found a mentor. His name was Phil. Phil came in and he helped me. We started a business together. We went out and I made $250,000 in a week. Within 2 months after that success, it broke apart. Then I decided that I would start a different business, and I went for it. I aligned myself with a guy named Paul, and Paul, everything went great, and I was able to help him build his business. Everything's going amazing. In fact, he had a coaching business. I put over $1 million into his business, and then one day he rang me and told me that was it. We're not doing it anymore. And every time I would get close to the success, the relationship that I had put in there would break. Then I built a company with my very good friend, Mark Deason, and we built a $4.5 million company. Things were going really well. And then for some reason, it fell apart. And that reason was actually that he was killed in a motorcycle accident. He was killed in a motorcycle accident. But the interesting thing is the reason why the business fell apart was because I actually hadn't got a business. It was all based around him and I doing it all. So when he wasn't there, the whole thing fell apart. Within 2 months of Deese dying, I'd actually created another business with a guy named Joe out of Nevada in the States. I was living in the States by then. And Joe and I created a business, made over $1 million in 9 months. Really good. And then Joe and me, it fell apart. It's crazy. Within 3 weeks, I'd started a new business, moved to Austin, Texas with an investor. His name was Alex. And Alex and I created a business. It lasted 3 months before he left with $750,000 and left me again without it working. And I sat there and I realized that every single time it got faster, and every single time it was with a male that was at the exact same age that my dad was when we stopped playing basketball. Exact. This is some crazy stuff. Structure has integrity. My dad was 24 when he had me. When I gave up basketball, 1943. He was 43 when I gave up basketball. It's the exact same age that Deese died, the exact same age that Alex was. Same guy. I kept on finding the same guy. And it was the same structure every single time. The structure was Chris is the star, being good enough, older man living through Chris, but supporting him. Chris believing he couldn't do it without this guy.
And then as soon as success happened, this would break constantly. So write this down. Structure has integrity. Structure has integrity. When you can find your structure and what keeps repeating in your life, that is when you can notice it and you can shift it. You can notice it and shift it. So really strangely, inside of the relationship with Alex, I met his head of operations named Mark. Guess what age Mark was? Guess he was in his mid-40s. And we said, we're going to start a business together. And then I realized it. We'd already started the business. We were 2 months into it. And I realized, I looked at it and I went, this keeps happening. Now, I didn't have the words, but I rung him and I stopped the business. And I decided that I would do the business myself. See, structure has integrity. And if you live in the old structure, it will just keep on doing it. It will keep on doing it because you're the consciousness putting the same elements together that you've always been doing it. And really own this. Most of us are still trying to figure out how to resolve a tension that was created in early life. And there's not something wrong with it. We must just not live from it again. Can I get a yes? Who's felt it before? They've created and it seems blooming similar. Give me a yes if it's true for you. Same thing. Keeps on going. Boom, boom, boom. Pulling you back. It keeps on going. This keeps on holding you here and holding you here and holding you here. Okay? Keeps on holding you because of the way that you, is it true? Until we get you living from a different structure. Now, the first thing I had to do was I had to become super conductive, having no resistance to anything. Okay, so I did this and I worked with Colette for 2 years to make sure I had no resistance. I was no longer trying to be good enough. I was no longer trying to prove. And it was a very interesting situation because it was only half the story. I did all this work on myself and I became so happy with the moment. So happy. So happy. I was so happy. Everything was great. But there was something missing. You know, like everything, I was just happy. We'd actually moved countries. We lived in the English countryside. My wife is from London. And so we lived there and it was great. You know, I had these really chilled out days. You know, I was just having fun. But there was something missing. It was like there was nothing I was creating. I was just kind of a blob, kind of existing. You know, I had made a little bit of money. You know, I was just existing. There wasn't anything there. I was just sort of spinning my wheels, and there was something that it wasn't there. And I did this for a couple of years. And what I realized was through meeting and working with some more amazing teachers is that all I had done was collapse that there was no problem. You see, I had just gone from having trying to solve things to just having no tension in life. Who's met these people, by the way? They're just kind of just floating. Like they're not really like, they're not enjoying, like really creating on the edge. They're not excited. They're kind of just, everything's just fine. So I realized that I then had to learn creative structure. And these are your steps. First, you must completely accept the moment, accept what you are. You must be it to see it. And then when you don't need anything to be any more happier or any more satisfied, or you don't need to prove you're good enough, when you truly arrive, this is when you open the wizard's gate and you become it. And as you become it, you're then that creative energy. And as you become the creative energy, then all you must do is understand that structure has integrity. And instead of living out of this structure here, all you do is you live in this structure. You say, this is what I'd like to create, and I'm here.
and I'm just as good as I'll be if I was here. I'm not going to be nothing will change for me at a fundamental level, but I would love that. You just move. And it is wild. It is wild when you do it. It's the most amazing thing ever. Like, if I could explain to you the absolute amazement of being able to have a business doing over $1 million a month and another one that pays me $50,000 a month in profits, I do nothing in. The amazement of 1.2 million people watching my video last month, just the amazement of marrying the love of my life and moving to this amazing paradise and living on the water, just the magic. If I could explain to you that, you would want to do nothing else but learn how to get into that. You know, and as soon as you do, you focus and the universe is yours again, the way it's supposed to be. And it's thrilling to share it with you. It's just thrilling, because once thrilling, and the thrill is right. And so I'm just so happy to be here and share it. And let's do a coaching session. So this is what we do every week in the masterclass. And so we'll step into a coaching session together and learn about your structure. Does that sound good? Because this is what I want. We're in attention structure right now. So 2 points that are relating together, 2 points that are working together are a structure. And so right now, you and I are actually in a structure. My job is to try to give you as much as I can, share as much as I can, and yours is try to absorb as much. And there's no ego. We're just in a structure that is wanting to resolve itself, hey? And so you must understand that structure is this missing piece, and tension. Tension seeks resolution. Your tension is to learn it. My tension is to share it. And in the middle, we meet and create this beautiful release. And this is how creation must be. You know, this is how creation must be. And it's wild to think that I've pulled you into my life and you've pulled me into your life, whether you knew it or not, by being in a creative structure. How else do you describe us finding each other? So we know how to do this. We know how to do this. And we'll get into getting it done right now. I'll do this. Who's enjoying this, by the way? Yeah, I will do it. I will do it seated. I will do it seated. It's a missing piece. At any moment that you live out of the egoic orientation, the self-conscious orientation of needing to fix yourself or resolve the way you feel incomplete, all you will do is continually reinforce that that's what you are. We must learn to let it go. But in order to let it go, we must be able to see it. So we're going to do some advanced stuff. We're going to do some advanced stuff right now, straight out of the 3-day workbook for Magnetic Mind. All right. So did everyone get a choice? Did everyone get a choice, at least one? So does everyone have something that they would like to choose to create? If not, would you choose one of the core 4? We all need a choice. Whenever we do coaching together, it's on creating an end result, okay? So here are the core 4. If you weren't able to get any choices yesterday, or this is your first session, here it is. 1, first choice is a healthy and vibrant body. The second is, or health and vitality. Number 2 is living my true nature and purpose. Number 3 is I choose to be the predominant creative force. And number 4 is a life I love. Now, just on this, I am going to do a recode, and we are going to be doing some coaching. If you haven't done day 1, this isn't the right session for you. I'm sorry, but day 1 gives you all the knowledge to be able to do today. So you can stay here and be a part of it, but if you haven't done day 1, day 4 isn't going to go back and review day 1's material, and day 2 where you did a recode. So you do need to make sure you review it. I'm happy for you to stay here and be here and enjoy it. and also know that this progress. This is the fourth day. You know, so please know that. All right. So out of all your choices, what we're going to do is I want to pick one that feels feels stuck. I want you to pick one that feels stuck. Okay. So the first step is what is a stuck creation? So just let me know by typing in a number 1 when you've chosen the choice you want to work on. And please just take a moment to write, you know, what are you trying to achieve? How is it stuck? You don't necessarily need to write this into the chat box, okay? But just we want to uncover the truth about this, okay? So just let me know with the number 1 when you've chosen the choice you want to work on, and we want to choose one that's a little bit stuck. It's okay for it to be stuck. If you remember, there are 3 different structures: stuck structure, oscillating structure, or flowing structure. Okay. So question number 2, what do you think about that creation? About creating that, what do you think about it? Do you think life would be better if you had it? Do you think it's hard? Do you think you don't know how to do it? What do you think about it? See, many of us think, oh, it'll be so much better when it had that, which is actually you saying that right now is not good enough. So what do you think about it? Do you think it's hard? Do you think it's easy? Do you think you should have already done it? Do you think that, I don't know how to do it? Just what do you think about that creation? Do you think it's impossible? And type in a number 2 when you've written down somewhere what you think. Yeah, what do you think about? Just take a moment. What do I think about that career? I think it's difficult. I think it's impossible. I think it's for other people. What do I think about it? Or I think it's easy. What do you think? Yeah, cool. So just let me know with a 2 if you have. I'll just it helps me with timing. Great. Okay, so the next question, okay, is when you think about that, how does it feel? So when you think about that creation, how does it feel? How does it feel? So there's that, how does it feel? So how do I feel about it? How do I feel? I feel overwhelmed by it. I feel nervous. I'd feel guilty to have it. I feel enjoy. I feel that it would be better. I feel that life would be better. I feel like it would solve my problems. How do I feel? Yeah. How do I feel? How do I feel? And just close your eyes sometimes. How do I feel when I think about that choice and having it? How do I feel? How do I feel? Frustrated. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Give me a 3 when you feel like you've done the first 3. I'll wait for a couple hundred 3s and then we'll move on. All right, good. Seeing a lot of 3s come in, that's good. Okay, so how do you define yourself in relationship to this choice? How do you define yourself? So I define myself as an achiever that needs to get it. I define myself as someone that's exhausted. I define myself as small and it is big. How do you define yourself? I define myself as limited. I define myself as a battler. I define myself as not smart enough. I define myself as scared. How do you define yourself? How do you define yourself? I define myself as just absolutely over it. I define myself as incapable of having it. I define myself as poor. I define myself as not it. How do you define yourself? And what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? So I define myself as that. And what that means is I can't have it. What it means is I'm not allowed it. What it means is, what does it mean? What does it mean? So the answer to this first one usually gives you the answer to the other two. Okay, so if you define yourself as that, how do you define others? If you define yourself as that, how do you define others? And I know I told you we're doing a real coaching session here. We're not, this is deep stuff. So just know do your best, hey? Do your best. Many of us who have, I'm not capable, I'm not getting anything, I'm not getting anything. Or I don't know if it's the right answer, says the person with the I'm not perfect dysfunction. How do you define, so if you define yourself like that or define others like that, how do you define the world? How do you define the world? See, when I first did this, I defined myself as not good enough and broken, needing to be fixed. The others were just naturals, amazing, could just get it done with ease. And the world was a judge. The world was a judge, like a gymnastics judge that would give me a score. And they would clap me if I did good, and they would boo me if I did bad. And that was my structure. And as you learn yourself more, you'll really start to see the patterns, hey? So anyway, what is true for you? How do you define yourself? How do you define others? And how do you define the world? So type in a number 4 when you've done those first 4. Okay, so you're starting to see and acknowledge some of the creations that you've got here, aren't you? And there's nothing wrong with these creations. You could probably acknowledge that that many of these ideas and beliefs are beliefs that were made by saying, well, really, you were just small and you were a child. You know, can everyone kind of acknowledge that a lot of these beliefs are very childish, and you know, maybe at some point they were quite reflective of an environment, but it's kind of like it's kind of like that elephant that I talked about the other day with the small rope. Is it is a little bit of learned helplessness, hey? You know, like, does this make sense? But we can all acknowledge that we created them, and there was nothing wrong with it. Just like there's nothing wrong with that elephant giving up. It's kind of like old information sometimes. For example, imagine someone just woke up from a 15-year coma, and they said, "Oh, gee, it's been 15 years. Wow, I really need to go find a dentist." You know, my teeth are rotten. They'd say to you, "Well, do you have the yellow pages? You know, I need to find a dentist." When they say, "Where are the yellow pages? Where's the phone book? I need to find it." You say, hey, we use Google now, you know? And so it's not that the information that they had was wrong, right? It's, you know, you could still, I guess there's a yellow pages still available, you know, or a phone book you could go look up, but it's, you know, that it's just not the right information anymore. Does that make sense? There's nothing wrong with it. And you could see how a child might take that perspective, couldn't you? Couldn't you? Could everyone see how a child might take that perspective? And you'd say, yeah, but if you saw a child taking that perspective, you'd probably say, well, from my adult perspective, that's not really true. But I can see how, I can see that. Yeah, I'm not good enough for this. You can see it. So there wasn't anything inherently wrong with it. Okay, So the next question, number 5, is what is the assumption? So out of everything we've pulled out here, what you think, what you feel, your definition of yourself, others in the world, what are you assuming is true? What are you assuming is true? So I'm assuming that it's true. What is true? Are you assuming that there is a way to be good enough? Are you assuming that the world is against you? Are you assuming that you must make everyone happy? What are you assuming? What are you assuming? That money makes people happy? What are you assuming? So what are you assuming? It's a question. It's a question. What are you assuming? So everything here, what are you assuming? What are you assuming? Just take a moment. What is the assumption here? I can't do it by myself. I need this. I'm assuming that this, what are you assuming? What are you assuming? Someone, there's people in the chat box typing directly into me, and they're assuming they're not allowed to see the truth by just pretending that everything's just fine. We chose a stuck choice. So be with it, hey? Be with it. Yeah, wow, there's some great assumptions coming in here. Be true, be true. This is about uncovering your truth. And until you see the truth, we can't let it go. What are you assuming? Okay. Many of us are assuming that that you're powerless to create. Many of you are assuming that everything else is stronger than you. You're powerless. Many of you are assuming that you're not allowed to have what you like. Many of you are assuming that it's bad to get what you want. Many of you are assuming that it's dangerous to go for what you love. Many of you are assuming it's better to play it safe than to follow your heart. Many are assuming that absence of fear is a life worth living. Many of you are assuming that you must fix or improve yourself. Many of you are assuming that it will be better when. It will be better when. It will be better when. Chasing a plastic rabbit like a greyhound at a racetrack, constantly chasing plastic. What are you assuming? I can't do it by myself. That a partner would make it happen. So this assumption is very important. So question number 6. How, by the way, did everyone do number 5? I didn't ask. I felt like everyone had. Yeah, I feel like there was more than enough time. Okay, thank you. I see a bunch of 5s typing in. Thank you. How do you deal with this assumption? How do you deal with it? Meaning, what do you do? So what I used to do was always have to find someone else to do it with. I would always go for something bigger. That's what I would do, but find someone else. What do you do? Do you retreat? Do you overthink? Do you change ideas? Do you become self-critical? Do you drink? What do you do? What do you do? Believe that you need to get more knowledge? Just keep helping someone else? Do you just keep putting it off? What do you do? How do you resolve the psychological tension of that assumption? Can everyone see this? So this is the assumption. What do you do to resolve it? Get more knowledge. Yeah. Try to be more perfect. Try to control myself even more disciplined. Wake up earlier. Control myself. Which of the 6 negative beliefs are you operating from the most? Do you just try to help everyone else? They're not worthy, or do you just keep setting bigger and bigger goals? Do you always try to, you're always trying to belong but then reject? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Yeah. And just acknowledge what you do. So this is what I do. So I assume this about the world. I assume this about myself. And this is the assumption that I'm orientating from. And so what do I do? What do I do? Yeah, put it off. Say I'm not. What do we do? How do we do that? What do we do? Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? And how many times have you done this structure? And you're just starting to see your structure. So are you guys doing good here? Are you starting to see this? Yeah. Okay. So what I want to do, I think everyone's starting to see this, and they're starting to go. We're going to do some exercise. We're going to do some processes. Okay. So everyone's done number 6, I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so no more chat box for a second. I acknowledge that I think everyone's at least at number 6. We're going to do a little closed eye process. Okay. So everyone's happy? Yeah. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to just acknowledge this structure and how it will play out if we continue to stay in this structure with this stuck choice. Okay. So we've got a stuck choice. We're not moving towards it, and we do this. Okay. So just close your eyes and just experience living from this assumption and experience living in this way. Don't judge it. Don't be dramatic. Just notice it. Notice the assumption, notice the tension, notice what you do and how it is. Okay, open your eyes. Open your eyes. So now we've experienced that. When you allow your self-conscious to not be judged and just to have its way, okay, it no longer is going to fight when we do this next exercise. Okay, so open your eyes, come back. What we're going to do is we're going to step and we're going to view this choice and this structure and everything here. We're going to view it from the superconscious. But let me just ask everyone, and please use the chat box, how does it feel to be in this structure? How does it feel to be oriented this way? How does that feel? So just acknowledge it. Don't judge it. Okay, just acknowledge it. It's probably quite it's probably quite obvious how it is. Okay, so just allow it, right, and allow it to be there and be true. It's fine. It's fine. You're bigger than it, basically. It's fine. Okay. Okay. So no more chat box. Let's come back to me here. Just close your eyes And for no reason, I just want you to acknowledge what you love in life. Nothing to do with what we've talked about. Just acknowledge what you love in life. What do you love? Who do you love? What do you love to do? Just acknowledge things you love for just no reason. Nothing to do with anything else. Just what do you love? Do you love sunshine, sunsets, spending time with your family, creative projects? What do you love? Okay, great. And just take this energy of what you love and just expand it and view it from your superconscious. Just choose to be superconscious. Choose to let everything from the day go and just choose to become superconscious. Feel into your heart. Choose to just be in this oriented place in the world where you're everything. Where you're everything. Choose to return to your creative energy, your joy, your presence. And just remember some things you just love to do for no reason. You just love it. You know, cooking, baking, art, whatever you love. Hanging out with friends, family, sports. What do you love? Learning. Yeah, just acknowledge it. And so just become super conscious and go to this place where you have it all. Just have it all. There you go. Just choose to be super conscious, your divine aspect in the field. That's it, your highest self. Feel into your heart. Breathe in and experience the universe breathing out. And then breathe out and experience the universe breathing in. And just feel connected. That's it. Another few breaths. You're everything. Feel the presence inside of you. From this perspective, if you were to look down at that structure and that problem, from this perspective, how's the problem? From the superconscious perspective, how's the problem? Acknowledge this human trying to create this end result and all these things. From this perspective, how's the problem? When you're ready, open your eyes. From that perspective, how's the problem? Let me know. Let me know. Wow. Small, insignificant, doesn't exist, can't find it. What problem? Stupid, LOL. None. This is what everyone's typing in, hey? It's just look at it all. Yeah. Okay, so what's just happened? What's just happened here? What's obvious? What's just happened? From this place, if you think about going forth and creating, how is it? I love you guys so much. What's coming through in the chat box just makes me so grateful. Who's seeing what's coming through in this chat box right now? Look at that. Hey. It's so beautiful to watch all of you type that in, so thank you. See, you have a superconscious. And because we're in this work together this week, and because we're working here, when I take you to your superconscious, we dissolve the limitation. So we're going to do a process called the double bubble. Because oh, just so you know, we haven't done the recode bit yet. Hey, we're just getting warmed up. All right, look, we're going to do the recode. So why don't we have a little comfort break? And when we come back, we're going to do the double bubble. So is everyone okay for a quick 3 to 4 minute comfort break? If you hear my voice again, it means we've started again, and we'll be doing recode and superconscious stuff. Does that sound good? Good, a good start so far for the day, isn't it? All right, see you in a few minutes. Just be fast, grab a glass of water, quick bathroom break or whatever, and I'll when you hear my voice again, we're started. All right, bye. right. So how was that? How's everyone going? How are we doing today? Welcome to your first coaching session. Welcome to your first coaching session in learning your power. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. So welcome. You're powerful. You're the creator. When you understand that alchemy is about moving from lead to gold, from the lower vibration to the higher vibration, and the higher vibration can be used against the lower, you realize that all this other muck is not needed. You're powerful. You let it go, and that is what I wish to teach. See, who here wants to change the world? Hey, who wants to create a new world with me? Because I'm serious. We need to create a new orientation, an orientation to our power. And here's how we do it. First off, it starts with you. First off, it starts with you living your creative truth. Then it starts by you being an example, living your creative truth. By being an example, other people get inspired. See, they get inspired. They say, wow, how did you create a new body without that old diagnosis? Wow, how did you create a new financial position? Wow, how did you do that? And you say, oh, it's through finding my power. Let me show you. All starts with you. That is why it's so important. So we're going to do the double bubble process, and I was just writing it up here on the board. So it seems that it's not in the most ideal place. It seems that my head is in half of it. Don't know how I got that. Okay, so this is where I need to be. This is much better. This is much better. Okay, so the double bubble process works by first, I will guide you into the unwanted aspects, the aspects you don't want to experience. See, well, there are many things in life we give the power to, and we don't want to experience them, therefore they have power. So some things that people don't want to experience is they don't want to experience being let down. They don't want to experience being ripped off. They don't want to experience being broke. They don't want to experience being sick. Okay. And because they're so scared to experience them, they give them power. Does this make sense? They say, you're more powerful than me. I'm scared to experience you. And because of that, they live in that person's field. Does that make sense, everyone? So we actually must go into the unwanted and be okay to experience those. You must be okay to experience rejection. You must be okay to experience illness. You must be okay to experience being broke. You must be okay about it. Must be okay. Because until it's okay, you're giving it power. And if you're giving it power, it owns you. You need to be able to walk up to the same day where you've lost all your money to the same day when you make a heap of money. The same day you find out that someone's cheated on you, you must be able to walk up to that in the same way when someone proposes. You see, we give it the power, and as soon as we give it the power, we're actually orienting to the world in a limited perspective. So being the all isn't just the stuff we want. See, when we think about being the all, a lot of times, or being it, we say, yeah, I really want to be it. Yeah, I want to be abundance and love and joy, and I don't want to be all of those things. That's not true. That's not the all. The all is all of it. The all is that at some point, you're going to have someone you love die. At some point, you're going to have something challenging happen. That's part of it, isn't it? Who agrees? Otherwise, we're not living in this journey. Is it true? You know, we try to avoid it, spiritually bypass it all. So we must be able to experience it. And if we're able for it to be there, it hits, and we can then just move forward. We don't get all caught up in it. then what we're going to do is we're going to move to all the quote wanted experiences. Okay. And the reasons why we do that is because inside the wanted experiences is actually silent instructions of what you don't want. And the silent instruction is that this is better than that. Does that make sense? That's the silent instruction. That silent instruction isn't silent to your superconscious. It's still unwanted. So we're going to go into the other side as well to say, well, this is what we think is better. We're going to do recode on all that pops into the active experience here and all that pops into the active experience here. Then we do a third recode in the middle. And what will happen is all this noise of I want this, I don't want this, will go from all this desire and resistance, desire, resistance, desire, resistance, and we'll recode it in to here. And then without having desires that would make your life better or resistances you can't experience, it'll just be you. Pure creative energy. And when it's you, pure creative energy, I'm going to ask you, what would you just love? What would you love? What would your heart? And when you step into your heart and you use your heart as a focusing lens, a focusing mechanism on what you'd love, it is like a slipstream of magnetic pull, just and you move so fast. So you're going to have to be brave for this. Because the way that we trigger all of this into the active experience requires your self-conscious aspect to be brave. To be brave. And here's why you must be courageous right now. In order to bring up everything that stops you from feeling the unwanted feeling, we are going to choose to manifest that with full force. When you choose to manifest failure, all that resists failure comes out in defense. Doesn't it? You're already feeling it. I can't choose to be a failure, Chris. I can't choose to be rejected. I can't choose that. Why? What's so scary about choosing that? Well, it might come true. Exactly. Hear all the resistance that happens. It's so I can't choose it. Look, the only way who wants to be a creative warrior? The only way for us to truly know what is resisting that is to choose it and watch all of it come back. Someone says to me, but Chris, what if it does actually come true? If you're so powerful that just thinking one thing one time comes true, then let's use that for good. You can just choose something else. It's just not true, is it? It's just not true. Thinking it once will it turn into reality. But notice all the fear of actually thinking it. So let me ask, who's ready to be courageous? Who's ready? Who's gonna trust me, follow the process and go all in? Then we'll do it to the other side as well. We'll go in the middle, we'll end up with love. Does this feel good? Oh, I think my microphone just fell out. Can you guys all hear me? You guys can hear me? Is it not working? Is it working again? Good. Okay, good. Good. Okay, good. So if everyone's ready to be courageous, you don't have to do this. This is all your choice. I promise you on the other side of it, it will be absolutely magic. You will be in a very present, focused space at the end of this. So I do recommend going for a bit of time by yourself after it. You'll feel very focused and very clear. Tomorrow we have a big day, and I'm excited about that as well. So hold on to your seats. Hold on to your seats. Let's do this. Let's do this. So go ahead and close your eyes. Close your eyes. And choose to get the most out of this exercise. Acknowledge all the learnings from this week. That's it. And just take a few big breaths. And remember the creative choice we're working on. Remember what you're working on. That's it. Just remember what you wrote in for number one. I choose the end result of, and just allow yourself to choose that. Perfect. Thank you. Feel it, choose it. Superconscious, are you there? Please give me permission to connect to your field, to your superconscious. Just in your heart with your eyes closed, just give me good energy. I give Chris permission. Open your heart, open your field. Open it for treatment today, for more satisfaction and less pain. And just choose it. You can do it. You're superconscious. There we go. I'll refer to the group now and the field. Hey, Superconscious, you there? Yeah. Oh, wow. There's a lot of you on this call. I feel an excitement in my stomach. Wow. That is wild. Cool. Okay. Superconscious, please choose our worst case, judgment, failure. Please choose to have that manifest. I choose to be a failure. That's it. And please tag and notice all resistance that pops up to this. I choose this. I choose to fail. I choose to be rejected. I choose to be, oh, there it is. Superconscious, please tag all of that. Please create a perfect treatment plan. Superconscious, please treat the heart field and do a massive change history as needed. Thank you. Everyone on the call and on a replay, you just keep choosing it and notice what you notice. I'll do the instructions for you. You don't need to do anything, expect nothing, notice everything. There we go. Look at that shift. Wow. Wow. Superconscious, please treat all pain associated with that end result. Do a massive change history as needed, including all body systems. Thank you. Superconscious, there's an event, an original event. Please grow yourself younger. Please grow yourself younger all the way back until this fear didn't exist. That's it. All the way back, all the way back. That's it. Back in the ages, right down through your teenage years, down to age 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way back down the months, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 month old, all the way back, superconscious weeks, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week, days, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way back. And now join back with your mother. Join back inside your mother in the womb. Go back down through the months, superconscious, back to when it didn't exist, down back in the, that's it, right back, third trimester, second trimester, first trimester, all the way back until you're actually separated. That's it. You're separated consciousness between your mother and your father. That's it. You're just an energetic charge. Allow yourself to be here. Superconscious, are you there? From this perspective, is there any fear? No. Okay, great. From this perspective, superconscious, please recode all resistance to that. Thank you. Do a massive change history is needed right across this timeline. And as you grow from this perspective into the human being you'll become, please allow yourself to bring this truth along with you. Thank you. So rejoin the two energies together, mother, father, coming together, going up in the trimesters. Superconscious, tag and treat in the perfect way, in the perfect order as we grow up and grow old, all resistance to this end result until it's allowed to be. First trimester. Second, third, birth, born. That's it. That's it. That's it. First day. That's it. Second day. Third day. Superconscious, please treat as needed and do massive change history. Thank you. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. So first week. Building it up in a new way. Notice what's different. Second, third, fourth week, first month. Second month. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, first year, superconscious, first year, please recode all resistance to the end result of being a failure. Superconscious, please ask all part-time personalities, sub-personalities that are being created to join in on the treatment process, second year. Third, fourth, fifth year. Please treat all self-conscious identities coming into play. Sixth, seventh, eighth, 9, 10. First decade of life. That's it. And all the way out to now. And all the way out to now. Accepting the truth. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, superconscious. Now please choose the opposite. To be a success, and whatever that means. To be a success. Notice all the aspects that believe this is better. Choose to be the success. Notice all aspects that believe this to be better. Please treat them all in the perfect way, in the perfect order, down to 0 to know the truth. Beautiful. Now I want you to stand in the middle of the two desires or choices, and at the same time desire to both be a success and a failure in the exact way. Superconscious, please tag all resistance to the accept point created somewhere in the middle between the two. Please treat into a massive change history. Breathe into your heart, everybody. Just breathe in through your heart. Allow it to be. Notice that success and failure are just a different vibration of the same thing, like a thermometer. It's the same thing. You just chose a set point somewhere between the two. Notice it was your decision, and choose to do a full recode and ask yourself, what is the higher perspective? What is the truth? Feel the presence. Feel the moment. Feel your heart. Feel everyone else on the call, people on the replay. Feel yourself as superconscious and ask yourself, what would I love for no reason? What would I love for no reason? What would I love to create? What is true for me? In your mind, step through the wizard's gate, being at all, no resistance, no desire, just love. From this perspective, choose. What would you love to create? What would you love to have? Who would you love to be? Who would you love to be joined by? What feels right? From this perspective, think about things you'd love to create and how it's going to be from here. How good does it feel? When you're ready, take a few breaths and open your eyes and come back. Let me know how that was. Lots of wows coming in. Lots of peacefuls, lots of grounded. This is where we need to orient from. Right now you have it all. We need to live from here. This is where you will live from. This magic. This is the magic. You have it all and able to create. This is a glimpse, a peek into it. Who's getting it? You be it. And then you get to see whatever it is you want. This is power. Be it, do it, have it. I love you all so much. I really appreciate sharing this with you. And it's just fantastic work. It's just fantastic work when you truly understand your power. What a brilliant day we had.
Hey, what a brilliant day or brilliant session. Thank you for all your good energy. The fifth step is always action. Step 1 is what do you choose? 2, feel it. 3, where are you now? 4, unplug and recode. 5, action. 5 is always action. Life's an action sport. In order for you to get this knowledge, you had to turn up. You had to take an action. In order for you to have anything, you must move towards it. It will move to you as well. I would love you guys to share in the group some of your top takeaways. There's the end of day 4. So well done on completing day 4. Tomorrow is the last day, day 5. Tomorrow, there is a huge opportunity for a small selection of you to join me for 12 months. Tomorrow's going to be brilliant. Tomorrow's going to be brilliant. Tomorrow's going to be brilliant. So please send me an email or post in the group. Let me know what you loved about day 4. Let me know how this was. Fill me in. Tell me what was good. How was it? I'm going to do more of these. How was it? How was it? You guys are absolutely remarkable, amazing, super conscious creators. You've experienced one of our many, many, many different processes to help you to return to your power. There are 3 big elements. 1, you're not broken. 2, get in the right structure. 3, finally have a working relationship with your superconscious. See you all tomorrow, same time, same place, same guy, different content. Enjoy whatever time it is for you where you are in the world, and I'll see you. You guys all got the drill. If you need any help, please email assist@consciouseducationcompany.com. The replay will be available as soon as it is. And please do take a moment to let me know how you enjoyed it. I endeavor to read every single one of them. So please do. It is always just beautiful to witness people who enjoy it and are taking the time to be here with me. So again, thank you for your time. I promised you on day 1 I'd never waste your time, and I don't think we have at all. So we'll have another great day tomorrow. Good investment in time, and yeah, love you all. Bye. See you tomorrow. Don't miss out. Last day tomorrow. Bye. There we go. Let me just do that. Awesome. So funny story that you guys could all laugh with me about right now is I've just spent 10 minutes, chatting to myself. So I'm completely warmed up, just so you guys know. Is there anyone else that sometimes just has complete tech failures? So that's kind of funny. Right. So here we are. Good. Well, I'm warmed up, so I'm in flow. Yeah. So good. Anyway, here we are. That's actually quite hilarious to me. So, how is everyone going? Oh, that's so good. So, welcome to day 5. Welcome to day 5. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful to be here and to be a part of this with all of you. So awesome stuff. So welcome. Really welcome. I am just so grateful to all of you. Let me ask, how many of you have had an absolutely amazing week so far? A really, amazing week that has been transformative. I
I have absolutely loved all the comments, the emails, the feedback, and just everything that you guys have shared with me. It's truly a dream come true to be here with all of you. So thank you. I hope that it becomes one of those weeks that are really pivotal in where you're going in the future. That really set you up for where you're going and help you to realize, maybe the missing piece for you, maybe the missing piece. So let me ask, out of everything, what have been your top couple takeaways, your top 2 or 3 takeaways? I'd love you to post in the chat box. Now that we're on all sorts of all the streams and everything working, wherever you are, whatever chat box you've got, could you post into that? Please let everyone know, not just for me, but also for everyone else listening. What have you really got out of these 4 days? Because it has been quite a lot to cover. Each day really did build on itself, and today will be the same as well. So please do share. And while you're there, I'd love my team to make themselves known. So where is my team? Conscious Education team. Let me know if you're there, because I'm so grateful to every single one of you. With hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people that are in the different platforms and going through this in different ways this week, I couldn't do it without you. So thanks, team. Big shout out. If anyone that's on here sees someone typing in team or I'm team, then do know that they're part of the Conscious Education team, and if you reach out to them, they can help you get anything that you need. So big love to every single one of you, and that's just amazing. If I was to share the big takeaway for this week, I'd love you all to get, is that you are not broken. You're super conscious. You're not broken. We're not broken. We're super conscious. And if you learn how to orient and to live from that place, then magic can happen. Magic. Today, I'm going to offer you to take the next step and join me in a program called Superconscious Magic. Can I ask, who wants to go to the next level? Who wants to keep learning this stuff, keep applying it, and really deeply understanding this at the next level? Because I think we covered as much as we could in 4 days. We've got more to cover today, but I want you all to know that it is the scratch on the scratch of the surface of where we need to go. It's important that as a teacher, I outline just what you need at the right time. So Superconscious Magic, for those of you who want to take the next step, will be on offer today. So who's excited about hearing about that? I want to just check in and just say thank you. I'm so grateful. And for those who want to keep moving, we will talk to you about that, and I will make an offer that's going to be irresistible. So I want to ask, does anyone have an allergy to sales? Like, is anyone going to have an allergic reaction if I make an offer that just sounds amazing? And is it okay that we're all adults and you're allowed to say no? Someone said, yes, I have an allergic reaction. Well, you'll need to get off. I'll let you know. I'll say, hey, I'm going to offer you something that's life-changing, and there'll be an exchange of it for an investment. And it's funny because I always want to bring that up because, last time that I ran this, I ran this, and then I did 5 days, completely for free, a couple of hours each day, went for it. And on the 5th day, I said, hey, by the way, if you'd like to get some more, you can buy it. And a couple people were like, screw you for asking for money. And I'm like, well, just say no, for goodness sake, whatever. Hey, so I want you to know, if you have an allergic reaction to someone making an offer and being heavily invested in taking people to the next level, then that is going to happen at the end of today, but not before we go through some amazing stuff. And and you're allowed to say no, hey, and I'll still love you. Say, hey, it's not right for me, or I don't want it, and you're allowed to say yes. And that's just fine. Is that cool with everyone? I wanted to give everyone 5 days. I think it's been hugely generous, and it's a big amount of my time and effort and team to really give people a brilliant introduction to this work completely for free. And there is more that we want to go to. Hey, there is more. And so if that's for you, you'll know, and you can say yes. And if it's not, you can say, hey, I'm okay. And I'll still love you, you know, you could, whatever, hey? So I just wanted to clear that up because I will be doing that. And honestly, the Superconscious Magic program, it's the whole vault, you know, it's unbelievable because we've started to cover some of the foundations over these 5 days. But when we can go deep dive on each of the concepts and really expand it, I mean, really expand it. We could spend, well, in fact, in our Superconscious Intuition program, we spend 90 days just focused on intuition, you know, with training. So there's a lot, hey, there's just a lot. So let me get into this. We're gonna have some fun and let's cover everything for today. So welcome. Let's talk about how to magically manifest your dreams. You know, today I want to recap all the core concepts so that you truly understand the core concepts. I want to ensure you understand where this work comes from and how to apply it moving forward. So we will recap that and we will move forward. So you guys ready to get moving, to get started? And make sure that we understand the biggest premise that is here is that you are not broken. You are super conscious. And you must keep remembering that nothing is impossible. Who agrees? Nothing is impossible. But the challenge is, if nothing is impossible, why do we not have exactly what it is that we want? You know, and it's not like we don't have enough examples. So this person, J.K. Rowling, she wrote Harry Potter and became a massive success. And by the way, I define success as doing what matters most to you. That's what success is doing whatever matters to you, whether that's family, charity, whether that's, you know, just having abundance of money, whatever matters to you. I don't mind. That's your success. That's your journey. This amazing woman didn't let her past define her future. And I want you to write that down, is your past doesn't equal your future. So this amazing lady, she was a single mom and she wrote Harry Potter and everyone said it was too long, too big. No one wanted, kids wouldn't read stories like that. And she proved them all wrong. She stayed focused on her future and went for it. Overcome her resistance. Could you imagine? She was on government benefits. How much resistance, how much her family must have been telling her that things weren't, that wouldn't work out, and then rejected again and again and again. And she just stayed focused, you know. She was in a creative structure. She didn't let anything happen. Albert Einstein, he didn't actually speak until he was 4. Until he was 4, you know. It's that's crazy because he hasn't been you know, in a human body for a long time, and we still know him, still talk about him, and as an intellectual. But he didn't speak till he was 4. He didn't let those first 4 years define him. You know, he didn't let that define him. So make sure you write this down. Your past doesn't equal your future. Jim Carrey, his past didn't equal his future. You know, he wrote, I don't know if you've seen the little movie where he wrote the check and it had, you know, $1 million on it. And now he's successful, got very successful, did what matters most to him. His past didn't equal his future. Steven Spielberg, past didn't equal his future. Oprah, her past didn't equal her future. Jay-Z, past didn't equal his future. And so your past does not equal your future. It deserves to live, you know, at the beginning of this week. Makes sense? So because of this system, because of this work, I've been able to build my company to over $20 million in revenue, and I'm a first generation millionaire. And what that means, and I'm so proud of this, I'm the first one in my family to cross that line and to let go of those family shackles, you know, to let go of that inherited guilt around success and let it go and leave it behind me and create. And I want to ask, how many of you would love to be a first generation millionaire or the next one up, because when you focus, you can. Now, I've also made quite a big impact in this world, including, and I hope a lot of you have got this, my book, You're Not Broken. It sold over 15,000 copies in its first month. Now it's a international bestseller all around the world. And I was also featured in a movie with Anthony Robbins and the Dalai Lama, which blew me away. To be able to impact, and it's now over 10 million people impacted with our videos and these things, just huge. I married the love of my life, which is probably the biggest success of all, is that Harriet, my wife, and our life is just as we choose, living a life of freedom, work from dozens of countries, and now I get to call Gold Coast in Australia, which is complete paradise to me. As a New Zealander growing up as a kid, we had a holiday over here, and New Zealand's just tiny country, and it was cold, and we came to this place with these gold beaches and all this sun, and I remember as a child going, that is where I should live, and I found it this method that has impacted just millions, and I'm so grateful to every single one of you that have been a part of that, because if it wasn't for Dean, applying this work and regaining his eyesight, or all the thousands of people that have emailed me in, I don't know if my motivation to keep going and build this thing would have been there. Like, you guys have all changed my life. And I just want to say thanks, say thank you, because I grew up middle class, a house full of love. And a quick recap of who I am. That was an aspect in my journey. So those are real dreadlocks. That's really me. That's a part of my journey. And so it doesn't matter where you start, and that is where you're going. So I was always a rebel, and I didn't finish high school, and I always thought that there would be something more out there to life. I don't know, how many rebels have I got here? Black sheep in the family, different thinkers going, I don't know if this world is right. Like, is this system right? Well, I didn't know the right path. I went down a different path with, those are real, just so you know, those are red locks. and that was where I was, because I was searching for, well, what is life really about? What is it? And I actually had a huge life-changing moment, nearly died. So this was in 2009. As I was on my search, I had a few businesses, as this was 12 years ago, and I snapped my thigh. And that's actually quite difficult to do. So that's my thigh bone snapped in half. And so I snapped my thigh bone in half. I ended up with a blood clot in my lung, lying on the side of the road, nearly dying. And this was something that woke me up. It woke me up to that life is finite. It can end, and I need to do what matters to me. It's like, it's really, really, really important. And so I just decided I wanted to be a success. Who else has made that decision? So I, just like you, I just started going to all sorts of courses. However, it led me to a conclusion that there was something wrong with me, because every time I went there, it always felt like I was battling myself, like I was at a war with myself. So I just continued to work on my mindset, and I got certified in all these different things, and results came, but it was a war, and I would see others winning, but not me. And just through willpower alone, I created what I thought was success. Well, really, it looked like it, and then I lost it. And I came to this conclusion, and I go, there must be something wrong with me, Why can't I get there? And I want to ask, who's done this? You've applied it. You've read the books. You've done the meditations. You've gone to seminars. You've changed your diet. You've gone on retreats. You've read another book. You've invested money. You've done it. It's not like you're, who's with me? It's not like you've just been sitting around hoping. You've read all the law of attraction. You've done meditations at night, binaural beats. You've sat and you've listened and you've applied yourself. Is it true? Can I just ask, who's actually applied themselves? You've done early morning, late nights, and still it's like it's out of reach. It's like you're held in a cage and can't get there, because I just sat there one day going, why? Why? What is so unsuccessful about, why can't I have it? And so, I built a company to 2 million, and then I lost it again. And it was exhausting. It was exhausting to live in that structure. I could never, ever, ever hold on to success. Right? And I realized it must be me. I said, well, in all of this, there's one person in it, and it's me. True? So let me just pause on this. Who else made this decision that you know, that it must have been you? And we still make this decision. Even though, you know, I've been talking about this all week. When we go to do the double bubble, how many of you sneakily in the back of your mind were like, oh, good, this will finally fix me. This will finally fix me. Yes. It is so hard for us to let go of this concept that even the double bubble is not fixing because there's nothing to fix. So it's a big thing. And I started asking some big questions. I said, why are people, not everyone, successful? You know, if like there has to be something missing. And that was the question. And I realized that what was missing is that success is not personal, it's structural. See, energy always takes the path of least resistance, and you are energy. So whatever it is that you want to create, the only reason you're not creating it is there is resistance in the way. That's it. Or there is another path that has less resistance. This is a universal fact. Energy takes the path of least resistance. So it's not that you need to fix yourself. There just needs to be no resistance to what it is that you want to accept. Does that make sense? Energy takes the path of least resistance. And so I realized that I had created all of my sabotage. It was me. I had resistance in the way of what it is that I'm creating. I had resistance in the way. It had nothing to do with me as a person. It had everything to do with created resistance in my field structure. Can I just ask with a big yes, who's starting to understand that? It's not you, it's the structure. Structure is one or more things, two or more things that are working together. Your life structure is a big challenge. And here's how I figured this out. It was actually with a big nudge from a billionaire, self-made billionaire. He invited me to speak with his friends to talk about a new business I wanted to start. And this self-made billionaire wanted me to talk to him, and I did. And so I did it. I was talking with his friends. And at the end of it, he sat me down and he said, Chris, all success is vibration, thinking, and manifestation. But the real key is identity. We're not going to invest in you. We love your product. We love the idea, but we're not investing because of your addiction to needing to improve or fix yourself. Just imagine that. Imagine him saying that your obsession with personal development is the reason why we're not investing in you. Isn't that like a complete, like that flipped my brain, because I was like, yep, I'm doing work, I'm working on myself, I'm meditating, I'm doing all these things. He said, Chris, you have to be it to see it. He said, the only thing you are being is someone who's not it. He said, I can read your future, and what it will involve is you always needing to fix yourself. He said, you cannot grow an abundance forest planting seeds of scarcity. And this was the moment that I went, what? He's not obsessed with the new meditation that's come out from Dispenza, or he's not obsessed with, I was like, what? I had thought up until that point that the only way to be successful was to completely focus on fixing my mindset. And it was something else. And it just blew me away. He said, Chris, you need a coach. Because you need a coach. You can have information, but you need to have insight and implementation. He said the best investment you'll make is if someone paid to ensure you're living at your highest creative potential. Your highest creative potential. So let's look back on some of these successful people I talked about at the beginning, like J.K. Rowling. She didn't fix herself. True. She went for what she wanted. They didn't fix themselves. They go for what they're creating. If you look at business icons like Steve Jobs or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, they're not focused on fixing themselves. They're focused on creating. They're focused on that. Who's with me? Can I just get some feedback from all of you? This is so big. There is a way to structure your life, he said. And I just went, wow. Everything I was doing was reinforcing I was not it. And so I gave it up. I gave it up. I was in the problem-focused reality. I was out of emotional alignment. And I made all these realizations. I realized that all that stops me is structural. I had to recreate how I oriented to the world. And I was stuck in a self-sabotage pattern with my desire. Literally, as you guys know, who had this revelation on day one, my identity would have to die in order for me to create that. And my identity does not want to die. And so what happened was he tells me all of this stuff. And then I go, well, this is great. So how do I do it? How do I do it? And he just smiled and he said, you'll figure it out. So I went on this search, everyone, trying to figure out how to actually create. And there was no course out there. And this is why I've created the Superconscious Magic Program. For those of you going, well, this sounds great, but how do I really apply it? How do I really do it? Because these 6 sabotaging beliefs, I find are in nearly every single one of us. And we continually live from them. We continue, even though we hear it, we continually go, yeah, well, I've got to be good enough. I need to have this, or I need to belong. I can't get rejected, or I'm this, or I'm this, or I'm this. I need to be perfect. I don't have the capacity. What do I need to learn? We live out of these patterns, you know, and because we live out of these patterns, we're living in these current realities, you see, and these current realities continually to just have us stop being able to be successful. You will never see it until you be it, because your goal violates your identity. I was so frustrated to hear this, but happy to know why. Happy to know why. Why was I stuck? So write this down. Who's enjoying today, by the way? I know it's a recap, but how many of you know it's important to lock in these learnings? Hey? Like we don't just want to stay on the surface. We want to dive deep. We want to lock these learnings in, you know. This should all be revision. You cannot fix or improve yourself enough to suddenly have success. Success doesn't care. That's important. You can't fix or improve yourself enough. It's a different way of being. Your identity will sabotage your goal. So let me ask every single one of you, very important question. What one thing would you love to create more than anything in the world? You know, we all have that one thing. For me, it was a successful business. What is that one thing you would love to create more than anything in the world? Type it in. Let me know. I'll go through all the different platforms here and see where everyone's at. So hello, I can see you all out there wherever you are. I know that that many of you are. Yeah, there we go. Hello. Very cool. What is the one thing? Type it in. What is the one thing you would love to create more than anything in the world? Own it. Share it. What is the one thing? And just notice that whatever that one thing is you would love more than anything in the world, you know, what would that be? Thanks for typing it in. A lot of you writing in core choices. Very good. Okay, so we're just going to experience it. So just for a moment, whatever that one thing is, I just want you to close your eyes and tune into having it. So close your eyes, visualize it for a second. Doesn't take long. From a place of love, of just having it. Just close your eyes and imagine yourself just having it for no other reason. You've just got it. What would life be like if you've just got it? How would that feel? Just from a place of love, just so it was easy, you just had it. And just feel that. And allow that feeling just to get bigger. You just have it. Who are you? What are you doing? What's life like when you just have it? And when you feel like you felt it, open your eyes and let me know, how was it to just have it? How would it feel to just have it? Type in, let me know. How did it feel just to have that for no good reason? No good reason. So that's how you are when you have it. Yeah. That's how you are when you have it. That's where we mean you must be it. You're it. You're already it. See, the it is the feeling. You can already be it. Okay, so now we'll do a different way. So close your eyes again. Close your eyes again. And in your mind, I want you to visualize having that, but from your identity, from your current reality identity. As you imagine having it, think about everything you must change about yourself to have it. And what is it that it would feel different to now? And notice it from your identity. What would you have to change about yourself to have it? And just notice how it feels looking at it from the current reality. And just feel it from the current reality. Think about it as a goal, a wish, or a dream. And that there's things you must do or fix, improve, or know. And when you're ready, open your eyes and come back and let me know how it feels different. Yeah. Now, can everyone see the difference in what everyone's typing in between the two? See, the first one, we're planting the seed of what we want to grow. In the second, we're planting the seed of what we don't want. Of what we don't want. We're being what we don't want, wishing it would change. You see that? This is a shift. Most of us live in this second way. We live here wishing it was that. Now, you tell me, did you experience a different feeling in the two? Did you experience yourself being a different seed in the field? Did you experience that? See, so that's the difference. When you're in the current reality, you always think that there's something to fix or heal or improve, or that it will be so much different. And that is the orientation that must shift. That resistance keeps you stuck. See, the journey I'm going to take you on in Superconscious Magic takes you around this whole journey. Okay, so we already know the journey here at the beginning. We have it all to start off with. We're wounded through individuation. We make up these beliefs and we orient our life to these beliefs, and these beliefs become our reality. And the number one belief that we have is that we're not allowed to have life the way we want. We can't have what we want the way we are. Now, in your past, up until doing this program, that was what was running your life. Is it true? Is it true? It's true for me. I can't have what I want the way I am. I got to change or fix or improve until we'd always give the power to something else. We say, when I have the money, then I can be happy. When I have a relationship, when I have a this, when I have a that. And so a question we always ask ourselves is we say, where is the power? See, let me just, I love the interaction. So keep giving me feedback. How many of you gave the power away to when I have this, then I can have it. When I have this money, when I have a bigger house, when I have a promotion, when the kids are older, when I, something else had the power. I did. I gave the power away continually. And what would happen was I was living powerless to it, meaning that the money or the success or the fame had the power. But when I brought it home and I recoded the resistance to having it all now, this is our focus in the Superconscious Magic program, is to learn to have it all now. That creates your magnetic mind, because once you are it already, then everything's going to stick to you. Once you already become it in the invisible, when you become it, when you be it, you will see it. So you must become it first. That's the shift. The shift happens now. The shift happens now. You got to be it. And that's the key, because the conflict creates the oscillation. And the conflict is when we think, when we have something in the future will be different. That creates the oscillation. So you can create anything you want without fixing yourself. You are whole. You are a creative energy, and you have to learn the structure of creating. It's not personal at all. This is what I had to realize. The first thing I had to realize is my beliefs and feelings are not reality. They are programs I have picked up, and they can change. Can I ask, how many of you realized in an instant on day 2 and day 4, you can let go of what's stopping you? If you are in the superconscious field, you don't have to have any beliefs and feelings that you don't think belong in your future. It's not fixing yourself, it's letting go. It's not fixing yourself, it's re-choosing something else. It's just letting go. They're not reality. They are not reality. You are superconscious. You just haven't been living from that place yet. You've been living thinking that these were right. The second answer was superconscious. So instead of spending, years in therapy or weeks going through trying to find out which timeline this came from, or going to course after course and giving my power to some person that was going to teach me, I realized I'm super conscious. Here's what I want you to hear. It's not me doing the work. When I run a super conscious session with you, the recode, I have taught and empowered your super conscious memory. It is not me doing it. I just give the instructions, you do it. You got to hear this. It is not some Chris Duncan magic. We have taught thousands to do this work. It's you. It's you. You and I are just as powerful as each other. You must just learn how to make this connection. Does that make sense? It is you. I studied for 3 years to understand this, and then I had a breakthrough, is that I can simply teach it, and I can have the field work and have people learn how to do it fast. Does that make sense? When you know how to do this, you will never, ever, ever, ever need another course again, because you learn to create your own source code. You learn to step into your own being. Who loves that, by the way? This is not my work. This is our work. This is for you to learn how to access this. True? Doesn't that seem right? It's for you. It's not going to be something you have to keep on coming back to someone else for. You learn it. There are 3 levels of consciousness that create your reality: unconscious, self-conscious, superconscious. And these all create 3 different memories. Once you learn to shift these memories, it instructs our active experience, and you create everything. Once you learn how to do this and you truly become magic with your superconscious, there's nothing in your way. There's nothing in your way. And you become a superconductor. You have no resistance. Now, here's what's interesting about having no resistance to anything. You're like a beach ball, you know, is that you can be like a beach ball. You can just be flung anywhere in this world. However, if you create the right structure, then that beach ball will flow to where you want to go. These are the three answers: structure, superconscious, and that your beliefs are not reality. If you understand these three, you can simply create whatever you want. And so here's how it works. And I'll draw this out on my magic board if you guys like, which is just perfect. You have a current reality, and it has an identity. You have a desired reality, and it has an identity, okay? The old you, the current reality, was not equal to the desired reality. You wanted to move from, you know, this much money to this much money, as an example. So you wanted this to flow. But the problem is your identity did not equal this identity. You thought here was scarcity, and here was abundance. And so because of that, every time you went to move this way, your identity allowed you to move a little bit this way, and then would say, hey, but we're not that, and would pull you back. And you'd go in this loop again and again and again. When you make this shift, and this is such a big deal, when you make this shift, you have a current reality and you have an identity. The identity is equal to this desired reality. It's equal. You feel abundance now and you feel abundance here. So then you simply just move and create. See, you step into it so that your identity holds it all, but not just that desired reality, any other desired reality you want. And you do this by realizing that you aren't this bottom perspective down here. You are not this self-conscious perspective. This is self-conscious down here. It lives in bad and good. It lives in, and I want to go that way. I want to get away from that way. This here is your unconscious. And up here is your superconscious. Your superconscious is simply a drop in the ocean. It takes whatever instructions you choose, brings it down into your unconscious, which seeks balance. Your balance point, whatever that is, that's how it shows up in your life. That's how it shows up. Just coloring in the good and bad example here. Whatever this balance point is, it comes from your superconscious, which is just information. Whatever that balance point, that is where you'll live, right in the middle of good and bad. Wherever it is, that's your balance point. So to create the change, we must learn to rise up to our superconscious and change instructions at the top. Now, I know that this is a lot of information, but this is where we're going in the next level. It's to understand that down the bottom, it's like ice cubes. Your reality is physical like ice. Now, ice, if you raise it up, can become vapor or gas, right? It can become a cloud. Now, to move it up, you first go through water, and then you move up. Now, the thing about this is once you become up here, you become a cloud, you can let go of any bits. When you become superconscious, you can bring it back down to water and back down to new ice. So what we do is when we're doing this work, we rise up and out of our limitation and then back down to create a new limitation. This is current reality. This is desired reality. This is identity. Your identity is that you're superconscious. When I say you need to be it, it's here. When you be it, you become this. You become the all. So when we do this, we step up and out to what we really are, which is simply an aspect of how we're already living. By the way, here's your first ever self-portrait by Duncan. This is you. You go from here, you rise up, and then you create, which allows you to already be it because you've come out and then back down. That is what you learn how to do. That is why people have used this work to recreate their eyesight. That is why people are saying, Chris, I no longer have diabetes. That is why Chris is saying, I started this program. I'm making 5 times more money. Chris, I healed my family dynamic. I helped this. I did that. That is what this work's about. And that's why I'm so excited for you to continue on this journey with me. How was that? That was a lot. Let me get our slides back. When you learn to become super conscious, you learn what you really are. You learn what you really are. Maybe. You must be in your future feeling now. And here's the sentence. I'm truly satisfied with everything I have now, and I want more. The now feeling is the future feeling. We must let go of trying to get somewhere or get away. That's it. When I stepped into the emotion of the end result, everything happened. And here are the 5 steps. Choose what you want to create. Step in, meaning embody the emotion. Create a tension releasing structure. Unplug from the old identity. Create aligned action. This is what you must do. The problem is you've been trying to create the outcome for years and still don't have it. Can I just ask, who's really excited to hear about Superconscious, the Superconscious Magic program? Who's bloody excited about that? I have a huge offer, and we're giving away a humongous sponsorship to it as well. It's a big deal. But right now, let's stay here with this. Is the mistake is trying to transform on your own. You've been living the old structure, patterns die hard. A lot of people try to heal the current reality. Instead, you must let it go. Many people just want to work consciously. All decisions are truly made from your superconscious. You want to keep focusing on your strategies and actions, thinking you don't know enough. That's just denying your truth of a superconscious. Mistake is that you keep thinking you'll change when you achieve a result instead of realizing you get to be it now. You got to be it before you see it. The next mistake is being out of emotional alignment with what you desire. You know, you cannot grow an abundance tree planting seeds of scarcity. Thinking you cannot change, right? This is just proven. Your brain can change easily, especially through the reconsolidation moment discovered in 2001, which proves how it changes. Trying to do it yourself. Now, I had to get a coach. I got others to help me because I simply was in a structure that kept on repeating itself. You must have someone there. So here's the method. And by the way, I would love to be your coach. I would love to be your coach. I would love to give you the information, insight, and implementation. And when I say that, I don't want anyone to think that I know what's right for you in your life. I don't. All that I know is how to get you in a correct structure so you can create whatever you want. I've got clients of mine that are far more successful than me. They've created success in their own way. I've got people who make more money, have far more fame. It's not about me knowing more than you in your area of genius, your skill. It's just about me helping you live your truest, highest expression, right? So here's the 5 steps, okay? The first is choose what you really want to create, you know? Choose what you really want to create and how it would feel. Number 2 is make sure you understand what it's like now. Okay. Once you understand what it's like now, that creates 2 points. Next, step into the emotion of the end result, which gives energy to the structure. Okay. Taking the next action. Then we unplug from current reality let go of reservations, judgments, inner conflicts. We just let it go. And we really understand what resistance is. We use a magnetic mind process to let go of your environmental conditions, your behavior conditions, the beliefs, to let go of entanglement, stories, emotions, sabotage patterns, rules, identities, and your feeling of incompleteness. You don't fix them. You let them go. See, the difference is when you fix something, you look at it and you try to heal it or make it better. When you create, you focus on what you're creating, you're moving towards it, and you're simply letting go of anything in the way. The energy is different, and it is huge. Now, does that clear that up for anyone that's asking, like, how's this not fixing? Fixing is when you say, this is the problem, and this is what I need to fix. All that does is build an identity of I need to fix more things, versus this is what I'm creating, I'm moving towards it, and I'm letting go of what's there. Does that make sense? And there's no need to, everyone, you can have bad stuff happen to you, but you let it wash off you. That's what the recode is. You let it wash off you. And it may sound trivial to some of you, but when you experience the difference, it's huge. It's huge. We do it in a 15-minute process, and we have daily meditations that allow you to step into it. They're all really fast. And then we take action. There are 4 patterns that are going to stop many of you. Okay. The first one is that you hold on to the past. Can you type that in? Hold on to the past. Many of us say, I can't do that because of this. We hold on to the past and we keep wanting to make it real. I don't have money. I don't have friends. I've always been let down. This has always happened. Just because it's happened in your past does not mean it's in the future. We say, well, I've always been shy. I've always been unconfident. I've always done that. Chris, look at this. And you literally go into bat for your past. You like go into bat for your limits. You say, but I've never done it. Hold on to the past. Hold on to the past. So you type that in. Hold on to the past. The next one is the if, then are. This person is always waiting for the conditions. They say, when the kids go to school, when I just have this, when I just know this, I just need one more this, I need one more that. Is this person just will get to their deathbed saying, well, next lifetime I'll do it, you know? None of the people we explored at the beginning said next time. They said now, you know? Change happens now. The if, then are person is always putting their life off. Look at yourself in the mirror each day and go, now, this is when it's happening. I'm not waiting. I'm not waiting. The most precious thing in life is your time. And on that, hey, I was very grateful to spend this week with you, just so you know. I really enjoyed investing time with all of you, and I hope that my appreciation for you doing the same. The most valuable thing you have is your time, you know. And if you can do anything to use your time better, you must do it. Hey, so thank you, because this is a dream come true to me, by the way. But many people really ignore the fact that their time is ticking and that they need to use it now, you know. The next pattern is the overthinker. You know, this person lives completely in their self-conscious ego and completely in fear. They're so scared of making a mistake that they just got to think and think and think and think and think. And what happens is they, wherever they go, there they are. They just overthink everything, you know. They turn up to a new relationship and they have a list of 100 things that the person must be that they've thought it on. They're going to tick off their list. They're never in the moment, you know. They're just thinking, and then they just keep living that same pattern instead of letting it go. And the last is the dabbler, the talker. This person's always got a story or something to say, but when you really get to it and you look at their life, they're not actually doing it. I met a lot of dabblers in the personal development world. They just go to the free course after next thing after next thing, and they always talk in these big, huge, world-changing games. And then you see them a few years later, they haven't done it. They just haven't done it. So look, we're all of these, hey. But some of these are more than others, you know. So real quick, this next thing changed my life, And I want you to make sure you pay full attention to it, because if you take nothing from these 5 days, this is really, really, really big. To premise it is, you must stop these patterns. If you keep doing them, they just get stronger. But anyway, here it is. These are the 6 steps. The first question you must ask yourself: what do you really want? What do you really want? When you think about what you really want right now, notice the pattern. What do you do when you think about it? Do you think, I got to learn more, I got to do more, I need to do this, I got to beat myself up? What do you do? What do I really want? And then notice what happens. As soon as you notice about, oh, I'll put it off. Well, when I just have a little bit more of this, oh, I've never been able to do it before. Oh, I just need to think about it more. Well, notice you might just be talking about something and you never actually do it. Just think about it. The third thing you must do is stop. You must stop. You must. I know that's a very simple instruction, but you must stop that pattern. Now, my friends, this question is the most important question, so please make sure you write it down. You ask yourself this one thing: what would the person I'm becoming do right now? Can you type that in for me, friends? My Superconscious Magic participants, we ask this question: what would the person I'm becoming do right now, in this moment, in this breath, in this day? If you orient yourself with that question, where do you think you end up? What would the person I'm becoming do right now? If you ask that question, guess who you become? I know, it's obvious, isn't it? That's why I'm laughing, because it's obvious. You become that person. But if any moment you're not doing what the person you're becoming would do, guess what? You're letting resistance hold you back into your old patterns, and you're wasting your life. Aren't you? You're wasting your life. Come on, guys, play full hour with me. Type in, what would the person I'm becoming do right now? Not the answer to it, but the actual question, because I want you to lock that in. That is and I only gave it to those of you who got right through the 5 days right to now, because that is the question. What do I want? Notice the pattern, stop. What would the person I'm becoming that's going to have that, what would they do? Whatever that is, you must do it. You must do it. You must jump in and then get proven support. Proven support. Oh, I'm getting chills telling you this. Whew. Who else gets chills when it's just the truth coming through? You must ask that question. If you live your life oriented by that, wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is the answer. I didn't know any of this. I sought out the right strategies, applied myself, and created an amazing life. And you can too. You can too. So are you enjoying this so far? Would you love to spend more time with this? Learn to consciously manifest, rewire your limits. What would you like to create? I am so excited to let you know about how you can join Superconscious Magic and keep going. But I want you to know this is a sacred journey, and you have to be ready. You have to be ready. So if you're allergic to an offer, as I promised you, I'm about to make an offer and give a humongous sponsorship, cash discount sponsorship to you. If you're allergic, now's the time to say thanks for an amazing 5 days. I don't need to hear the offer. But if you're ready to hear the offer and think about moving into Superconscious Magic program, give me a big yes in the chat box, so I know that we can go and we can move forward, because it truly is where everyone needs to be. It truly is. It really is the right program for you. If you're here, it's the right thing. So what I'm about to share with you is exclusive. Never before has this information been put together like this. It is completely exclusive. So I'm very, very excited to introduce all of you to the Superconscious Magic Masterclass. It is a transformational journey for anyone wanting to become super conscious, transform their reality, and magnetically create their future. If you've enjoyed the 5 days, the 5 days was the warm-up, getting us ready to go for this. The Superconscious Magic has an 8-week program. The first week, we'll learn the nature of reality, the swing circle outcome frame. We'll align all your values and learn what motivates you. We will do practical alchemy in week 3, how to create nothing fast. The perceptual shift process, how beliefs are created, internal frames, and money beliefs. The 5th week, learn future pacing, creating leverage. The recode on week 6. We will remove negative emotion, week 7, the quantum model of manifesting, week 8. And as a bonus, we'll stop the internal civil war. This 8-week course is for you if the 5 days was just enough to get you started and you want to create their momentum with weekly sessions, daily focus, and all the magic. You can literally manifest anything in 8 weeks. Who's excited about the magic program? The normal price, and I'm going to put the normal prices here so that you know out there in the world how much others are paying for each program that I'm going to put together. And then I'm giving you a humongous discount for being a part of the 5-day challenge. So does it sound amazing to you? If we were able to do this in 5 days, what would we be able to do in 8 weeks? Seriously, in 8 weeks. There's also the Superconscious Life Structure and Foundations course. This is a 9-part intensive online training to help you create your vision and breaking it down into a structure that can create easily manifestations with flow. Now, if you remember on day 3, we talked about creating your end results. You need to break those down into step-by-step instructions. We have a workbook and a daily planner. We called this lenses. Lenses. This helps you to orient this and structure your life so you can have it now and still have momentum, creating beautiful end results. It also, by the way, includes a physical copy of my best-selling book. Who would love another one of these? Have you already got one? If you've already got one, I'm going to be sending you one anyway. And it makes a bloody great Christmas gift, birthday gift. You can just have a second copy to give away to your best friend. If you don't have one, I'm sending you one, and it's included in this course. Because what is in this book, you must go through. You must go through. So anyway, you're going to get another one on top of the one you already got. It's included, and it'll be magic. It'll be coming from me, rather than just from Amazon. It'll come from me. I'll code it up, and I'm just teasing. It's the same book. It's going to be great. So that's a really, really, really important course. It takes everything we've done in these 5 days and puts it on complete high octane, getting you there. So what you're going to get today is the 8-week program, the Life Structure and Foundations, plus a 3-day workshop. Okay, this 3-day workshop is 6 hours a day. There are 5 huge transformational sessions, and there's this workbook. There's this workbook here. So this workbook takes you in detail through some humongous transformations. Now, you did the double bubble and you've done an intro recode. In there, we take that to the next level. So you're going to get this 3-day workshop, the workbook, and lifetime access. So this is 18 hours, and it will catapult you into a world you've not been able to experience. It's a secret of the secret, and you will need to watch it more than once. So look, that's the program, and its normal price is $4,995. So if you go out there in the world, if you're not part of the 5-day challenge, it's $4,995, and it's a big bloody course. And now, of course, I'm going to be giving you a humongous discount today, as I told you. But before I do that, can I ask who's excited about this program and would love to unlock their magic? Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. Now, to make it extra special, I am going to be giving you a humongous discount for people who want to take action, but I'm also going to give you some bonuses because I'm allowed and because it's fun. And all of these are already created. And I just wanted to make it special. And please know, this is only for you if you finish the 5 days, because this is taking it to the next level. And you need to have got the basics. So the first thing is I'm going to give you 20 transformational meditations. Okay. They're under 20 minutes each, and they're designed to create lasting change. Okay. This is going to be free today. 100% free. Here's the core 8. These go along with every week of the 8-week program. There's magnetic alignment. Magnetic alignment steps you into your future and aligns you magnetically with everything you're wanting to create. I do magnetic alignment more than any other meditation. And if you really want to just do one meditation, do that. Number 2, negative belief flip. Number 3, inner power. Inner power and quantum jumping are my tie for second meditations. So I do both of those all the time. Dissolve conflicted parts, total financial abundance, authentic confidence, and internal inner fire. They're just amazing. You will love them. They're free today, so they're free. They're free. You get those for free. Also, because one thing I noticed actually in this program, how many of you have money as something that stops you creating what you love? Who agrees with that? It's like, I would really love to do this, Chris, but I just don't have enough money. So I just threw this in. I threw this in today. When you get the program, this will actually come as a separate program because my team was not expecting it. I just threw this in today. Magnetic money mind. I've seen all of your comments. I've seen what most of you are asking. You're saying, Chris, I just need to have more money, then I can help. So I'm giving you this. And this, I don't know if this will be offered again. I will recode your resistance to the big money flow, abundance, and understand the structure of wealth. There are 5 huge recode sessions, personalized instructions on wealth, and some extra meditations. This is for you if you want to break through with money. Now, I don't know whether or not you want more money or what you want it for, but if you want to have more money, this program will help you get into the right measurement structure with it. And look, if you just want to do it so you can give more away, then I'm just like you. Because the truth is, money won't make you happy at all. But there are some things that, you do need money for to be able to get it. So anyway, that's free today. So anyway, you don't have to want it, but I'm giving it to you for free anyway. So those of you who want to create more money or more abundance, then it's yours. It's yours free, or not. You can go buy it individually if you want. So that's free. There's one more free thing I'm going to give you, and then I'll talk about the amazing offer. But I don't know about you. This is the vault. This is what you need to be able to make it happen. So the last big thing, and this bonus is again something I decided to add. I actually had this as a decision before this week. In my opinion, this is the most important aspect of becoming super conscious. Okay, and that is the emotional mastery program. If you would love to master emotions and to be able to get rid of anything that's in your way there, this program's for you. In all honesty, emotions are everything. Hey? Emotions are everything. If you can master, so anyway, you're going to have that. And I just want to say thank you very much. I'll throw in the Superconscious steak knives in a second. But I love you all. So look, here's everything you'll get today, and I'll let you in on the offer. But let me just ask one big question. If money was no object to you, if you had it and you could go, who would play full out on this program? Who would be all in? It's been an amazing 5 days. I want to say thank you all so much. For those of you who are going to take the next step with me, hold on to your seat, because the superconscious momentum, when you're in the magic, it really, oh my gosh, it really, really, really is a big deal. So I'm going to give you all of this today. I'll give you all the bonuses for free. And for 21 people, the first 21, I'm going to take $3,000 off the normal price. Now, I want to be very clear. Out there in the real world, we have no problems people spending $4,995 for the whole program. They don't get the bonuses and they do not get the discount that I'm offering today. So it's $3,000 off the price. Can I ask who's in? Who wants to join me on this this journey to Superconscious Magic? Because I'm going to personally be sending you the link if you would like to do it. So here's the choices. You can either do this yourself or you can do it with me. But the one thing you can't do is not do this. This works for anyone who's committed to learning this process. But most people think they can go out there and do it all by themselves. And your structures, you know, they've been around a long time. They hold on to patterns and they never allow themselves to truly create. So I'm going to give $3,000 off to the first 21 people who have finished the challenge and are ready for the next level. And I want you to know I will not let you down. You can have all the bonuses and lifetime access. So would you love to activate your magic? Here's what you will get. You will get absolutely everything included in this program for $1,995 for the whole lot. That's the Magnetic Mind Core 8-week program. Someone needs to type in a wow or something in here, because this is bloody incredible. As I'm reading it, every single one of these is transformative beyond measure. You're going to get the Superconscious life structure and foundations. You'll get the 3-day event. Bonuses that are free today. You will get the transformational activated meditations, the Money Mind program, and emotional mastery. There are payment plans available. So if you need a payment plan, click the link. That's just, team, can we send the link? This is huge. It is huge. And you bloody earned it, eh? You earned it by getting through the 5 days. So you earned this. We've opened up the website for 21 people to take it at this humongous offer. And the link has been posted in there. There should also be something to click to get it. We able to click? Now, as soon as you secure your spot, we will be getting you, into this program, getting you started straight away. Expect there to be a couple emails in your inbox right away and a text message from my support team to help you get involved, how this can work with anything else you're doing. There is a button to click that has just popped up. Now, if all this program does is help you create one thing in your life you weren't able to do, it would be worth it just for that. If all it does really is help you overcome your blocks to the magnetic, to money, it's a big deal. If you would like payment options, click the link. It's all well explained on the page, the different payment options and how you can finance it and everything else. So you should be able to get the links. Yeah. Any questions? Yes. All the meditations will come right away. The only thing you're going to have to wait for is for me to send you the book. So the book will be coming. It takes a while for delivery. I don't know, a few days. So we will send you the book. The meditations you can download straight away. The program you can start right away. It is at its core an 8-week program. Okay. For those of you that are in masterclass, all of this is in masterclass, so that's fine. Magnetic Mind, that is. You'll get Superconscious Life Structure. This gives you the foundation of your lenses and everything else, and a 3-day event. And look, my guarantee, if you apply this work, if you apply it, everything will change. Everything will change, everything will change. But you will learn something that will forever make your life just better. So those of you who have decided to take it, fantastic. You work at your own pace. You can go as fast. If you want to do the 8 weeks and 4 weeks, you can. If you want to do the 8 weeks and 16 weeks, you can. You get lifetime access. I would suggest that you stick to it week by week, because that's how it's designed. The meditations every single day follow along the lessons. If I was you, and just jot this down, start with the Superconscious foundations. Start there. The payment plans are very, very affordable, so everyone should be able to jump in and take it. And just know, this isn't offered anywhere else. So once they're gone, they're gone. We give the 5 days, and it's been such a blessing to be able to do this with all of you. And and you earned it. Hey, you earned it. But each one of those programs out there in the world, we have no problem people buying it. So, hey, I love you guys so much. I love you so much. Thank you. And if it's not now, remember I said to you right at the beginning, I was going to make you an offer, and I love you just the same. I really hope you had an amazing 5 days. Hey, I put as much as I thought was humanly possible in these 5 days. I thought I couldn't even squeeze that much in. And so if you can tell, it's been a big 5 days for me, but a very rewarding one. And I just want to have a big shout out and thanks to all of you. You mean the world to me. This work means the world to me. It's just, yeah. I'm unbelievably grateful for all of you, and I hope, if nothing else, if this is our last moment together, that you do grab my book or leave a review. And all you say is, hey, I took a 5-day thing, it was free, and it was really good. It was value for money for my free, but actually it wasn't free. You had to invest your time. So I truly know that you all invested your time, and I really do choose that every one of you go, you know what, that was time well spent. There is so much you can take away with what you've learned, but if you would take away a few things, you're not broken, you're super conscious. You get to create what you love. You get to create what you love, and whatever that is, and if whatever that is, you just focus on it, create it, and don't that's all right, Tatiana. I love you. Thanks for the message. Yeah, thank you. I can see all your messages on all the, everywhere. Thank you. I do see them. My team will be in touch, and there's no, I know everyone's in different situations, and that's why I go on and given the first 5 days for free. Hey, so with these 5 days, you can create huge momentum, and when you're ready to really take it to the next level, this is the right choice for you. This is the right choice. So thanks. Hey, thanks. If you've got any questions about the offer or the program, then just reply to a text message that we've sent you or an email, and we can have someone give you a buzz. Hey, see you on the other side. Who's just joined? Let me know. Give me a yes. I've joined. You'll be getting all your instructions sent across straight away, and we will not let you down. We will not let you down, and that is a very, very, very big promise. It's dear to my heart. You'll know that in this 5 days, I told you what we're going to do, and we did it, and we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to do that. Whatever it is, whatever we say, we'll do. And if you ever need any help, or you know there's not a login or there's something you're missing, then please do just send us an email, because it's definitely not intentional, and we'd like to fix it. Would like to fix it as fast as possible. Last thing, you have to the end of the weekend to watch this 5 days. We are going to leave the replays up to the end of the weekend. However, at the end of the weekend, they will disappear. They will go. We're not leaving them out there forever. Okay, so you have till the end of your weekend, and thanks for a great week. That's everything I need to say. I feel you, I care about you, and I'll see you at the next level at some point. Have a great rest of your day.